Hello guys, welcome back. Today we'll be making a sales dashboard. Today this dashboard is very basic, but it does have really crucial components that some people actually might struggle making. One of them is bar graph, maybe pie charts. And yeah, the only JavaScript element in this is the hamburger menu, and that is pretty much it. I just go here. There you go. It has a quick little sidebar as a hamburger menu. So that is pretty much it. We'll not be doing a lot of JavaScript. The reason behind that is it's already really CSS heavy because all of the styling that it has. And if I actually put JavaScript in this, it will be like a 6-hour stream. So I don't want to do that. So yeah, with that said, let's get started, shall we? So let me just set up my project here. Let's go ahead and start this. I'm just gonna uncomment that. I have a project set up right over here, so I'm just gonna come down here, open a new tab, make a index.html, and yeah. So after that, I'm also gonna make a style.css and the script.js, our usual file structure. I messed up here. Just gonna quickly do that. There we go, and that is our file structure. So next is making up the boilerplate. Today I'm just gonna start with HTML like always. I'm just gonna do that, name that sales dashboard, messed up the spelling, and I'm also gonna do link and link our style.css. I'm also gonna do link, and here I'm just awesome link, and here either you can just do here, give me a second. I'm sure it should be right up there. There we go. So this is what I needed. I'm just gonna paste it there. And that will let me use the font awesome icons, right? I'm also gonna link the script.js just like that, and that is our boilerplate. So I'm just gonna hit go live now. There we go, that is our live server. So let's go ahead and start with our thing, right? So here, what I'm gonna do is first wrap the entire thing with the app container. Just like that, I'm just gonna do app container. Inside this, I'm going to make the sidebar first. That is the important part. That's why. I'm just going to use a sidebar, make a comment right here. And here I'm going to use a side since it's a sidebar. And do sidebar, also give an ID of sidebar to fetch it from JavaScript. And also give a div called logo. So this will be our logo. Inside this, I'm just going to give logo and give icon. So I'm just going to use the D. So this will be our the logo, and here I'm just gonna do logo text and just do dashboard. There we go. I think I have it in a long time. There we go. Okay, so next thing is the nav section. So here what I'm going to do is it will have multiple nav sections. So I think total there will be 3 of them if I remember. So I'm just going to do that. Here I'm going to use the nav tag and give first nav section. So I'm just going to do that just like that. Now since there will be multiple nav section, what I'm going to do is just copy this and paste it 3 times here. So I'm just going to start from here. So the first thing what I'm going to do is do nav labels. So this will be the label for the whatever the nav is. Let's say the first one is main menu, just like that. You can do that. And the next one here is the anchor tag, and here I'm just going to do class nav item. The first one, let's say that is active. Here I'm actually not going to keep active because I have to copy paste. So I will add the active at last. And here I'm just going to do class and do fa solid, just like that. Fa chart line. So this is what I was talking about by it will let me use font awesome icons. Did I mess up somewhere? Doesn't seem like it, but okay. Also gonna do span, put dashboard, just like that. I think I messed up somewhere. Okay. Let me just quickly test this. So FAS FA, let's say shopping cart, double checking it. What's it this? There we go. So it was actually not working. Give me a second. The reason why it's not working is I think I have a the lower version. So if I can just copy that, change that to 6.4. And does that work now? I think I have a different link. Okay, so I'm just also gonna change this to all. There we go. Okay, that works. Again, if you want the source code to this, it will be linked down in the description box below. Okay, so make sure you check it out like that. So here what I'm going to do is, after, again, our thing works now, right? What I'm going to do here is put dashboard. So this is dashboard, and so I can just copy paste it now. So I can just do this, paste it a bunch of times, just like that. Let's say that. I'm also going to paste it one more time. So the second one that we need is a chart bar. So let's say that is analytics, just like that. Did I do two dashboards? Whoops. Okay, I'm just gonna copy paste here then. So the third one that we need is sales. Okay, so I'm just gonna do sales and do solid here, change that to a shopping cart. The fourth one is okay, so I also need to give it a badge. So I'm just gonna give a span that will have a class of nav badge. And let's say that's 12. There we go. So this will kind of be a notification style thing that we can put here. So yeah. Next is products. So products, I'm just gonna change that to products and that to a box. There we go. So next is the customers tab. So I'm just gonna do customers. Again, all of these tabs are not actually, it's just for they're dummy. So yeah, keep that in mind. Do users. Okay, those are all of the things that we need. And after this is the time for the second nav section, right? So again, what I can do here is, since it has the similar structure as these, what I can do is just copy paste it. So I need probably 4 of these. Actually 3 of these. So I'm just gonna copy that just like that. Come down here and paste it. So I can just change the thing. So like this, I can change this to management and change the icons. So the icons will be file invoice. Also change that to orders. Change this to warehouse. So this is inventory. And also change that to a pie chart. So I can just do chart pie. That'll give me a pie chart icon. And also here, I can just change that to report, since it's a pie chart. I accidentally pressed something that turned off my instant replay. I don't know why I have that on, but oh well. Okay, so that is it for another nav section. So we need another nav section. So this is again similar thing. So I can just copy paste this one. I can actually entirely copy paste this because literally the same structure. So after this is the support section. So I'm just gonna do support and change that to a FA year. This is the settings. That makes sense, right? The thing makes sense. Next is circle and do question. Change that to help center and do logout. So yeah, that is pretty much it for the thing. But the thing is, what I can do is putting the logout button here instead of like, here. What I can do is just put a sidebar footer since it will be much more lower than all of these nav sections. So I can just put a structure here. I can just copy paste this actually. Format the document. What is, oh, oops. Format the document. And here change that to logout. And here I can change that to right from bracket. There we go. So that is our nav bar. So we have to style this. So let's go ahead and style this really quick. Where's the aside tag actually? Oh wow, I didn't put this. Interesting. I need to put a side tag here. So format the document. Now we can actually put here. So after all of these is the styling part, right? So I'm gonna do the tradition first, that is margin 0, padding 0, and box sizing border box. At this point you should have like done this a million times already. Next is body. So here we select the font. So I want the Apple system one. Actually, that looks the most cleanest. So yeah, I'm gonna cut this. And yeah. So next is what I can do is do background. Let's say I just select a E8, E8, ED, kind of a grayish background. And also select the colors to something like 1A, 1A, 1A. So this is not perfect black, but close to black. You can probably say like that, I guess. Next is app container. So that's the main container of our project. So I'm just gonna do display flex set. And min height, set that to 100 ph. Just like that. So now we style the sidebar. So I'm just going to do sidebar styles. Put a quick little comment here. And do width. Oops. I forgot to do that. So I did put the sidebar class, right? Okay, I did. So here I'm just going to do width 260 pixels. Change the background to white. Change the padding to 24 pixels and 16 pixels. You can also do 1.5 rem and 1 rem. That's the same thing. And also do box shadows, set that to 2 pixels, 0, 8 pixels. RGB is set to black hex RGBA color code, and put that the alpha value. So next is the display flex. I'm just going to do flex direction set to column. Just like that. And do height, set that to 100 VH. 100 VH against meaning view height. And also do overflow and Y to set that to auto. Makes sense. So next is logo. So here what I'm going to do for logo, which is this right here. Both of these are divs. That's why they are, right on top of each other. Not top, but like right next to each other. And next is I'm just going to do display flex. Do line items, do center, and put a gap of 12 pixels. And change the padding to 8. You can also do like, do that, but I'm just going to do 8 pixels and 12 pixels. Do margin bottom of around 2 rem. Just like that. So next is logo icon. Here I'm just going to do width, set that to around 36 pixels. And again, I have all of these properties laid out for me. If you want to build it, on your own, which I can recommend, building your own projects is really good, but taking inspiration is also a great thing. You still have to figure it out if you're building one like in Figma or something like that. First design it and then you can put it into your code. So yeah, I just want to make sure. And here what I'm going to do is do 135-degree linear gradient. Here we're going to use 2 of the most signature color that will basically be our theme colors, right? One is the kind of a darkish orange, so I'm just gonna do FF6B and 35. And next one is a kind of a lighter version of that, so I'm just gonna do H6, FF8C, and 5A. So this is what I meant by having the already code laid for you. So yeah, if you want the source code for this, link will be in the video description if you guys are wondering. Set that with border radius 10. So since our D is not misaligned here, I can easily align that using flexbox, making this container a flexbox, and doing align item center and justify content center. Now, if you don't know what I did there, we basically use Flexbox. Now, if you haven't, you don't know Flexbox, there is a video tutorial in this channel about Flexbox. You can check that out. I actually put a whole lot of effort into that. So if you want to check it out, it will be in the courses section of the channel. So next is I can just do color white, set that to font weight 600. And I'll set the font size to about 18 pixels. Yep, that looks nice. Now to style the actual text, so I can just do logo text or whatever I put that in the class. It was logo text, that's great. Here I can just do font size, set that to 20 pixels. Also do font weight, make it darker, or I should say bolder, and make our change the color. So there we go. The next is nav section, so actual sections. So for nav sections, what I'm going to do is give a margin bottom. So since everything is just smushed together, I need to separate them according to their nav sections. So I can do that by giving margin bottom. I can just give margin bottom around 24 pixels and should be good, because we also need to style all of the individual things. So yeah. So next is nav labels. So here are the labels, all of these, right? So what I can do here is just give nav label and do font size, give 11 pixels, font weight, give around 600. Also give a color of 999, a grayish color. Also do text transform, set that to uppercase. That will change the actual labels to uppercase, and do letter spacing to 0.5 pixels. Padding set to 0 and about 12 pixels. Margin bottom set to 8 pixels. And there we go. So that is for styling for the labels. So next thing what I need to do is add the nav item, right? What I can do is give display flex. I can also scroll down actually. Give display flex, align items. I can give center gap, set that to around 12 pixels, padding set to 12 pixels and 12 pixels. There we go. It's laid out nicely now. The next is color. I'm going to give a grayish color here. Give text decoration set to none, because it's underlined right now. That will change that. Border radius give around 10 pixels. And do transition all 0.3 seconds at ease. Also do font size 14 pixels. Margin bottom set to 4 pixels and set the cursor to pointer. Now, we already have, you have to understand each of these are kind of a button, so I still have to make hover effects for that. So I'm going to give a hover state for all of those selections. So for giving a hover state, I can change the background to something like this. Yep, pretty nice. Also change the color to this. There we go. So for active, I didn't set an active state. So here what I'm going to do actually is give this a active state. And here I can just do nav item active and background, linear gradient. I can still do 135 degrees and give our same. I can actually copy paste this. That works too. There we go. Now for the active state, the actual color does not work, so I'm going to change the color to white. That will match it like that. And also, it's not dark, so I can also increase the font weight by a little bit. And there we go. That is our active state. Now the last thing that we need to style is the icons. So all of these icons right here. I kind of forgot to change the icons for analytics, I think. So I'm just going to do that. Where is it? There we go. So next is nav item icons. So I can just select the icon tag, set the width to around 20 pixels. Text align set to center. Also do font font size set that to 1 rep. And there we go. That is our sidebar. Looks pretty nice. Now next thing that we need to make is the badge. So that is the notification thing right there. So here what I'm going to do is just do nav badge, set the margin left property to set that to auto. So that'll be all the way up to there. And also change the background since we have to actually match it. I'm just going to use one of our colors. It doesn't look great, I know, but I can fix that using, first I need to change the color to white, give it a slight padding, and that should fix it. So I can just do 2 pixels in 8 pixels. And next is putting a border radius. So let's say border radius is 10 pixels. And font size, I'm going to decrease it by 11 pixels. And font weight, set that to 600, so that's darker. So yeah, that looks nice there. So next is sidebar footer. So I'm just going to do sidebar footer. Margin top, set that to auto. Padding top, set that to 1.5 rem. And border top, set to 1 pixel, solid F0, F0, F0. And yeah. That looks like a good and neat nav bar. So let's move on to our main content. So at the main content is right after the nav bar. So that is right over here. So that is the assignments right here, right? There you go. So here I can just do main content, put a comment right here. I can just do main content. You can also use the main tag for this, as actually generally recommended, but I'm just not going to do that. Do top bar. It's basically the same thing. Both of these actually act like a container. One is just more semantic friendly. So yeah. So here what I'm going to do is do header and put the top bar here. So that is a header tag with a class of top bar. And what I'm going to do is make a div with I'm not going to give it a class since it doesn't have that much styling anyway, so I'm just going to put the styling right here. So this will be display flex, align items, set to center, and gap to 16 pixels. I'm just not gonna, make a headache by just making another class for this. Give a button of a class of mobile menu toggle. So yeah, so this will be a hamburger menu. So that will basically trigger the navbar when actually in the smaller screen sizes. I'm going to give an on click of toggle sidebar. So this is a function that we'll be making from JavaScript. So yeah, inside this button, I'm going to give a icon. So since we need a hamburger menu, what I'm going to do is just do FA solid and give FA bars. That will give me a hamburger menu, as you can see right there. And yeah, the next is search bar. So here I can just give a div called search bar and give an icon called class solid FA magnifying glass. There we go. That'll give me the search icon. You can also actually give FAS search. That'll still give me a search bar. Where is it? There you go. As you can see right there. So next is giving an input tag. What did I give another icon tag? So that's an input. So I'm just gonna cut all of that and put a placeholder of search. So again, the search bar will not work. It is just for the show, but it still looks clean to put it in the UI, right? So after this container, where it ends, there we go. We'll make a top actions. So here I'm just going to use another button, give it a class of icon button, put icon of FAS and use a bell. This will be a notification. I'm going to give a span saying, give it a class of notification badge. There we go. So the span tag will be the notification. So yeah. So let's say the notification is 1. We'll add 1 for now. Right? So next is another button. So this will be the profile button. So I'm just going to give a class of profile button. Give it a profile info. And inside this, give a profile name. Give Sarah Johnson. Give a random name. You can give whatever you want. This is a name that was suggested by ChatGPT, so letting you know. Do profile role. Let's say that's admin, since it's a dashboard. It's a sales dashboard, right? Also do profile avatar. Let's say that's SJ, since it's for Sarah Johnson, right? And yeah, that's pretty much it. So let me actually style the header first and we'll move on to other stuff. So here I'm gonna come into here and style it. So first is main content. So let's make a comment saying that main content starts from here. What I'm gonna do is just do main content and just do flex 1. Oops. Also do margin left, set that to 260 pixels. Display flex, also do flex directions set to column. There we go. So the next thing is top bar. So what I'm gonna do is do top bar. I see top bar. Yep. Let me just quickly drink water. Stay hydrated, everyone. Don't forget to drink your water. Let's go. Okay. Let's continue. What I'm gonna do is give background white. Wow, that water was something else. Very cold. So here padding will be 1 rem and 2 rem. I think it looks pretty nice. Right now at least it's not styled it. Okay, don't worry. Also give a display of flex. And here do justify content space between. And do align items set to center. Do box shadow set to 0, 1 pixels. Scroll down actually. Do 1 pixels, 3 pixels, and RGBA set that to same values. Position set that to sticky. And here I can just do top 0 and Z index set that to 100. And yeah. Okay. Why is there a big ass gap there? Okay, so I come here and put that there. So if I put position fix there, okay, that'll fix things. Okay, so I need to put that there, huh? Okay, so sidebar, put position fix. Apparently I forgot that. There we go. That will fix that. Now, for the other stuff, which is, what is the next thing? Actually, I can't tell. So this is top bar. After top bar is the search bar. So I can just do search bar, put display flex, and do align items set to center. Also do gap around 12 pixels. Also do background, set that to F5, F5, F5. And also do padding. Oops. Padding, set that to around 10 pixels and 16 pixels. Also do border radius, set that to 10 pixels. Width set to 400. Yep, that is for the container. So now for the actual input, you can just call the input tag from here. Put border none. And also do background none. Just like that. And also do outline, set that to none as well. Do flex 1. And do font size set to 14 pixels. Color, set that to that. There we go. Now for the input placeholder, what I can do is call the placeholder here and change the color to kind of a grayish color. There we go. Now for the icon, right? There we go. I'm not gonna do anything because it's already in place. So I'm not gonna do too much. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna call the icon tag and just change the color to the placeholder. There we go. Now for the top actions, do display flex. I do align item set to center and also do gap set to 1 rem. Just like that. Now for the individual icon button, what I'm going to do is just do icon button, set the width to around 40 pixels, height to around 40 pixels as well, border radius set to 10 pixels, background set to F5, F5, oops, F5, 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 and do border none, display flex, align item set to center, justify content set to center, and set the cursor to pointer, position set to relative, and also do a transition all 0.3 seconds at ease. Now for icon button hover, right? Change the background to something like E8, 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 and there we go. So now I need to style the icon. I'm going to select the icon tag, change the color to this gray color right here, change the font size to 18 pixels. Now one thing I'm noticing is it's not changing for that, so did I mess up somewhere? Oh, it has different. Okay, there we go. That makes sense. Now for the notification badge. Did I spell that correctly? I think I did. So for notification badge, it will kind of be our main theme, so it will be orange. So first I need to position it absolute. The reason why I set it to position relative is because I could do this, right? So it will be positioned relatively with its parent element. So here I can just do top 8 pixels, do right 8 pixels, and also do height 8 pixels. And give it a background of our orange color. Probably this one right here. and set a border radius to around 50%. There we go. And set the border to solid white. Doesn't look great with that. What did I do? Okay, I didn't, just fine. But before that, I'm just gonna cut that. I don't know why I put one there. 2 pixels. And there we go. Okay. What I can do actually is put this. Probably put dot. Yeah, there we go. It kind of looks nice. But we'll fix it probably. There we go. I'm not gonna put anything here. Okay, what is happening here? There we go. So the reason it's not working, the notification is not showing, is I forgot to put width. There we go. So next is the profile button. So I'm just gonna quickly select that. And here do display flex, align items, set to center, gap, set that to 12 pixels, padding, set that to around 6 pixels, 6 pixels, 6 pixels, and 12 pixels. Set the background to our same color like that. Change the border radius to around 10 pixels. I don't like the border, so I'm just gonna remove the border. And also do cursor, set that to pointer. And do transition all 0.3 seconds at ease. Now for the hover state. So this is for the button, so I also need to give a hover state for that. Give hover. I'm just gonna change the background to probably this, I guess. Yeah, fair enough. Now for the profile, right? I'm just gonna do profile info. Do text align, set that to right. Now next I can just do profile name. And here I can just give 14 the font size and do font weight 600, do color, set that to that. Now for the profile role, which is the admin text right there, change the font size to 12 pixels and set the color to gray. And for avatar, I can just change the width to around 36 pixels, height to around 36 pixels right there, and also set the border radius to around 8 pixels and give a linear gradient. So I can just type, search for this gradient right here and come down here, paste that there. There we go. And here I can just do display flex. What is the issue there? Oh, never mind. Wait. So I can need to give the background. I don't know why my brain stopped working for a second there. Okay, finally. You have display flex, align items, set to center, justify content, set to center. And at last give color to white, font weight, increase the boldness, and also do font size 14 pixels. So that is the nav bar. Finally, we're finished with the nav bar. We'll style the hamburger menu later. It's basically the same thing anyways. We'll just change the color to, we'll put some padding, remove the background, change the background color, remove the border, and all of that stuff. But it should be relatively fine. We'll do it at the end. For now, we'll move on to the dashboard content, right? So moving on, I'm gonna do that. Moving on to next content is the dashboard. So what I'm gonna do here is after the header tag, right? I'm gonna actually start the dashboard. Now, dashboard has a lot of stuff. So I'm just gonna do dashboard content. I'm just gonna call that and give a class of dashboard and give a metrics cards. So this is all of our cards. Here I'm just gonna give metrics card, give it a class like that. But since we need a grid for that because these are cards, so I'm just gonna do that. So this will be the grid. And inside it, there will be a bunch of cards. The first metric card, I'm gonna make it right here and do metric header. So this will be header. Let's say the first one says active sales. I'm gonna scroll down actually. And just to give an icon tag also actually, and just let's say we'll say class FE. We'll do solid and do circle info. There we go, just like that. The next is the value. So I'm just gonna make a div called metric value. Do 24 and 064. So next is the another value. So this will be the kind of a comparison thing. I can just change this. I can just put the metric change, and let's say this is positive. There will be two of these, right? Either they'll be positive or they'll be negative. It'll just change the color based on that. Let's say that's positive. That means there are profitable sales. Apparently, that what actually it means. Let's say versus last month. So do that. Put a icon tag with a class of FE solid arrow up. And let's say that says 12%. There we go. So next is metric icon. Here, basically give a div called metric icon. Do bar chart icon. So this will be a small bar graph that we can put right here. So I can just basically give another bunch of divs which specific height. Let's say that is the bar, and let's say the style for this. The main difference here will be height. Let's say the first one is 35 pixels. I'm just gonna paste this 3 times, change that to 4, and then let's say the last one is 40. There we go. So that is everything, right? So after the metric icon, what I can do is let's give a anchor tag that will say see details. That will lead to somewhere. Here I can just do details. And give a icon tag. And just do FAS solid FA arrow not up. Right. There we go. And that is our first card. So we'll be making a bunch of these cards and we'll just put them in the grid. Now let's style the first card actually. So what I'm going to do here is this is the card, this is the grid. So let's go ahead to the style.css and style our first card. So overall, before we do that, we need to style the containers first. Let's say I'm just going to give a dashboard content, give it a that. I'm just going to call the dashboard, give padding 2rem. Next is just going to give metrics grid, make display grid, do grid template columns, and do repeat auto fit min max and set to 250 pixels per fraction. Put the gap to around 20 pixels and do margin bottom set to 20 pixels as well. So this is for the grid, right? Now next is the cards. So I'm just gonna do metric card. Now I think I misspelled it. I didn't misspell it. Nice, good of me, I guess. Change the background to white. Set the border radius to 1 rem. Also do padding to around 24 pixels. Position set to relative and do box shadow set to 0, 1 pixels, 3 pixels, and RGBA set to that. Now there we go. So this is the container. Now for style the actual thing, I'm just gonna do metric header here. Do display flex, align item set to center. You guys can now see this. I'm just gonna scroll down. Set the gap to 8 pixels. Also set the margin bottom to 12 pixels. So here what I'm going to do is set the color. So here I can just change the color to gray color right here and change the font size to about 14 pixels. And there we go. So that is for the header. I'm just going to call the next I can just call the metric header icon. That is this icon, the active eye. I can just change the font size to 12, make it even smaller, and change the color to gray actually. So next is the metric value. So this is this right here. So for that, I can just give a value of font size, set that to 32 pixels, font weight set to 600, and change the margin bottom to around 8 pixels, and change the color to that. There we go. Now next is metric change. So I can just do metric change. Set the display to flex. Align item set to center. Gap set to 6 pixels. Font size set to 13 pixels. And set the color to that, just like that. Now, as I said, I gave another class to this class list saying positive, right? Now what I can do here is give it two values, either a positive styling, which will set the color to a greenish color. I can just do 10B981, that's a greenish color code, just like that, or I can give it a negative. So depends on which we are using, it will change the color to that. So for negative, I'm just going to use a red color code, and there we go. So if we give a negative to this, they will change the color to red. Pretty cool, just like that. Now next is metric icon, right? What I can do is copy one of these, change that to icon, put the position to absolute, and give a right to right 24 pixels, top 50%, and do transform translate y to, let's say, minus 50%, and opacity set to 0.9. So this is the icon, right? So for the icon, what I'm going to do here is, so for the bar chart, right, which is the chart, gonna make it display flex, gonna give a gap of around 3 pixels, align items, set it to flex in, so they'll be right around there at the end. And for the bar, I can just do width 12 pixels, change the background to our signature color, so this right here, like that, and give a border radius of around 4 pixels. like that. So that is a bar graph icon. The next is chart. I can just set the width to around 50 pixels, height to around 50 pixels as well. And yeah, that should be fine. So after all of this, what you can do is go ahead and make another card. So for the next card, what I can do is probably just copy paste similar things that is in this card. So I can just probably no, okay, I think I copy pasted the whole thing, which again I'm not supposed to do. Just like that, and there you go. I'm gonna paste it right there. Obviously it will not be like exactly the same because again it will not make sense. Now, since this position is fixed, it will be like this, but once we make it responsive, it should not be like this. Okay. It looks kind of funny, to be honest, because the position of this is fixed, so yeah. And it has a higher z-index. But whatever. Okay, so the second metric card. So what I'm going to do here is give it a header of product revenue. Let's save that, just like that. Now for the revenue, I'm just gonna do 15,490. That is the value that I have, so I'm just gonna put that there. I'm just gonna use the first last menu versus last month, but I'm gonna change this to these arrow up. Yeah, the same thing. I'm gonna change the value, so 9% probably. You can put it whatever you want, or the data will come from backend anyways. So this is just dummy data, right? Next is what I can do is right here I can give a icon. So for icon, I'm not gonna make it like I did for the bar graphs. I have an SVG tag or SVG which I can just use. So I'm just gonna do just that, right? There we go. And just probably do for my document just like that. And this will still have the same metric icon. So yeah, so let's style this first. I'm gonna make another metric card actually because it's still the almost same thing anyways. Just gonna quickly do that. Make another metric card. So this card will be product sold. I'm just gonna do product sold. I'll have the same thing, different values. So this will be 2,355. These are all dummy values again, as I said. Let's say the thing is 7%. Now for metric icon, this will not have a metric icon. Sorry. This will not have the thing. So here what I can do is to change. Now for icon, I can make a gauze icon. So to do that, I'm just going to cut the SVG file that I have here and basically make a gauge icon. I'm just going to do that in CSS, but I'm still going to make the structure here. Do gauge background and just do gauge fill. There we go. And this is still the same C details that we have here. So yeah, so I can just format the document just like that. So let's make for these first. So yeah. So coming back to our Salda CSS, what I can do here is style the SVG first. So I'm just gonna do line.chart SVG. So I can come down here. I give a class saying line chart SVG. So I can just give width 50 pixels, height 50 pixels, right? There we go. The line just shows up. Now for the gauge icon, I can just do width set that to 50 pixels, and height set that to 50 pixels as well. Now position, I'm gonna set the relative. Now to style the actual thing, so I can make the background now. Again, if you're just saying you cheated by just adding SVG, the link will be in the video description. Okay, so if you want the source code, don't like grab my neck. I said it will be in the description. So moving on to the gauge icon. So I made a structure here for that, right? So I have already styled the main container and just all the background. So for that, I'm just gonna set the width to around 50 pixels, height to around 25 pixels. Come down actually. And give a border of 5 pixels solid F0, F0, F0. Give a border bottom of none. And border radius of really too much, so that will be 50 pixels, 50 pixels, 0 and 0. I was kind of do border radius, my bad. So that is a semicircle, that makes a semicircle. And give a position set to relative. So I'm gonna make the fill now. Now to make the fill, what I'm gonna do is do fill and set the width to 50 pixels, the same thing. Height, set that to say 25 pixels again, and do the same thing, but this time instead of making the, I'm going to change the color. So the color will be our signature color, not this one. This one right here. So I need to give the same parameter as I have for the background. So this will still have non-border bottom and similar thing. It will not have relative again. Like that, that is the fill. Position set to absolute and do top and scroll down. Top 0 and left 0. And do clip path. So I'm just gonna do polygon 0, 0, and do 80% 0. And I can just probably copy paste this here and also do copy and paste that there, right there. So that will be for 100%, and that will be for the 0 and 100%, just like that. Looks pretty alright, I think. I should leave it like that. I think it should be fine. So for the last card, for the last metric card at least, what I'm gonna do is probably just copy one of these actually. Where is it? The bar graph I made, right? The first one I'm just gonna copy because it also has bar graph, but it's like a mini bar graph. So yeah, I'm just gonna do it there. I'll give another thing. Give the appropriate values. So that is conversion rate, let's say. Since it will be values, I'm just going to change that to 12.5%. And here versus last month, I'm just gonna give it a negative. So I'm just gonna do negative. Let's say give it 2%. And yeah, that is for the values. For the icon, since this is a bar graph icon, I need to change that. So I'm just gonna do mini bars. And here I can just give the mini bar class just like that. It'll have a height. So let's say that that's 30%. We'll have 4 of these, actually 5 of these. The second one is, let's say 40 pixel. Let's say that says 25 pixels. The fourth one is, let's say 45 again, and just do 20 for that. So that is pretty much it. So let's go ahead and style it. Now, after the gauze fill, I'm gonna make a mini bars because most of the things are already styled. The only thing I have to style is the icon. So I'm just gonna do display flex and do gap set to 2 pixels. Scroll down actually and do mini bar. That is the actual bars. Set the width to 8 pixels and set the background to linear gradient to top and use our colors. So that is this and that. There we go. I forgot to do flex. Align items flex end here. Like that. And here what I can do is give a border radius of around 2 pixels. So it doesn't look great, it's stacked on top of one another. That means I messed up somewhere here. That is exactly right there. There we go. So that is our icon. So yeah, that is pretty nice. So what I'm gonna do actually is I can also style these C details. Actually I can just style these C details later. I'm gonna make the other structures first because these on the menu bar and these are I can just do later. So yeah. So that is it for this grid. So yeah, this looks pretty nice. So I'm just gonna move on to another grid. So this is first grid, right? What was the name of this grid? Metrics grid, I think. Yeah, metrics grid. After all of that, right? After all of that, so this is grid, this is grid. So after all of that, what I can do is basically just start making another grid. So this will be a content grid. So I'm just gonna do main content. So this will basically have a lot of flashy graphs. So yeah, and the obviously the content. So I'm just gonna do grid, make that a comment, push that there. It's still not responsive. We have to make it responsive, but we'll do it later because media queries comes at last anyways. So next is content grid. I'm just gonna make a div called content grid, and inside this I'm just gonna make a card. So the first card will have a card header and also give a inside this I'm just gonna give a sales performance content also with a class of FAS solid do circle info, the same thing. And next is the score gauge. So this will be the actual thing. So here I have an SVG that I can just use. So I'm just gonna do that. Again, if you want the SVG, it will be down in the description. The source code will be down in the description box below. So yeah, I'm not gonna type all of that because it's the SVG file anyways, right? So I'm just gonna copy paste it. But yeah, I have given a class of glass arc to actually style it, and yeah. So for this, what I can do is just give a thing. So I can just do style. Sorry, I can just give a class here. I don't need this. So this div will have the content. So I'm just gonna do span. Let's say that's score value. Copy paste that twice. Let's say the second one is badge. The third one is label. So let's say the content for these is 82 plus 1 and of 100 points. Right? And here what I can do is, so after all of this, the SVG file is taking a lot of space here, which I don't like actually. So after this div, I have to make another div for the team message. So this will basically be a message that has some text, right? I'm just gonna do team message. There'll be a message. Now for message, I have a text right here that I chat GPT'd, so you can read it right here. It's right there. Okay. And also do a paragraph tag. Again, this is ChatGPT paragraph tag content. So there we go. If you want to read that out, it will be right here. The team is performing well above average, meeting and exceeding targets in several areas. Well, that seems about right, right? Next is anchor tag. So this is another a class. So I'm just gonna give it a button link with improve your score. I'm gonna give a icon tag saying FA solid with FA arrow right, just like that. So this is one card, right? This is one card. So I'm just gonna style it first, and then we'll move on to other cards. So we still have other cards. So yeah, we have a bunch of grids that we need to make. We'll make it one by one, and yeah. So here I can just do mini bar. I can do content grid like that, do display grid, and do grid template column, set that to 1 fraction and 2 fraction, give it gap of 20 pixels, and do margin bottom, set that to 20 pixels as well. So next is card. So I'm just gonna set the background to white, border radius to 2rem, and set the padding to about 24 pixels. Box shadow set to 0, 1 pixels, 3 pixels, and RGBA value to this right here. There we go. Okay, so yep. The next is the card header. I'm just gonna do card header here with display flex. Align item, set that to center. Gap, set that to about 8 pixels. And also give a margin bottom to around 20 pixels. There we go. And set the color to that. Font size set to 15 pixels. And font weight set to 500. And do card header I. Font size set that to 12 pixels and set the color to that. Now for the gauge, I can just give container position set to relative and set the width to 200 pixels. Also set the height to 120 pixels. Now for the gauge arc, I can set the width to 200 pixels, set the height to 100 pixels. There we go. Now for the values, right? So for value, font size set to 48 pixels, and font weight set to 600, and color set that to that. So next is score badge. Change the background to our green color, right? And set the color to white. Also do padding to 2 pixels and 8 pixels. Change the border radius to 12 pixels, font size to 14 pixels, and do margin left to around 8 pixels. Okay. Okay. So next is core label, which is this thing right here. Now to do this, I can just set the color to gray because it's not that important. So I can just set the 14 pixels and also give a margin top of 8 pixels. There we go. Next is the team message, right? I can give a select the DOM first. So team message, give a background color of FFFBEB and of a lightish yellow. Give a border left. I'm gonna scroll down and do 3 pixels solid FBB F24. That is a darker yellow, and give a padding of 1 rem, border radius of 8 pixels, and also give margin to 20 pixels 0. Just like that. Now for the actual message, change the color to that and change the font size to 15 pixels. Change the margin bottom to around 8 pixels. Now for the paragraph tag, color, set that to gray. Font size, decrease that. And change the line height to around 1.5. And there we go. Now for the button link, which is link right here. When I do this, I can just do button link, do display inline flex, and do align item center. Gap set to 8 pixels. Color, set that to that. Text decoration set to none. Font size set to 14 pixels. And font weight set to 500. There we go. Now for a hover effect, I can just change the color to our orange color. So it will look something like this. Since it's instant, I can also add a transition, all 0.3 seconds at ease. This will add a transition. Yep, that should be pretty much it. Okay, so yeah, so next is the another card. So this is first card, right? So after this we make another card. Let's quickly do that. So this is an analytics card. So I'm just going to do analytics card. Just like that. So here I can make a card. Give me a second, guys. I need to drink water again. So here I'm just gonna make a card again and also make a div. Make a div with a style. So I'm just gonna give it style here. I'm gonna scroll down actually and just do display flex and do justify content space between and do align items to center. So it looks something like this. I need to add a header here. I can just go here, add a card header. So I'm just gonna do card header and do analytics. Just like that. And also add the class solid FA circle info. So there we go. And right. So next is chart controls. I can just give a chart controls and make a button. We'll have a class of button. And here I can just give a icon tag saying FA solid, FA filter. This will give me a filter icon. There we go. And I can just put a filter saying just like that. And there we go. So I can just now copy, paste this twice. So this thing, I can just put last year, right? And here I can change this to a chevron down button. Just do chevron down and remove the filter text like that. And the last one will be just a icon, so I can just change that to expand. There we go. So again, these will not work because we don't have JavaScript involved in this. So this will just be for the show, but it's nice to know how to make it anyways, right? Next is actual chart. So we'll be building a analytic chart here. So to do that, this will be a bar graph, if you're wondering. So I'm just gonna do analytics chart here and give what did I do? The thing I was supposed to do was make a div, but okay. Here I can just do chart bar. So this will basically contain all of the bar. I can do chart bar and put a span tag saying chart label. Let's say the first one is Jan. So here, what I can do is give the bars a style, obviously, and this style will be the height. So all of them will have their own heights. Let's say the first one is 15%. Now I can just need to copy paste this bunch of times, like a bunch of times. So let's say we paste another. And after around 5, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I can put a active bar graph here. Let's say that's active, and let's say that's 85%. It'll be kind of a label. And inside this, with adding a label, I'm also going to do chart tooltip and give make a div called June 2024, paste that 2 times. Let's say the second is revenue, and the revenue is around this much, right? Next is conversion rate. So I can just do that. Let's say that's 6.7%. 6.7, guys. So we have how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We need 6 more, so I'm just gonna copy paste this and add 6 more. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? So that's for all the way until December. So we need different we need to change the height. So let's say this one is 20 pixels and this one is February, and the height, the third one, is 25. This is March, this one's April, and that has, let's say, 18 pixels. The fourth one is what comes after April. That's May. I definitely knew that, obviously. Yep. And after that is the thing. So let's say that the height I've already put it. I will have active height 85%, and there we go. So next is what I can do is basically, did I put this? Yes, so Jan. So that's May. That's June. Next is July. Let's say the height is around 12%. And July, after July, it comes August. August, let's say that's 16%. You can put, basically whatever you want. It's just random dummy data anyways. Next is September. Next is October. And let's say that's 14%. And the last one, let's say that's 25%. Did I mess up the thing? January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November. Let's say that's 17%. Nope. And the last one, it will be December with basically the, let's say 21%. So that is all of our thing. Now to make the grid, what I'm going to do is come down here and start making our grid, right? So first we have to style the chart control. So I'm just going to do chart controls, do display flex, gap, set that to 12 pixels, justify content, flex end, align items, set that to center, margin bottom set to 20 pixels. Right? Next is BTN. What I can do is just do padding, 8 pixels and 16 pixels. I can also do 0.5 rem and 1 rem. It's the same thing. And give border of 1 pixel, solid, E5, E5, and E5. Change the background to white. Change the border radius to 8 pixels. And do font size to 14 pixels. Cursor set to pointer. Display flags, align items set to center, gap set to 6 pixels. And with that, our thing is styled. Now we need to make a hover effect for this. Just like that. I'm also going to do this so it looks kind of nice and not terrible. If I do this, it does look pretty nice on a full screen board because, yeah, you know. Okay, for the button, I'm just going to change the background to F9, 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 so nothing too fancy, just like that. And analytics, I can just do analytics chart. Now to style the actual chart, give a height of 350 pixels, set the position to relative, and do margin top 20 pixels. Now to style the chart bars, what I'm going to do is do chart bars, do display flex, and do align item set to flex end, and do justify content space around, and do height, set that to 300 pixels, set the padding to around 20 pixels and 0, and do position to relative. Now there we go. Right, now to set a bar, since they all have different, bars, I'm just gonna give a width of 60 pixels each. I'm also gonna give a background of repeating linear gradient, right? I didn't give a value, so this will be 45 degrees. F0, F0, F0. Now I need this a bunch of times, so I'm just gonna copy paste that. Do that, not actually. So let's say that's 10 pixels. Next is E88, E8. Let's say that's 10 pixels as well. And at last I can just copy and paste it there. And the last one is about 20 pixels. So that is how it will be doing. So that's the stripes pattern you can make. Here I can just do border radius, set that to 30 pixels, 30 pixels, 0, 0. That'll basically make them kind of round. The next thing is put a position set to relative and transition all 0.3 seconds at ease. So that is all of our things, the bar graph that we have. Now to put the bar graph, right? So here what I'm going to do is make the active state. So we did have the active state right here, right? Just going to put that there. Have a active and do background what I can do is just do two top, so we can just copy paste this linear gradient, come down here, paste that there. There we go. Now for the tooltip, which is this text right here. Now to make it, what I can do is I can just do here, do chart, tooltip, and do position set to absolute, top negative 60 pixels, left set that to 50%, and do transform translate at y negative 50%, set the background to this right here, set the color to white, set the padding to 12 pixels and 16 pixels. Also do border radius set to 8 pixels and do font size set to 13 pixels. And also do white space to no wrap. And do opacity set that to 0. And pointer events set to none. Now, if the active chart like chart, right? So we can just do get that, which is the active state. We'll just change the tooltip to opacity to 1, just like that. Now for the chart label, right now it's all over the place. So I can just do chart label set to positioned absolute. Bottom set that to negative 25 pixels, just like that. There we go. And here I can just do transform translate to x, since it's x-axis, right? And to make it middle, I can just do negative 50%, just like that. And do color, give them like that, and do font size set to 13 pixels. And yeah, that just like that, it should be fine. The reason it's not working is I forgot to give it a left, so with that it should be right in the middle, just like that. The one thing here that's bothering me is this tooltip right here that we created is not aligned properly. So, oh, I see why it's just not aligned properly. There we go. The responsiveness is kind of weird, but yeah. Okay, finally, it's aligned. So that is our bar graph. So it looks pretty nice. So I'm just gonna leave it till there. So let's move on to another grid, right? So this time I'm just gonna come down here. And there we go. So I need to the card. So since we have all of this, we put on the main content, we finished the content grid. I'm going to come down here and here. There we go. Just going to format the document. Where is it? Content grid. I'm just going to come down here. So next is bottom grid, which is a grid at the bottom, which will have a pie chart and yeah, and heat map. So right, so we have to make that. So to do that, what I'm going to do is basically the same thing. I can just give a bottom grid, and here I'm just going to do card again, same thing. It needs a card header. I can just copy paste it actually. I'm not going to like you know, for this, so I can just give a card header here, just like that. Make it the same HTML structure, and just change the content to like visit by time, same thing. right here. And now we'll start the heat map. So I'm just gonna do heat map. If you don't know what's heat map grid, you can just Google heat map grid. Heat map graph, sorry. It is something like this. Right? There are a bunch of icons in like how much the thing is. So yeah. So we'll be making that here. I'm gonna show you in the I already have the thing opened right here. So this is what we'll be building. Right? Looks pretty nice. Let's go ahead and do it. So to do that, what I'm going to do is we need bunch of a lot of containers. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to do heat map grid. So we need to make the grid first. And inside this, I'm going to make a div. And next thing I need to do is make a lot of things. So here, what I'm going to do is make a div, right, with a styling. I'm going to scroll down with a styling of text align center, colors, set that to 999 and do font size set to 12 pixels. And the first one is Monday. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy paste from Monday to Sunday because it's the same thing but different content, and I don't want to just put all of that, so I'm just going to copy paste. Right, I'm just going to format document. So what I did here is it's the same thing, right, but different content. So it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So yeah, I don't want to type all of that, so that's why I didn't do it. So it's misaligned, and to fix that, what I can do, it hit Shift Tab a bunch of times. There we go. It's aligned now, just like that. I can just do another label, so I can do heat map label. Let's say label is 12 a.m. to 8 a.m. Right, put a space right there. So here I can just give a div called class heat map shell. All of them will have heat map shell. So I need to make like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think 7 should be enough. And give a difference. So we have to give, you saw all of those called bunch of colors. Now those colors will be controlled from here. So is it medium? Empty will be none, right? Or low, we can do that, or low again. We can put a bunch of values right there, just like that. We can also give a low, and let's say the last one is empty. And right, so this is one heat map label, right? We have to make it for another. So for that, what I'm going to do is just copy this and paste it again and paste it again. Let's say we make 3 of these. The second one, let's say, is from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Just like that. Now you have to just change that. Let's say that is high. That is low. Let's say we make high again. We can do medium. We can do low again. We can do medium. And we can again do high. And let's say the last one is 4 p.m. So 4 p.m. to 12 a.m. Right? So I can just change that to, let's say, low, medium, empty, empty again, let's say. Let's do very high. So next is empty. And let's say that's the medium. So that is our heat map. All of that, right? The next is heat map legend. So this will be the legend for that. So let's say that is, how much is the legend scale. So here what I'm going to do is just do heat map legend, make a legend for that. Let's say span, make that 0, and do legend scale, and make a legend box with a style, with the style of background. Let's say the first one is FED and 77. So we'll just change that. We can just copy paste it a bunch of times. Since we have low, we have very low, right? We have very low. We have low, medium, high, and very high. That's 4 of these. So we'll just do that. So second color is FC8181. There it is, F56565. And the fourth one is E5 3E and 3E again. That is, yeah, it progressively becomes more and more darker, which again should be the theme, right? Let's say that just says 10,000 plus, so random text right there. So right now it looks something like this. We have to style it, and after that we are left with one last graph, that is the pie chart, and then we are done, right? So let's quickly finish this thing. So we were at the shorts label here, so we have to start styling our bottom grid. What I'm gonna do is come down here and do bottom grid, and do display grid here. Do grid template columns, 1 fraction and 1 fraction, right? Because 1 fraction is for the heat map grid and second fraction is for the pie chart. And set the gap to around 20 pixels, okay? We'll put the heat map, so I'm just gonna do margin top, set that to 20 pixels. Now for the heat map grid, what I'm gonna do is to display it as a grid. And here I can just do grid template columns, 80 pixels, repeat 7 per fraction. So it will look something like this, right? And gap set to 8 pixels, and do font size, decrease the font size by around 3 pixels, because by default it's 16 pixels. And do heat map label, display flex, align items, set that to center, and color, set that to that, and font size set to 12 pixels, right? Now for the actual shell, which is all of those, right? All of the individual shells. Now to style that, I can just do heat map shell. We'll preserve the aspect ratio by 2:1. Border radius, do 20 pixels, and do transition all 0.3 seconds at ease. Now for heat map shell dot empty, I can change the background to F9, 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 like that, and do heat map shell dot low. Change the background. So default was F9, F9, F9. The low is this, right? That is low. I can just copy paste it. So that's low, that's medium. So for medium, we have this color code. Next one was what? Okay, so there we go. That is high. You can just copy paste that, and the last one is very high, and I can paste that there. So that is our heat map graph, right? Looks pretty nice, and I can just do heat map legend, do display flex, and here do align item set to center and do gap set to 8 pixels, margin top 1 rem, and do font size 12 pixels, and color set that to gray, just like that. Now we have to put the legend scale because we did make the legends. Now we have to style them. What I'm going to do here is do legend scale, do display flex, do gap 4 pixels. And we have to make the box, we have to give it a width. So I'm just going to do width 1 rem and also height 1 rem. Right? That is the width. I can also give a border radius about 4 pixels, just like that. And there we go. So yeah. So next is what I can do is we have to make the last graph of the dashboard, and that is our pie chart. Now to make the pie chart, what I can do, oops, okay, I'm not supposed to happen, there we go. Now to make the pie chart, what I can do is come up here first, right? See where this thing ends first. So this is one card. I have to make another card. So here I can just do another card. I can make a card header. So this thing will say total visits. So this will basically say the frequency on how many sales happened and how many visitors actually came. Solid, I can also do circle info just like that. So that is the, common title for all of the dashboard on our entire cards, right? And next is visit content. I'm going to make a visits content div with basically another saying total visits. And inside this, I'm going to make a div called total number that says 191,886. Here I can just make total change and versus last month and do FAS solid FA arrow up, just like that. And there we go. After the total visits container, what I can do is we can make a so what I can do here is basically just do div, which will basically div with a style. I'm going to give the style tag here, style tag, the style attribute, and just do display flex, align item set to center, and do gap set to about 40 pixels for my document, just like that. Here I can just give my thing, let's say we can also give visit stats, and also give it a style of flex1. And we'll inside this we'll have multiple stat icons. So this will basically give you a kind of a stat of like overall thing, right? Here we have 2 stat items, so I can just do stat item. Inside this, give a stat label, so this will be the label for that. And this will basically give a span with a stat dot and mobile. And let's say this says a mobile, right? So what I can do is that, and after this I can give a stat value, So the value, let's say, is 115132. This is one stat item, so I can just copy and paste it there. And here I will have a different value. So let's say that's website. So that was for mobile and that's for website. And for website, you can just give these are just basically dummy data, right? Let's say that's 76,754. So that is the value for that. And after that, this thing is done. So I'm just gonna format the document really quick, just like that. And that is it, right? So the next thing what I can do is after finishing this, right? What I can do here is where's the visit stats? There we go. So after the visit stats, I can actually start making my our pie chart. So our pie chart will be just a value here. So the value here are just, you know, it's an SVG. So I'm just gonna copy paste it right here. Again, if you want the source code for this, then it will be down in the description box below. And yeah, with that said, I think we are done. So we are done with our HTML. Let's go ahead and CSS and style it. So for this, I need to first style the visits content div, right? So here what I can do is just do margin top 20 pixels, just like that. And here I can just do visit stats and just do display flex. I can actually do something like this. And do here, I can just give a gap of 40 pixels and margin bottom, scroll down, margin bottom of 1.5 rem. Next is the stat item. I can just do flex 1, just like that. Wait, give me a second. Here what I can do is probably I can actually forgot to give a content here, even though it's kind of not important, but it's still kind of important. So I kind of forgot to give, whether that's 8.5%, the content right over here. Okay, let's continue. So after stat item is the stat label. Make them display flex. And also do align items center, and also do gap 8 pixels. Color, set that to that, scroll down again. And also do font size, set that to 13 pixels. Also do margin bottom to 8 pixels. There we go. Right. So these are all of these. Now, what I can do is, I kind of forgot what I was doing. Okay, after the stat label, I can just make the stat dot. Width, set that to 8 pixels. Height, set that to 8 pixels. And border radius, set to 50%. And it should be there. Right, now we need to make, now it's there, but we still need to give it a color to actually, you know, make it see. Now if you remember correctly, we gave two values here, that is mobile and website, right? Now I want a different color for each of them, so I'll select the mobile first, give a color, and then we'll select the thing. So I'm just going to change the background color to mobile, let's say to our signature signature orange color. So here I need the signature orange color. There we go. That is for the mobile, and I can just do the same for website. Let's spell that website. There we go, and change that to FED77. There we go. And right now for stat value, what I can do is give font size 1.5 rem and do font weight 600 and do color, set that to that. Okay, so now for the dough chart, right, what I can do, donut chart, so I can just select that, set the width to 200, height to 200. That will make up that thing pop up, and do position set to relative, and do margin to 0 and auto. And yeah, that is pretty much it. Okay. Okay, so after donut chart is the total visits. I can do total visits. I can do text align, set that to center. Just like that. Change the margin bottom to 20 pixels. Right, it's right there. Now for the total number, I can just call the total number here, set that to font size 36 pixels, or you can also do 3 rem and do font weight 600. Or you can also do, I think it's too big, so I can just set that to 36 pixels. I'm calculating if the thing is 36. No, it will be 38, I think. Or no, 42. Okay, it's fine. Font weight is 600. And do color, set that to that color. Next, what we can do is the total change, right? Total change, set that to color. Let's say that's green. And do font size 13 pixels and decrease a little bit, and do margin top 4 pixels. Now for last, if you remember, we haven't styled our C details anchor tag, so I'm just going to quickly do that. So that's C details. We'll do display inline flex and do align items set to center, gap set to 8 pixels, color set that to that, text decoration set that to none, and font size set to 14 pixels. Font weight set to 500 and do margin top set to 1 rem. And yeah, with that said, we are done. We have to make a quick little hover effect for that, which should be pretty straightforward. We'll just change the color to our signature orange color. We can also add transition, I guess. We can also add a transition. All 0.3 seconds at ease. It will be much more clear, and yeah. Okay, so right. The last thing we have to style is the menu toggle. I'll just do while menu toggle. Do display none initially, but I'm just going to comment that out for now. Right. And do width, set that to around 40 pixels. Height, set that to 40 pixels as well. Set the height, set the background to F5, F5, F5. Border none. Border radius 10 pixels. Cursor set to pointer. Align items, center, and justify content center. Now, right now it doesn't work like that because it's thing, but once we do it that way, it will just make it flex and it will just be that. So for now, we'll just make it disappear just like that. And yeah, so right there. So after all that, we just need to make some responsiveness. So let's do media queries and then we are done. So the first screen will do it for max width, let's say 1024 pixels, which is the standard. We'll just make the content grid do one fraction. So just like that. And there we go. The next thing you have to do is the bottom grid. We'll make the bottom grid do one fraction as well. Oops. One fraction. And the last one we can do, okay, is the search bar. So here I can just do search bar, set the width to 300 pixels. They haven't hit 1000, so as you can see, it is one fraction, right? And yeah, content grid. Okay. So the next thing I can do is for the 768. So I can just copy paste that there, which will be for 768 pixels. So when we hit the 768 pixels, what we can do here is call the sidebar and just to transform translate to x minus negative 100, just like that. So we'll just do that. That'll make the thing disappear. We'll do transition. We'll add a transition here saying transition all 0.3 seconds at e. I can actually do just transform since we only need it for transform. We'll do ease and average z index of 1000, right? Now, when the sidebar is active, we'll use an active state and we'll just put the transform translate to 0 to x, right? Now there is space here. To remove that space, what I can do is just do main content margin left 0, and that will basically get rid of the margin. Right. Now one thing I need to add is the menu toggle. Right now it's display none, as you can see. I need to get that. We can add it somewhere around here saying display flex. Oops, just like that. The next thing what I can do is we can add the metrics grid. I don't need to do this. I'll just do that and do metrics grid, and here I can just do grid template column one fraction. So right now it's on one fraction, just like that. There we go. And I don't need search bar right now, so I'm just also going to remove the search bar to display none. What did I instinctively just clicked there. I just forgot it didn't work. Top bar and set that to about padding. Set that to 1 rem, 1 rem, and 1.5 rem. There we go. And last, I can also do profile info. I can just do display none. And yeah, with that, I will just say that. And there we go, guys. It is responsive. Now, one thing I need to make is that, and I should figure out why this thing is not working. So I need to figure out that. So these are dots. So I'm just going to find the dot. Let me just put this right. I think I messed up something in here. Okay. Yeah, 8 pixels. Okay, so I need to figure out somewhere around here, right? Okay, that makes sense. So I was supposed to put right there. So the thing happening is this gap 8 pixels is not working since this is just a single HTML element inside the stats label. So with that, it should be fixed. There we go. So everything is, I think, right there. Now we only need to add a JavaScript. So again, this will not be a big JavaScript. The only thing it will do is just trigger the hamburger menu, and that's pretty much it. So I'm gonna make a function. If you remember, we made a toggle sidebar function. I mean, we didn't make, but we assumed there would be. So I'm just gonna copy that and paste that there. So here I'm gonna get the DOM first, so that is sidebar. To get that, I can just do document.getElementById and do sidebar, and just do sidebar.classlist.toggle. We can just toggle a active. We'll basically toggle between that. There we go. Now, after we toggle between that, we also need a thing that will basically close it, right? I'm gonna refresh it to actually close it for now. And to do this, what I can do is just do document.addEventListener will listen to a click. Where, you may ask, right? Make a function. We'll get the event of that. Now this will basically get, we'll need a sidebar, so I'm just gonna copy this again, and we'll get toggle document dot query selector will select the mobile menu toggle. So we have these two DOMs. So we'll make an if statement saying if the window dot inner width, so this is double check, is less than or equals to 768. That means this width right here is 768, and the sidebar is, we'll do contains event dot target, and we'll also, where is it? And we'll do toggle contains. I can just copy paste this. Bring that. We'll do toggle contains that. We'll do another and do sidebar dot class list dot contains active. Where is it? My document. Oh, okay, so we haven't made that statement. Now we should format the document. We checked if the window is less than 768, and sidebar contains the event to the target, right? So we are actually clicking outside, and we'll do toggle if the toggle also contains the event to the target, which is the toggle, and the sidebar, the class list has active. That means this right here in this state. So this is active, right? Only if, then we'll just do sidebar dot class list dot remove. We'll remove active. So here, if I do that, it will be, when I click on here, it will remove it itself. And there we go. So yeah, that is pretty much it, guys. So if you are just, and yeah, that is pretty much it. So this is the dashboard that we made in today's stream. I hope you like it. I'm actually tired making it because it was kind of a long stream. Hope you liked it. If you did, hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And with that said, I will see you guys in another stream or another video. Till then, bye. Today in this stream, we'll be building a farm dairy website. So this is a beautiful dairy website that any dairy manufacturers or like a normal dairy manufacturers can copy. So if you want a small project, again, this is for beginners, right? So this is the project that we'll be building today. So it looks something like this. We have our hero section, our nav bar, and there is a about section also. And also there is some cards that you can basically practice to make them using grid. And yeah, this is basically your normal website. They will be building it in today's stream. So yeah, let's go ahead and start. And yeah, there's also your footer. So it looks pretty clean. It does look pretty aesthetic, to be honest. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's go ahead and start building it, shall we? So today first, let me just quickly... So there we go. Let's start building this, shall we? So I'm going to open our project folder that we have here. And I have, let me pull out you guys, I mean the chat. So let's go ahead and start building it. So I'm just going to do index.html and put a style.css. Also make a script.js. So this is something that we do in every single one of our lives since we always do HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So now what I'm going to do is also make our boilerplate, right? And here I'm just going to do link our style.css, just like that. And another thing I need to do is, since we'll be using a external font, so I also have to import that. So they will be using Poppins. So this is one of the fonts that is not default to HTML, so we have to externally import it. So this is the link for that. You can also find it in Google if you just type like Poppins font. So if we just type that, and the first link, you'll just see this link right here. So if you press on get font and click on get embedded code, and here you can either get your HTML or even your CSS. So either one of it works. So you can just go ahead and do that. I'm also gonna probably just do that. There we go. And I'm also going to do word wrap just like that, so it looks like everything just fits in the frame. And yeah, that should be pretty much it. Oops, I cannot speak. So here I'm also gonna do script.js. So yeah, with that said, we should be fine. I'm gonna hit go live, and after doing all that, we should be fine. So the first thing that we need to make is the nav bar. So I'm just gonna go ahead and do nav bar, also do logo. And here I need the logo. So I have a HVG tag that I can use. You'll get the code. If you want the code, it will be linked down in the description box below. Okay, so if you guys want any of the if you guys want the source code, it will be linked down in the description box below. So next thing what I can do is put a span tag saying the farm, just like that, or you can just do code and farm actually. I'm just gonna put code and farm, I guess it's fine. So next thing what I need to do is make the actual nav section. So I'm gonna make a UL tag. Inside this I'm gonna do li. I can also do something like this. Can do here, and this will be for home. So this will basically point to different section in the web page. So this will be for home. I'm just gonna copy paste bunch of these. The next one will be catalog. Also do recipes. So next thing that I need to do is basically do story. So this will basically be our different sections in the nav bar. Also do certificates. Just probably copy paste that. That's the same thing anyways. There we go. Next thing I can do is values and just do, let's say, our value. So this will basically be our footer section. And with that said, our navbar should be done. So let's quickly go ahead and style this. I'm just gonna do that. I'm just gonna do margin 0. I'm also gonna check if we are live. Give me a second, guys. We are live, right? We are live. Let's go. By the way, if you have any questions regarding the actual, things, you can probably go ahead and actually ask me if you guys want, or if you have any questions. Also do padding, box sizing. I'm gonna put it to border box, just like that. And here, what I'm gonna do is do body, font family. I'm also gonna do Poppins. So if you remember, again, we basically imported a custom font, right? So I can just type Poppins, see if it works. It does work. So this is the Poppins font. And in the else, I'm just gonna put sans serif. So if Poppins does not work, it will basically default it to sans serif. And also do overflow X at hidden. The reason I do this is because sometimes the reason we do this is we are not making a hamburger menu. To be fair, it's super easy to make one, but I just got lazy today, so it's for you to make a hamburger menu. It's super simple. If you guys want the actual like logic how to do it, you basically make this display none at smaller screen sizes and basically you know put the visibility of the hamburger menu, which is the actual icon, to flex or like block whatever you're using, and it basically just you write the JavaScript for it. It is super simple. So for now, I'm just gonna overflow hidden in case the screen size is lower and it basically doesn't mess up the entire code, right? And for navbar, what I'm going to do is obviously do display flex, put justify content to space between, not around, because we want it to be separated by quite a distance. Also do align item center to position them center in the cross axis. Also do padding 20 and 80 pixels, not 20. There we go. Set the background to probably white. And box shadow, set that to 0, 2 pixels, 10 pixels, and RGBA, set that to around that. I'm going to do position set to fixed, also do width set to 100%, and do top 0. There you go. So that gets fixed in the top line. Also do z-index 1000. Okay. So to make sure it absolutely sticks at the top. There we go. So that is for the outer container of the navbar. So we have to style the inner container. So all of these things, right? Now for that, I'm just gonna put logo display flex. So this is this container right here. So we have a logo and the text. So this is super simple to actually make it. So we just do align item center. Now they're sticking close to each other. We need to put a gap. So we'll put a gap of 10 pixels. Now, for code inform, it doesn't look very like a title, right? So I'm gonna make it a little bit bolder and increase the font size. By default it's 16 pixels, so I'm gonna increase that to 20 pixels. You can also put for like 1.2 RAM if I'm doing my math correctly. Okay, no, apparently. Oh, 1.4, 1.2 RAM. I forgot to put the. Yeah, probably around that. I'm just gonna put 20 pixels for now. Now for logo, which is the image tag, now we have image. So for that, what I'm gonna do is give width around 40 pixels and height around 40 pixels, and there we go. That should be fine. nav ul, just give display flex. Now this is super simple. We remove the list styles. Also put gap around 40 pixels. Just like that. There we go. Right. There we go. So we should be fine. Next thing that we need to make is the nav ul lia. So we're basically getting the anchor tags, right? Yo, what's up, bro? Hey, Rexy, welcome to the stream, man. How are you doing? So text decoration set to none. How was your assignment? We'll do color 3, font width 500. Also do transition color 0.3 seconds at ease. Yeah, that should look pretty decent. Let me full screen. Yeah, that looks pretty alright to me. Okay, it is pretty messy in smaller screen sizes. You can probably make a hamburger menu for this. So yeah, that should be fine. Prototype 1 is absolute mess. How though? It's not that difficult. How though? I told you to, like, if you have any questions, ask me. You didn't ask me, you know, man. We'll do hover. I'm kidding, man. I'm kidding. Color E6, 3, 9, and 4, 6. Yeah, that looks pretty alright to me. Okay, next is hero section. So what I'm gonna do here is push that aside for now. And what I'm gonna do is after the navbar, we'll probably make our hero section. So I'm gonna put a comment saying hero section. Make sure to always put comments, guys, because actually you might not know how, like, it will be pretty helpful to you, because if you have to navigate something, you can just type the like nav section just like that. It will take you there, you know. You don't have to make sure to remember everything in the code. So here we have to make a section. Not necessarily, you can probably do whatever you want, but section is really good in terms of like semantic coding. Now here we have sections. I gave a ID of home to basically, you know, link it to our anchor tag. Here what I need to do is let's basically do hero content. We'll do h1, and we have some text, right? We have some text here, but I'm just gonna put spam. So I want this specific text to get highlighted. I'm just gonna do highlight and just do dairy products as content. And I think we should be fine. So here we should be good. There we go. Next thing that we need is a paragraph tag. Now, paragraph tag, I have a tag that I ChatGPT'd. I'm just gonna copy paste that for now and do hero buttons and do anchor tags. Oops, where it is. And just do catalog. So in case if it does, so like I'll probably take it to catalog. And here I'm just gonna give a button of button primary. And we'll just do explore our catalog just like that. And I'm just gonna copy paste this here too. So this will be for contact. And this will basically say contact us. There we go. Let me quickly drink water. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so we are here, right? If there are any errors, no, there are not. That's fine. So of the hero buttons, we have our hero content. For content, I'm gonna put a image. So I'm just gonna do hero image, and I actually have a image source, which I'm just gonna put it here. With that loads, there we go. That's our hero section image. And I'm just gonna put it right there. It's gonna do that. There we go. Actually, that made it worse. There we go. That's indented now. Now to style our hero section, what I'm gonna do is first, I'm gonna make a comment saying hero section. And here I'm just gonna do hero, do margin top about 80 pixels, also do padding 80 pixels, 80 pixels, and 40 pixels. Also do background linear gradient. So here I'm gonna do linear gradient of F8, F9, F8 about 0%. And also do E9, EC, EF about 100%. There we go. So that was for the background, right? Do display flex. And also do, give me a second here. Okay, so we have this, right? Hero. So we have that. Okay, so we'll do display flex, align items set to center, justify content set to center as well. Do space between, and min height set to run 600 pixels. Give me what? Okay. Yo, Rexy, how are you, man? Positive set to relative and overflow set to hidden. So if I do this, it should have just come into here. It's very messy. So if I just put that here, okay. And here I'm just gonna do hero content, do flex 1, also do max width set to 600 pixels, and do hero h1. So I'm just gonna do font family set to play fair display. This is one of our, one of the fonts that we have here. And next, instead of that, if it doesn't load, you know about coding challenges right now, right? I'm getting issues and like I'm doing challenges, but it's not running. Really? I'll let the team know. Can you specify what kind of problem you're getting? .56 font size 56. Also do margin bottom about 20 pixels. And here I'm just gonna do color 1A 1A. Can you specify what kind, like issues, like it's not running, or like what kind of problem? Let's do style. Okay, it's not getting flex. I don't know why though. Very weird. Okay, there we go. Interesting. So it's actually running, so that's interesting. Okay. So here what I'm gonna do, remove hero padding. Is that it? No, I don't, that shouldn't be it. Like, yeah, it does nothing. What am I missing here? But it's fine, it's fine. It's supposed to be something. Give me a second. I'm just gonna quickly check something. Yeah, it should be flex. We'll figure out. We'll figure out. Don't worry. I can, if I have something here, if I messed up something. I just can't figure it out. The funniest part is I'm writing codes and it ain't even. Wow. Okay. I'll let the guys know. We'll do hero padding. Not padding, hero P, which is the paragraph tag. I'm just gonna put the color to around 6. To do font size 18 pixels, margin bottom set to 40 pixels, line height set to 1.6. So there we go. One thing I think I should do here. Did I mean something here? I don't think I messed up something here, right? Yeah, this shouldn't be the problem. Okay, so we have margin top, display flex. I don't think any of the things. Restart the live server. Yeah, we can try that. Okay, it does nothing. Because if I add other bro, give width. Oh my god. Oh my god. Even if wait, it doesn't wait, no. I can give width. But like there is there is the width though. The width is already 100%, no? I think this should be height. Wait, hold up. Let me try. We'll just go min height or width. Set that to 100%. Or yeah, oh, min width. No, it doesn't work. Width 100%. No, but width by default is 100% unless I capped it something somewhere here. Or down there. This is hero content, right? This is the content. So it should not matter that much. Still can't figure it out though. Wait, let me just comment this part out. Just to flex. Wait. So we have the content, which is this. It's overflowing. We can also do that, yeah. Yeah, this should work. Unless the picture is too big. Wait, let me actually wait. That might be it. But like, wait, that does not make sense though. Let me just quickly give the image, which is our image, right? We'll just do dot, because we have overflow to set to hidden. So let me just wait. So first let's style the container. We'll do flex1. We'll set the position to relative. Also do display flex. Just like that. Also do justify content center. Align items to center. That is for that. Next thing that I can do is probably just do hero image img, set the max width to 100%. I guess not giving the width 100%. Height set to auto. Relative and the index. We have that. No. Okay. I'll give it 2, I guess. But there has to be some sort of... Okay, it's not applying anywhere. So if I just give a border radius 10 pixels. Wait, no. We have to put this here, I think. Yeah, okay, it's actually getting applied, but it's not getting flexed for some goddamn reason. We can decrease the height. Let's decrease the height by, let's say, 50%. So even if you decrease that, it's still coming in stacks. I just restart the server, right? Okay, there has to be some mistake I've done in code, but I just can't fathom the, like, I cannot figure it out. Either it's the server or I'm just retard. Okay, for now I'm just gonna carry on the video. We might figure out eventually. Where was I? I was at hero image, right? We were styling, no, hero image. We're at paragraph D. So let's actually style the buttons if it actually gets styled. Otherwise, I don't know. We'll just do display flex. Yeah, that seems to be working. Yeah, that also seems to be working. Increase a little bit. So when I do display flex, Rexy, when I do display flex, this should just go on to the right side, right? That is the whole thing. If I just show you our finished code, this is how it should look like, right? It should go on the right. But for some goddamn reason, it's not going to the right. Because when I do display flex, the flex direction will by default be set to like row. So it should come side to side. So this is how it's supposed to work, at least. But yeah, I also forgot to style the highlight. Just do dot highlight. And here I'm just gonna do color. We'll make it probably that. There we go. Which is also matches that. Now let's quickly style the buttons and we should be good. Here I'm just gonna do btn primary. Set the background to our signature red color. Set the color to white. Text decoration set to none. That will get rid of that underline. Also do padding set to 14 pixels and 32 pixels. You can also do, I think, 1.2 RAM and 1.2 RAM and 2 RAM, I think. My maths is correct. Bro, once restart VS Code, bro, restart a live server. You want me to restart VS Code? I can do that. Okay. We'll do E6. 3946. Yeah, about that. Okay, I'll do it in a bit. Give me a second. Border radius, I'm just gonna do around 2rem. And text decorate, no. Okay, so I'll just do transition. All 0.3 seconds at ease. That should be everything, I think. Am I missing something? I don't think so. So here I'm just gonna put a hover effect, changing the background to, let's say I have a darker thing, so I'm just gonna do D62828. And this will like adjust from here. It also works. So it's when you hover over it, it's a little bit dark. There we go. Now I'm also gonna put a effect of transition. Not transition, what am I doing? Transform. So transform will translate that by -2 pixels. So this will be -2 pixels upwards. And also put a box shadow actually. So do 0, 5 pixels, 15 pixels. Also do RGBA. I need it close to a reddish color. So I'm just gonna do 230, 57, 70, and 0.5, 0.3 as alpha. Something like this. You kind of can see it, but it's like the image is actually preventing us to see it. Okay, let me just quickly close our VS Code. So we have this. That's the project. So I'm just gonna open it with VS Code again. There we go. Oops. Okay, there we go. And I'm gonna hit go live again. Okay, there's some mistake here I did. I think it's... No, it should work though. Did I mess up anything here? Oh. Oh, okay, so I definitely messed up something here. Stuff closes here. Oh, okay, so I go here. Where did I mess up? Oh my god. I'm gonna punch myself in the face, man. I swear to God. Okay. Okay. Like, the thing is, my theme is pretty bad, it seems, because I didn't see that it was indicating a hard red, which says it had errors somewhere around there. Apparently, I forgot to close one of the anchor tags. I don't know how. I think it got removed when I was like copy pasting. But well, okay, we did it. Very okay. Moral of the story: do not copy paste. I'm kidding. Do copy paste. I hate writing code. At least the same code over and over again. Oh my god, I'm actually gonna punch myself in the face, man. I swear to God. I was actually like really like I was like, why isn't it working? Like it's not something it shouldn't work. Like I don't know. Like oh my god. And again, another mistake I made. I both made this button like primary. I just realized that. Okay, there we go. And you style this now. we were trying like so hard. What was the issue? Apparently, I'm just a dumbass. But okay. I shouldn't be cursing on stream, but oh well. I'm... Oh my god. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, guys. So, background set to white. And also do colors. The color, I'm just gonna opposite. Like, I'm just gonna set a opposite color. So instead of having the background color as red, I'm gonna put the color as the actual signature color. I'm also gonna remove the none here. We'll do padding 14 pixels and 32 pixels. You can also put 2 RAM if you want. But I can't do maths right now. Also do 30 pixels. And also set these text decorations set to none. Also do font size. Oops, font weight. Font weight around set to 500. Also do borders set to 2 pixels solid. Either do RGBA or you can directly just probably copy paste the signature red color that we have here. So I'll probably run that. It looks pretty neat. I think. Also put a transition all 0.3 seconds at ease. And also do secondary and put secondary for hover. One thing I need to do, I think, is set that beneath here, just to like, it doesn't do anything, but it makes the code a little bit more readable, because the actual hover effect for the button is right above there. So next, for the hover effect, I'm also gonna do the same thing here. And I'm gonna do for this, what I'm gonna do is set the background color as the signature color. So if we hover over it, it looks something like this. Now the letter is camouflage, so to fix that, we can set the color to white. Looks pretty neat. And I can put a finishing touch by putting a translate to probably -2 pixels. That's so basically that is -2 pixels upwards from its original position. Yeah, it looks pretty neat. Bro, you're so much talented, it ain't sarcasm. No. I mean, no, I'm still not as talented as other programmers. I'm trying, okay? It's like, thank you. Appreciate that, but I'm not like, I'm not the super talented, like a god in programming. The thing is, I can't even solve any of these problems, right? These problems are really difficult for me. Like I'm trying, I've been like not getting into lead code or like any of the programming logic concepts because I'm still learning all of them, like a lot of them. But yeah. Okay, so moving on for just stalling, so let's go ahead and start another section. So another section that we have is basically a section that gives you a short description about the website with some of the pictures as a card item. So to make that, what I'm going to do is put a premium section. So this, I don't know why it calls like that, but we'll just do premium section. Why not? Because it is the premium section, quote unquote, Here what I'm gonna do is make a section. Okay, that was not okay, that's not the syntax. We'll do I'll make a syntax. What am I saying? I can make a section here. To do that, I need to do that actually. So we'll do premium. I cannot speak today for some goddamn reason. Again, water break, guys. Stay hydrated. Don't forget to stay hydrated, please. I always forget to drink water. Okay, moving on. So for premium section, I'm gonna make two different content, right? One will be for the actual image that we have, like this. This time I'll not forget to add the closing tag, okay? Trust me. We'll do a premium section, no, premium content. And we'll put a cheese image, right? I'm also gonna put the name as that, actually. Looks pretty funny, to be honest. I'm gonna put an image, so I'm only gonna put an image. I'm not gonna bother putting it alt because I know the image will work. So this is one of the, I don't know which kind of cheese it is. I think it's like how do you call it? Like aged cheese, I think. We'll do premium features. So here for the features, what I'm going to do here is make an H2, right? And has the section title. So this will be a styling that will be shared by every single one of the section titles. Can you make something using API? I mean, I can, but right now I don't have any API. I mean, we can probably make something with Poke API, which I love. I love this. I mean, I haven't watched Pokemon that much, but like this is actually really fun. I often struggle using APIs. What kind of thing that you struggle? Like, what is the thing that you struggle on? I can teach you. I mean, I may be not able to teach you everything in today in one setting, but I can probably give you a guidance on like how to learn them. Premium quality. There we go. Premium quality and freshness. Boom. Okay, it doesn't look nice because we haven't styled it yet, but we'll probably do it in a bit. So, okay, so I forgot one thing. I was supposed to wrap this. I'm just gonna do view word wrap. There we go. Looks neat now. Right. So here after the section, I need a subtitle. So after the H1, I'm gonna do section subtitle. And for that, I'm just gonna copy paste a text because as you may know me, I am very lazy. So boom. There we go. Now let's style this thing first because it kind of looks ugly to be honest. Um okay, so here, oops. Okay, so here after, wait, what was it? Section, premium section. Right, I'm just gonna copy paste this. Just like that. Boom. Also do padding 100 pixels. I need the pixel give it the gap so it's nightly not nightly neatly uh, neatly arranged like that. Also do background white. Fetching them is easy, but we want specific sort of information from the API. I just can't. For example, when I use gcon API, sometimes I properly use the API to link URL certain. What is gcon API? Oh, my analyst. Really? Holy. Okay. Oh, you have given me a new API that I can probably make another stream on. Oh, I can probably use this. We were actually thinking to do another like anime watching website because the previous one that we did actually went live. I don't remember which kind of API that we used there though. Fetching them is really easy, that's correct. But like it's usually in at least in HTML CSS and JavaScript, it's basically DOM manipulation though. Um so yeah, you just get the thing. But like for example, for Pokey, let's go example for Pokey API. You have to see all of these, right? And there are basically sections inside a given key of the HTML object, not HTML object, JavaScript object. And you can basically just, go chain this side for this side for that. I can just chain in, you know what I mean? Okay, I'm gonna show you a quick, if you stay at the end, that is, because I need to finish this project first. But we'll probably go ahead and do a small API fetching. If we can do that, then why not? If you have time. But for now, I cannot be stalling and actually, put this. So I forgot this would be a paragraph tag. I'm here, don't worry. Okay. I'll teach you. So we'll do feature grid. So it'll be a grid of a lot of cheese. If you guys like cheese. So I'm just gonna do feature item here. Probably push that a little bit side to there. So this will be a grid with a lot of images that we have. So they'll basically be like this. It will be a bunch of images with there. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna copy paste existing code that I have here with all of the image. Now it's basically the same thing but with different images, right? That's the same thing. Everything else, the HTML structure is the same. The classes are also the same. So just let me cheat a little bit and copy paste. Thank you. So after this, what I'm gonna do is actually gonna style this. So here, I have the premium section. What I'm gonna do is first style the section title. Now we have the section title here. I'm gonna do text align set to center. Also do font family. Do we have a play fair? Just probably copy paste that and come down there. There you go. Boom. I can just copy paste there. Font size, I'm just gonna do 42 pixels, really big, right? Also do what is it? Also do that. And the next thing what I can do is I can probably set a margin bottom of 20 pixels. Just like that. Boom. I also set the color to that. There we go. So now we have to style the section subtitle. We'll just do subtitle, just like that. We'll do text align set to center. We'll do color set to 666. Do font size 1 rem. We'll do margin bottom set to 600 pixels. There we go. So do margin left, do auto, and margin right, do auto. There we go. Premium content. So here, after doing all of that, I'm probably style the premium content. So I'm just gonna do premium, change that to content. We'll do display flex like that. Right now it doesn't look nice because it's a whole mess. But once we style the actual thing, it should look fine. Here what I'm gonna do is put line item, not line contents, line items to center. Okay, is it center? It's not in the center, I would assume. The reason the reason behind that is probably that. But it should be fine. Also put a gap of 80 pixels, I think. If I do that, so this is the whole content here, right? And also do cheese image, that's fine. Premium features, that's probably fine. Yeah, look, it looks okay to me. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, so here what I'm going to do is just do cheese image, do flex 1, also do text align set to center, just like that. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Oh wow, how did it? Okay, actually, this is a good idea. Wow, okay. Bro, to make websites responsive, is it really necessary to use units like rem, em? Good question. The reason is not that easy. But yeah, in most cases, yes. The reason why it is that is because if you put rem, right? Rem is basically a unit which basically has basically changes relative to your HTML font size. So by default, your HTML font size is like 16, right? If I do HTML and increase the font size to, let's say, 32 pixels, whatever value that I have like is 1 rem, it should change. So font size subtitle, it should change. Let's say I do 3 rem. Yep, it will change according to that because the font size doubled, right? If I now decrease it to default or just completely remove it, it will get smaller. See that? So basically, the reason why we use rem and m or em, whatever you want to call it, is because you can basically put a specific font size. It's usually 16, but like you can basically adjust it according to HTML. You don't have to change the whole code, right? Your milk. Yeah, I know it's bigger. I will do it. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm not there yet. I'm gonna do it. Cheese image. I hope that cleared your doubt. Now, if I used pixels there, right? If I used pixels there, it wouldn't have mattered, right? Even if whatever I do, let's say I did font size like 400 pixels, that's a complete nightmare. But like, let's say 42 pixels, like it wouldn't have matter. The other thing that I basically use rem on changes. However, the things that I put pixels will not change. So yeah, I hope that cleared your doubt. Okay. So moving on to cheese image, right? Cheese image. Do you guys like cheese? Because I kind of like cheese. So here max width will set that to 100%, just like that. And also do height set to auto. And also do filter. We'll do drop shadow, 0, 10 pixels, 30 pixels, and set to 0, 0, 0, 0 0.15. There we go. So that will be the cheese image, right? It should look pretty nice. Next is premium features. So do premium features. First style the flex set to 1. We'll do feature grid. We'll do display grid. We'll do grid template columns. We'll do repeat 3 per fraction. Should look pretty nice. Okay, there we go. It's not visible that much, but yeah. Okay, it's absolutely a nightmare, but we'll do feature item. We'll do text line set to center. One thing I think I forgot to do. Okay, give me a second. We should be fine. Okay, let's style the image first. It actually looks horrible right now. So we'll do width, we'll set to 100 pixels. Height, we'll set to 100 pixels. Also do border radius set to 50%. Why is it so? I think I messed up the HTML structure here somewhere. Give me a second, guys. Let me fix. So content. Okay, so I think I messed up somewhere here. So we'll do. So that's that. So that's fine. Right. We'll have premium features after that, which basically covers everything here. And we'll have that. Okay. That's fine. Okay, it doesn't look that okay, it looks nice finally, but why is there so big gap though? It's probably because I put like margin bottom 600 pixels or something like that, right? I think I remember. Wait, hold up. I messed up somewhere. I don't know where. Wait, I think I messed up. Why is there? Where is it? Oh, okay. So, okay. Wow, that's supposed to be max width. There we go. Now there should be a small margin bottom here. Margin bottom of 60 pixels. There we go. That looks okay. Now it's not responsive. We have to make it responsive, but we'll do it later. Okay. Okay. No stalling. We should find. Okay, next. Next we have is the product section that basically displays all of the products. I'm just gonna do products section, also put catalog here. I'm just gonna do products header. Okay, that's not okay. And also do that. So here I have a bunch of text. I'm just gonna copy paste. That is the thing. To do paragraph tag, and I have a tag. I have a paragraph. I'm gonna copy paste just like that. Also put anchor tag. We'll put the class as BTN primary, which is the styling that I basically already have defined. So it will probably look something like this. And I'm just gonna do discover more products. Just like that. So that will be our thing, right? Next thing what I can do is make a products grid. So here I'm just gonna do products grid and start making our card. So we'll do product card. Inside this I'm gonna put a image. So I have a image which I can give. Also need to give it a class, I think. So here for styling, I can give a product image. Either you can use JavaScript to actually map all of these into your website, or that's better actually, or you can just copy paste like me, since you're not making a built-in, full website anyways. So I'm gonna do that. So I can do that, and here I can give a product info. We'll do h3 here, and we'll do Graveria Nexa. So this is one of the cheese. I'm just gonna do anchor tag here. We'll do product link. This will obviously lead to nowhere, but we have it in case we want to add it. So that is one card. So I'm gonna copy paste our other cards because it's the same code, just like a different content, right? I don't want to just type everything here. It's boring. So it's basically the same thing, but different pictures and contents, okay? It basically has a product card. Inside it has an image tag with images with their class of product image, and we have another div which basically stores the product info. That's it. No rocket science here. So after all of that, we need to style these, right? So I'm going to do, I forgot to uh name the thing, right? Okay, so here what I can do, give me a second, guys. Okay, so here I can basically call the product section, also do padding, 100 pixels and 80 pixels, same as that, and set the background to a little bit different, so I'm just gonna do that. There we go. Here, next thing I can do is just do products header, set a max width of 500 pixels. We'll do product header h2. So now the h2 here. Do font family. We'll do Playfair display. We'll do sheriff. Right. Here I can just do font size set to 42 pixels. Also do margin bottom set to 20 pixels. Just like that. This should be styled. Next thing I have is the products header paragraph tag. Now for that, it is kind of unimportant, so I'm just gonna gray that out a little bit. Also do 30 pixels, like margin. Also give line height about that much. Next thing that we have to style is the grid now. So here I can just first style the actual grid. We'll make it a grid first, of course. Also do grid template columns. Repeat, we'll basically let it auto fit for whatever they want. Also do min max. So the minimum we can go is 280 pixels per fraction. Just like that. Right? It will just auto adjust according to the thing. And also do gap set to 30 pixels. Now this is kind of bugging me. And put a margin top of around 30 pixels. There we go. Now to style the actual cards. Right now it doesn't look great, I know. But let's actually fix that. So I'm just gonna do product card. Hopefully I didn't mess up the actual name, right? If I did, that would be really, really unfortunate. Product card. Doesn't seem like I have messed up. Yep. I'm gonna do background, set that to white. Also do border radius set to 20 pixels. Overflow set to hidden. Also do box shadow. Box shadow give 0, 5 pixels and 20 pixels. RGBA set around grayish color. There we go. Now we still have to style the images. We'll do that in a bit. First, put a transition here, all 0.3 seconds. At ease, we'll make a hover effect first for the card. We'll basically do background, set that to not that. We'll just do transform, translate, negative 10 pixels upwards. Yeah, looks really nice. Also do box shadow 0, 15 pixels, 40 pixels. Set the RGB value to that. So it should look something like this. Now we still have some styling to do. But for now, it does look pretty nice. Now to style the actual images, right? We'll first style the container first. So we'll do image. We have the actual images tag wrapped inside the container. That is a not container. This is the actual, I forgot. Okay, so this is the actual image. We can set the width to 100%. This will basically get or wrap that thing to there. So give a specific height since it's kind of bigger. So that is what it's doing. So now it looks stretched. So I can fix that to object fit to cover. There we go. Now, next thing I can do is just do product info. I'll do padding. Set that to 25 pixels. Also do text align set to center. It's science 26. Hi, welcome to stream. How are you, man? We'll do product card info. I think it's H3, right? What is it? Okay, it's H3. Nice. We'll put H3 here. We'll do font size 22 pixels. We'll put a 15 pixel margin bottom. And also do that. Can you show the code template HTML? Oh, right. Oh, right. Okay. Oh, is it not in the description? Did I forget? Give me a second. I'm going to put it. Hold up. I think it was in my Discord or something. I'm going to put the link in the chat, okay? Thanks, best regards from Frederick. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So I've put the link in the if you don't know how to use it, if you just click on it, it'll basically take you to that. You can also view, since this is our website, we're also adding like a weekly based sorting, so you can basically see which project that we add here. So this is basically a application or web page of ours where you can basically see all of our projects. So I basically upload all of my projects here, and you can basically get the code. You can basically copy paste or get the code if you want here. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay, it doesn't seem to be working, but yeah, you can basically get the code. You can also, it's basically an online compiler, but it lets you share the code too. So that's pretty cool, right? Yeah, okay, enough selling out. Let me actually focus on coding. But yeah, okay. Here I'm gonna do product link. Also do color 00BC and D4. There we go. So that's the color that we'll be using. Now it has that ugly underline, so I can just do that to remove that. So do font weight set to 500 and also set the font size to about 14 pixels. So yeah, that looks pretty nice. The cards look actually pretty nice now. And yeah, that is another section of ours. Looks pretty nice. Since we're using grid, it's already kind of. It's not like absolutely responsive, but it's kind of responsive. Okay, with that said, let's move on to another section, shall we? So we have this. So we have another section that we can make here. What I'm going to do is, after the products, we have recipes, right? So I'm just going to do recipes section. I'm going to put a comment here. So this is another card style method. We'll basically put 3 cards with some sort of information, and there we go. I'm just gonna do section. I'm just gonna do section dot recipes section. Also give recipes as ID for this section for our, this thing right here. Now next what I can do is give section title and basically copy paste the actual tag, okay, I cannot speak, actual title or heading that we have. We'll do section subtitle. Since it's already styled, I don't have to style it any longer. I can just give it that and it should be styled automatically. The only thing I have to style is actually the grid. So I'm just going to do recipes grid. Inside that, I'm going to make a recipe card as usual. I'm going to have an image here, which will also have a class of recipe image. And I'm going to copy paste this. Oops. And after this, I'm going to make a recipe info. I'm going to have a tree here. We'll do cheesecake. We'll copy paste. Again, not copy paste. We'll use the anchor tag that will lead to nowhere, but we'll have a class of view button. We'll just do view. It will lead to nowhere, but yeah. Now again, I have 2 more cards already made out for me, so I don't have to type everything again. So I'm just gonna copy paste. It's basically the same code with different image source and different content, right? Everything else is exactly the same. So yeah. It just saves me time because I mean I don't want to be typing the same thing over and over, right? Okay, so for recipe section, what I'm going to do is first give the actual padding on the left and right, right? Now it was 100 pixels and 80 pixels, I think. Yep, there we go. And since we're alternating, so this is kind of a grayish, so this has to be white. By default, it is set to white, but I'm gonna make sure it's white by just setting it to there. So there we go. So next is recipes grid that we had. We'll again make this a grid. We'll do grid template columns. We'll do repeat, auto fit. We'll do min max. So minimum we can go is 300 pixels. It will go per fraction. There we go. There we go. It should look something like this. Okay, I made grid. Now we need to put a gap. So let's put a gap of 30 pixels around the actual container or grid. I can also do margin top set to around 50 pixels, just like that. Next is styling the actual card. So just gonna do recipe card. Card lover, hi, welcome to the stream again. Thank you for tuning in once again. Let's go. I missed you. We'll do background white, set the border radius to around 20 pixels. Also do overflow set to hidden. We'll do box shadow 0, 5 pixels, 20 pixels. We'll set that something like that. There we go. So do transition. Transition all 0.3 seconds at ease. Just like that. Also do, what else I need to do? Okay, hover effect, yes. So for hover effect, I'm gonna do the usual. I'm just gonna transform, translate to -10 pixels. Also give a box shadow of 0, 15 pixels, 40 pixels. And set the RGBA value to something like that. So yeah, it looks pretty nice. Next thing what I can do is actually style the image. So for that, I'm going to do with 100% height. Also set that to 100%, so that will basically disappear. Right? And I'm going to do object fit to cover. Just like that. Okay, I said 100%. That's not 100%. 200 pixels. I forgot if you do 100%, it basically overlaps the whole thing. Unless you actually wrap this inside a container, that will basically not make it wrapped, right? I'll just do recipe card. We'll do info, style the H3. We'll do 20 pixels for the font size, and we'll put a margin bottom. Now we need to style the container first. So I'm just gonna do text align set to center. I'll give a padding of 25 pixels. Just like that. looks pretty neat, I think. Yeah, so far it looks pretty nice. Next thing what I can do to this is style the view button. So we'll do view button. We'll give a background of transparent. We'll give a color of our signature red color. We'll give a padding of 10 pixels and 20 pixels. Also do border 2 pixels solid of the same signature color that we have here. We'll give a border radius of 20 pixels. We'll do text decoration set to none. I'll do display inline block. And do font weight set to 500. We'll do transition all 0.3 seconds at ease. And there we go. I need to make a hover effect for this. We'll give a background of this right here. We'll give a color of white. Same thing, looks pretty nice. And yeah. So that is all of that. Now, one thing I can do is also make a view all button here. So if I do that, if I come back to a grid, after the grid, I can basically make a view all button. So I'm just going to do view all button, do href, and just do class button primary. I'll do view all recipes. Now this will basically be just for the styling, but you can easily make logic for this by just increasing the max height. If you have other cards, let's say, you can basically increase the max height of the container, and yeah, it will just work just like that. Right? We'll do text line set to center. So do margin top set to around 50 pixels. View all. There we go. And yeah, that is pretty much it for this section that we have here. That is all for the recipes section. The next section we have is the last section, and that is the contact section, right? We have a form and I think a picture, contact image. I'm going to make a section that will have a class of contact section. So give an ID of contact here. I'm just going to make a div for contact content. Inside this, I'm going to make a logo with a style. Okay, style of color set to white and margin bottom set to 20 pixels. For now, I'm just going to give more the basic stuff here. Should be fine. And inside the logo, I can also give a span of code in or code farm. Give code in farm, I think. Okay. And yeah. Okay, it's annoying me. Okay, there we go. Okay, so next thing that I can do is also give an SVG image here, which I have again. I have HVG tag here. So that's the same HVG tag for our domain logo. And after this, what I can do is probably just create. Wait, where am I? We're in look, right? That's right there. The word wrap is kind of really annoying here, but that's fine. Okay, here we need h2, which will basically say we would love to hear from you. This is basically a tag just like that. Next thing what I can do is make a form, right? We need to make a form here. We'll make a form, we'll use the form tag, which will have a class of contact form. We don't need action. And here I can just do form row. We'll put two form, we'll put two input tags. Give a placeholder of full and required. So I can just copy paste this, duplicate that. So the first one will be that, or you can just put full name, not only full, and just do email. And here give email. There we go. So after this, what I can do is make another form row, and I can give input. Go tell you. One thing I can do is also set the autocomplete to off, so it will not leak my things. I hope at least. Sometimes it doesn't work properly. We'll just do mobile number. I will put, or I can just put phone number. It's the same thing. We'll also put this as required, just like that. I'm just gonna copy paste this now. So I'll put that to text here. So it'll be subject for why did you contact us? And after all of that, we'll put a big text area with a placeholder saying message. Also put this as required. And yeah. Next I can just do button. We'll put type. We'll do submit. We'll do class. We'll do submit button. There we go. After all of that, we'll finish the contact content. And last, we need to put a image. So here I can just do contact image and just do img. Now I have a image right here. I'm just gonna reuse it of the cheese. I think I already did it somewhere. Yeah, there we go. Now I'm just gonna give this, I don't think I need to give it anything. And yeah, that is pretty much it for HTML. So let's go ahead and actually style this thing. And after that, we should be done with CSS also. So I'll just do contact section, and here I'm just gonna do contact section. We'll do padding set to 100 pixels and 80 pixels. Again, set the background. Since this is a contact section, I'm going to give it an entirely different background color. Now, right now it's black, so I'm going to change to all of the text color to white to make it visible. Also put this display flex since it's a container. I mean, I know, not because it's a container, because I want it side to side. Also do gap around, set that to 80 pixels. I can just do that there, just like that. Since we are done with HTML. Okay, so I'm just gonna do a contact section here. No, okay, we already did that. In contact content, there we go. We'll put the flex to 1. Now, if you're wondering what basically flex 1 does, flex 1 basically sets flex grow to 1, flex shrink to 1, I think, and flex basis to 0, if I remember correctly. Do h2 here. Font family, we will probably set to our normal thing that we have been using, to the flare play display. And we'll put sheriff here. There we go. Also do font size set to 48 pixels and margin bottom set to 40 pixels. So that's for that. Next is contact content. Next is contact form itself. So we'll do display flex, do flex direction set to column. We'll do gap 20 pixels, right? All of that. Next thing that we need to do is actually style the form row, each and every one. I'm just gonna do display set to grid actually. And here we'll do grid template columns, one fraction and one fraction. It's easier to make it responsive if you use grid in these kind of situations. We'll just do 20 pixels. I want to see why is this. Did I? Oh yeah, okay. I forgot to put content here. I was actually putting there. Okay, there we go. I was wondering why it was like that. So after all of that, it does look kind of nice. So next, we'll style the actual things. We'll do contact form input. Next thing that we need is, since it's already all of the inputs, next I'll just do text area. We'll give a padding of 15 pixels and 20 pixels. We'll give a border of none. We'll give border radius of 10 pixels. Also do background set to 255, 255, 255, and 0.1, just like that. Also set the color to white. Also set the font family to Poppins that we have been using. Otherwise, set that to sans serif, just like that. Next thing is the placeholder. So for that, I can just copy paste actually. Give a placeholder. Give a placeholder again. We'll format the document here. I don't need any of these. We'll set the color to RGBA set the same. However, give it a little lighter color. Just like that. Okay. Okay. That was not supposed to happen. I swear to God, it doesn't work. The autocomplete off does not work, and it kind of pisses me off sometimes. Okay, so contact form. Not that I care, but yeah. We'll do resize to vertical. Okay, that works. Also do min height set to 120 pixels. Yeah, there we go. Now for submit button, right? Did I actually give it a class? Because I think I didn't. Oh, I did, okay. Here set the background to our signature red, give it a color of white, give it padding of the same 15 and 40 pixels. Also give border to none. Also do border radius to 30 pixels. Font weight set to 600. And cursor set to pointer. We'll do width fit content. Just like that. We'll do transition. All 0.3 seconds at ease. Now for a hover effect, I'm not going to do anything too fancy. I'm going to give a background of darker red that we have here. Just like that. And here I'm going to give a translate at -2 pixels. Also give box shadow of 0, 5 pixels, and 15 pixels. RGBA set to that exact value. There we go. Looks pretty nice. And now style the contact image. So we'll do contact image. We'll do flex set to 1. We'll do display flex and justify content Justify content to center. Yeah, it looks pretty nice. Looks okay. Now to style the actual image. So I'll just do EMG. We'll do max width set to 100% of the container. Just like that. Also do height set to auto. Border radius set to 20 pixels. And with that, it should be fine. Now to do media queries. So we will only do media queries for the screen or the thing when we cross 768 pixels. We put a nav bar, we'll padding 20 pixels and 30 pixels. Boom, 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 boom. So we have hero, and since we can basically change every single one of these sections, right? All of them. What we can do, either you can just basically do section here, which is pretty bad, but we can do that. We'll do 60 pixels and 30 pixels. Should work pretty nicely, just like that. And we'll do hero, flex direction, set to column. There we go for the hero section. And do text align set to center. So we haven't reached. There we go. Right? Okay, we need a margin top. Margin top to around 20 pixels. No, let's see actual thing. But yeah. Okay. So we'll do hero h1 and we can do font size, set that to around 38 pixels, just like that. The next thing what I can do is do premium content, and we'll do that content contact section. We'll do flex direction set to column. Yep, there we go. Looks nice. The next is font row. After that, we also need to set the font row to grid template columns 1 fraction to just like that. And next, nav ul, we'll do 20 pixels and font size 14 pixels. With that, I think it should be fine. We can also put this image somewhere. So if I do hero img, does that work? Does not select the thing. So we'll do nav. We have now hero image, right? Hero image img. We can basically give a margin top of 10 pixels. We have 14 pixels, and yeah, that should be fine. I think one rem is suitable, but yeah, that should be fine. Okay, so after all of that, we are finally at JavaScript. So JavaScript, we don't have anything. One thing I can probably do also, and probably the last thing I'll do it with like CSS, is we'll also set the scroll behavior to smooth. So now every time we scroll, so we have to go, it is smooth, right? We don't have these sections, but yeah, everything else is very smooth out. Okay. So I'm not gonna spend too much on JavaScript. The first thing I'm gonna do is we'll do document.query selector. We'll select the contact. First, make a small and easy logic for contact form. We'll do add event listener. We'll listen to a submit. And we'll put a function, be just like here. We'll probably just do format document. So well, here I'm just going to do e.prevent default to basically remove all of the default events. We'll do alert. And we have a text right here. I'm just going to copy paste that. So this is a very simple logic. This is literally nothing, but yeah, this reset, that will reset the actual fields. So that is for the contact. Now next I'm gonna have a cool effect. How will this work is basically when you scroll down, the actual cards will appear, right, in real time, because of all instead of it already being there. So here I'm just gonna do const have the observer options. I'm gonna use the intersection observer to basically, do this. We'll do options. So we have to make the actual options for that option object. So I'm just gonna do threshold. We have to define two values, that is threshold, on how threshold is basically the value which basically says how much or when to trigger this effect, when what's the minimum value for the card. I cannot speak, but like basically, let's say this card has the this card is being observed. If it appears 10%, which is 0.1 threshold, that's what it means. It will basically apply that given logic that we have there, right? Also put a root margin here, root margin. So I can just do 0 pixels minus 100. Now this basically you can imagine as the imaginary margin we put. So we basically extended the margin down to 100 pixels. So now we can basically make the object for this. So we'll do new intersection observer. So we basically made a new object calling the actual constructor. And here I can just basically, this requires a function, trying to give this function. So this will be the actual effect for what to do if the actual HTML element is observed. So I'm gonna write a simple logic. So first I need all of the entries. So I'm just gonna do for each entry, since this will basically be a no list, so we have to loop this. So for each entry, if it is intersecting, so we can do entry, which is the variable, right? Loop variable we have here. We'll check if it's intersecting. What this does is basically checks if it passes all of these values and if it's actually there. If it actually crosses the threshold, we'll basically do entry dot target, which is the actual HTML element. We'll basically style. We'll put a style dot opacity. We'll change the opacity to 1, right? I need to put that as string. Next thing I can do is basically put a transform. We'll basically put that to translate y at 0. So that is what we'll be doing. We need to pass the the observer options here, like that. So that is the function. Right now, next we have to observe all of the things. So I'm just gonna do document dot not get query selector all. We need to select all of the product card. Next thing I can do is also select all of the recipe cards. So we can basically select that with a comma. I will loop all of that using for each. Right? Okay, I messed up again. We'll do for each card we have here. For each card, we'll just do card.style.opacity. We'll set the default, by default, we'll set that to 0. They'll basically make everything, or what we selected, we'll put the opacity as 0. We'll do card.style.transform. We'll basically put translate y at 30 pixels. So it'll also go down by 30 pixels, right? If I just comment that part out, I'll just basically, as you can see, it goes down. So for now, I'm just gonna comment that part out. Also, because otherwise you guys cannot see what I'm doing. right? I'm also gonna copy paste again. Next, I can put a transition. For a transition, I'm gonna give all 0.6 seconds ease out, right? Now after all of that, I can uncomment that. Also do observer.observe. So observer is the object that we made of the intersection observer. So we're using that to observe, which is basically a pre-built method of intersection observer. We can basically say observe all of the card, right? We can say to observe the card. Now if we do this and refresh, as you can see, it has that effect. Looks pretty nice, and yeah, that's pretty much it. And yeah, that is pretty much it for the stream, guys. Let's go. That is the project that we built today. You can basically improve it by adding a hamburger menu. So that is for you to do. So I haven't added a hamburger menu. You can also do that. If you want the logic, you can ask me. I can say how to do that. Another thing that I didn't add, but it's there, is the view all recipes, right? It takes you to up because I don't have its anchor tag and it basically doesn't do anything. But you can also write the logic for this. And yeah, that's pretty much it for today's stream, guys. I hope you enjoyed me making the website. If you have any questions, please ask me. Or if you don't have any questions, I'm actually gonna end the stream. But before that, I'm actually gonna drink some water because I'm actually really thirsty. Aryan has some questions now. Is Aryan there in chat? I'm done. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Okay, I think that's pretty much it. So yeah, I'm actually gonna end the stream. I hope you have a wonderful night, guys. And good night. Goodbye. I'll see you guys in another stream. So till then, bye bye. I'm gonna end the stream. Hello guys, welcome back to another stream. So today we'll be building this beautiful dentist app that we have here. So it is a kind of a landing page of a dental website. So this basically has few interactions. So if you first refresh, like I'm gonna do here, I'm just gonna hit F5. And if you go here, it has few effects, and also it has the carousel menu on the right sidebar. Also has few good styling UI, and also has a submit form where you can submit. And we'll be building all of this in today's stream. So hope you guys are excited. And if you are, hit that like button, and it's also responsive. If you're excited, hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And without further ado, let's get started. It also has a menu. So let's go. Let's get started. So here I have a project folder that we are going to use. So I'm going to quickly make our index.html, our style.css, and our script.js file. Now I'm going to see if my recording, okay, so I'm actually streaming. So what I'm going to do here is quickly make our boilerplate code. I'm going to give a link to our style.css. Also, I'm going to put my script.js. So after that, I'm going to give a title saying, I can give code dentist. I'm just making up names. I'm just going to do dental care services. So that will be our title. Another thing I need to do is link our Font Awesome icon style sheet. So I have the Cloudflare CDN Font Awesome link, which is a link to a style sheet which allows us to use Font Awesome icons. So after all of that, I'm going to hit go live. This will open our terminal. It will open our page, right? It will start our server, and now we can actually start making our project. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap everything around a main content. Since we have two bars, like a left page and a right sidebar, to achieve that, we have to wrap everything around one main content. So I'm going to make a div with saying main content. Right inside this, now I'm going to start to make our header. I'm going to quickly put a comment here. I'm going to use the header tag. Inside header, I'm going to use the nav tag. And first, inside the nav tag, I'm going to make our logo. So I'm going to make a div called logos. Let's say that is codin test. Funny name. Also use a span tag. And inside the span tag, I'm going to do something like care. I don't know. It's just a random name. So next, what I'm going to do is after all of this, I'm going to make I'm also going to do word wrap so you guys can see everything, right? I'm going to do mobile menu button. So this will basically be our mobile menu. So here, what I'm going to do is just use icon tag saying class FAS FA bar. So that will give me a menu, right? So after all of that, what I'm going to do is next I need to make the nav links. So I'm going to make a div called nav links like that. And inside this, I'm going to make li. Actually, I need lists, so I can basically change that to ul like that. And next I can use href. So this will basically lead to our hero section. So I'm just going to do home. So that will be our hero section. I'm going to copy paste this bunch of times. So, oops. Here, what I'm going to do is put about us, just like that. I'm also going to change that to services, just like that. Also do services. And next, what I need to do is change, let's say that's a blog section. So this will basically be a blog section for our website. Also do contact section. So put contact here and also change that to contact. So that is all of our nav links, right? So after nav links, what I can do is make a contact information section, which will basically give out a phone number and have a search icon, right? Here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap this inside a contact info division or div, and I'm going to use a class saying I need a phone icon. So I'm just going to do FAS FA phone. That will give me a phone icon, right? I need a label for this. So I have a dummy phone number with me here, so I'm just going to copy that and paste that there. Next, I can just use icon tag again. So this will basically be a search icon. So I can just do FAS FA search. That will give me a search icon. And with that said, our header is complete, right? Quickly fix the indentation. But that is our header. So I'm going to quickly style this. So we need to style this. I'm just going to do that. The first thing we need to do is remove the default padding and margin. So I'm just going to do margin 0, selecting the universal selector. I'm going to do padding, set that to 0, and I'm going to use box sizing border box, which basically counts every single one of the padding and margin with the width of the content, right? Next is body. I'm just gonna quickly choose a font. So I usually like this font right here. Looks pretty clean. So I'm just gonna use that one. Next, I'm gonna set a default or universal line height. So I'm just gonna set the line height of the default line height to 1.6. Also put a color of our text by that. It's not perfect black, but it kind of has hint of white. So I'm going to choose that. Next is background. So I'm going to choose a kind of a grayish background. It's not perfect white, but it has kind of a hint of gray, right? Next is header section. So I'm just going to quickly put a comment, select header tag, and change the background to white. Now what that does is basically separates the actual background, which is, again, it's not white, it kind of has a gray tint, and I'm going to set the header to white to basically have a separation, right? Next, I can set a padding to about 1.5 rem and 5%, just like that. I can stick a box shadow saying 0, 2 pixels, 10 pixels, and RGBA set to, I'm going to use the black RGBA color. So 000 is black RGB color. And I'm going to use the alpha value of 0.1. So it's not like perfect black, but yeah. Next, I can set the position to sticky. Now, I could do fixed, but sticky is kind of better because it actually doesn't overlap between the other HTML elements, right? I'm going to put the sticky on top 0, so it will basically act like position fixed, and put a z-index of 1000 to make sure it's always at the top. Now that is for the header container. So we have to style everything else in the navbar. So I'm just going to do nav, put display flex. Now we also have to flex this list right here, but we're going to do that in a bit. I'm going to do justify content space between, also do align item set to center, max width set to around 1400 pixels, also do margin 0 auto. So we'll basically make the navbar responsive because we'll basically auto resize the margin, right? Next is logo. So this thing right here. So for logo, I'm not going to go too hard. I'm just going to make them bold and have different colors for care and code and test, our quote unquote website name, right? So here I'm just going to do increase the font size by 1.5 rem. I'm going to do font weight set to bold, so that will be bold. Set the color to the same color that we have. We don't need to do that because we already done that here. But in case if we like accidentally change the body, it's safer to actually put color here, right? So next is span. So for span, we basically made a separate container for care. So I'm just gonna have a different color for the care. So this will have a kind of blue color. So I'm just gonna do 489082. So this is a blue color. I don't know how to describe colors. Light blue? It's not light blue. I guess darkish blue. That's a good analogy. Next is display flex. I'm gonna basically make the links, which is a UL tag or list, right? I'm gonna make it flex so they can basically come into the main axis. And I'm just gonna do gap 2 rem. Now it has their stupid dots, so I need to like remove dots. So I can do list style none. That will get rid of that dots. Also do align items set to center in case they are not centered on the cross axis. Now next is actually styling the anchor tags, which is the links. Now for links, what I can do is get rid of that text decoration or the underline. So I can basically remove that using text decoration set to none. Also have a color of grayish, so I can basically set that to a grayish color. Next is give a transition of all 0.3 seconds at ease. So what this does, I cannot speak, is basically adds transition to all different CSS properties in here. So with that, I can actually make a hover state here. So I can just do, since our signature color is the bluish color, I can basically change the color to that, right? I need a hash here. So this will basically change color when I hover over it. Now this is nothing new, right? So after that is the contact information section. So I can basically just do contact info and do display flex and do align item center. Also do gap about 1 rem. Yeah, that looks okay. Change the color to the same grayish black color. Also do font weight, make it a little bolder. And there we go. We should be fine after that, right? Next thing I can do is actually style this and just make it completely disappear, which is our hamburger menu. Now to do that, what I can do is see where this is at. So it's inside this. So I can basically select that and select the icon tag and make it a little bit bigger. So I can just do 1.5 rem. Yeah, that's pretty much it. And also kind of make it disappear because we don't need to do anything else anyway. So I can just do display, set that to none. So that will get rid of that, right? Now it kind of is responsive, but is not totally responsive. That is fault of the actual thing not being responsive yet because we haven't done any media queries. Now, before we do that, we have to make other things. So next we have to make the hero section. So I'm just going to see where the thing is. Right over here. So I'm going to put a hero section comment here. And basically do section. I'm going to give a class of hero and do hero content. Right? So inside the hero content, I'm going to give you like contents. I can just do I have content right here. I'm just going to use that. Now, I have another line. So instead of making another tag, I'm just going to use the BR tag. And since it's almost the same text, I can just do transform your smile and transform your life. So that is our tagline, right? Pretty cool tagline. If you like the tagline, hit that like button. Okay, in a sellout, I'm just gonna do my own thing now. So next is hero features. So all of the features that is inside the hero section. The first thing is the tags, right? I have a bunch of tags for the feature. So I'm gonna make a feature tag. I mean, it is feature, but it's not any interactive features. It's basically like information, right? Here what I can do is make a div called feature icon, right? I'm gonna make another span tag saying expert care, like that. Next, I can just basically copy paste this bunch of times to like duplicate that and basically change the text here. So I'm just gonna do pain free. I can just change that to about prevention. And that is pretty much it for our features, right? Next is hero description. I'm gonna use a paragraph tag saying hero description, and I have a description right here with me, so I'm just going to use that. So this is 2-line description. I'm going to use the BR tag again because it's easier and don't have to like make multiple tags, right? Just to break a statement. Next, what I can do is use next what I have to do is actually use images. So to do that, I'm going to wrap all of the images inside the containers. I'm going to use a div for client stats, and here I can just do client avatars like that. So these are basically the kind of a profile pictures for different things. I have a bunch of image tags here. I'm just going to use them. These are dummy avatars given by ChatGPT, so I'm just going to use them because it's better to use random or like unsplashed images instead of just like Googling someone and putting them in, you know. Next thing what I can do is basically make put some text here. I'm just gonna put some text. I can use a strong, like these are some extra text what I can do. So let's say 9 out of 10, like that. I'm just seeing what I can type here. Do patience, put a BR, recommend this. So it's just basically dummy data. And there we go. So after all of that, we have most of the things ready for that. Next thing what we need is that's enough for the content side of the thing. So I'm gonna see where the indent ends right about here. So I'm gonna start a new section. So this will be a video section. So this will basically be a video, but it will be dummy video. It will actually not be a video. Now, if you want to make sure it, if you want to be like, if you want this to be a video, I cannot speak, oh my god. If you want this to be a video, you can use a video tag, right? It's totally up to you, but right now I didn't find any videos, so I'm just gonna put a dummy image, right, as a video. So I can just do video container and just do image. Now I have the image right here with me, so I'm just gonna copy and paste that. Now like that, I had a bunch of image tags. So this also, I have one image to put there, right? So that's pretty much it. So next, after the image tag, I'm gonna use a play button. Again, a dummy play button. I'm gonna use play button. And here I can just do class FASFE play. So that'll give me a play button, if you guys can actually see in the bottom left corner there. So that is pretty much it for the video section. So next section we have is the stats section. So stats section is actually it's not a section, it's basically a part of the section, but it's basically a group of containers, right? A group of cards saying, like, displaying different information about the website. Basically statistical data on there. So I'm just gonna make the div first. Here there will be individual item for the stat item, right? This is not a tag. What am I doing? So inside this, I can just do stat number, and let's say the number. I'm actually gonna copy paste first. I'm gonna do 15 years plus. Also change that to label. So what is 15 years plus? We also need a label to give the information, right? So I have the information right here with me, so I'm just going to use that. So this is years of excellence in dental care. So I'm just going to use that, completely fine. Now either you can just copy paste this, or I have the thing right here. So I'm just going to change the data here just like that. Either you can just, again, write from scratch, or if you're lazy like me, you can also copy paste, you know, it's easier that way. So I have a label for the second one right here with me. So I'm just going to copy paste. Again, it's just a bunch of data, dummy data, which I basically put there. Right, I'm just going to do 5,000 plus, and let's say I do happy smiles created. If you're scared of dentists, guys, hit that like button. Because personally, I kind of am really scared with dentists. I really always I'm actually really scared while going to dentist. Okay, I have dental problems like pretty often. I don't know why. I take care of my oral health pretty well, I think. I try, but yeah, I don't know. I might be wrong. So there might be which I'm just doing wrong, but it's fine. So yeah, with that said, actually let's style the we have wrote all of this, but we haven't styled these hero sections, so let's quickly do that, right? So I'm gonna come, where did I go? Okay, so here I'm gonna come to our style.css and start to style our hero section. So I'm just gonna do hero section, put a comment right here, call the hero class, and I'm gonna do background set to white. Also do padding set to 4em and 5%. Also do max width, again it was 1400 pixels, so I'm just gonna follow that. Also do margin set to 0 and auto. Right. Next thing I can do is style the content, so all of the textual data. Here what I can do is do text align, set that to center. Also do margin bottom set to 3 rem, just like that. Next is H1, all of this. So for H1, I can call it like that. Font size, increase that by really, so that's 3.5 rem. So that's about how much? So 1632.48. About like 50 plus pixels around, I guess. So make that really bold. Also put a margin bottom of 2 rem. Also do line height set to 1.2. Decrease that a little bit. I cannot speak. Decrease that a little bit. Oh my god. I'm stuttering a lot today because like my throat is not in its ideal condition, let's say. So do that. So text transform, set that to uppercase. That will change to uppercase, even though it's already in uppercase, let's be real. But in case, sometimes I accidentally don't put it. So if something needs to be uppercase, either you can go to change that with JavaScript, or you can just directly do it from CSS, right? Next is hero features. So features being all of this. So to style the features, I'm gonna put them at flex so they come at in the same line. Also justify content center to make sure they're in center. Do gap, set that to around 2 rem, and margin bottom, there is no space below it, so we'll do margin bottom 2 rem. Next is feature tag, which is the individual item in the features. So make that flex as well. The reason we do that is in case sometimes there can be some situations where it's not like aligned properly in its own container. So I'm gonna make sure it's inside that. Also do gap set to 0.5 rem. Also do padding. We need padding here, so we'll do 0.5 rem and 1 rem. Now you cannot see anything because of the background, because it's transparent. We'll set the background to kind of grayish color, just like that. We'll put a border radius of around 1.5 rem, just like that, and that is pretty much it. Next is feature icon. Do we have feature icon? Give me a second. We do. So we'll do feature. We'll change that to icon. We'll set the width to be around 8 pixels, height to also be around 8 pixels. We'll change the background to our signature blue color, just like that. We'll do border radius set to around 50% to make it a perfect circle. So it kind of looks nice as icons. It's like list, but in a cooler way, right? If you do that like that. Next is hero description, which is this text right here. I can basically change that or style that. We're not going to do anything too fancy here because already doesn't need that much styling. So since it's not that important, I'm just going to put that as gray and give a margin bottom because to make a space between, like below it. Next is client stats, so which is all of these, right? All of these pictures. Now I'm just gonna make sure to style the container first, which is all of that. So I'm just gonna do justify content set to center, align items set to center as well, put a gap about 1 rem. Okay, next is client avatars. I'm gonna do display flex, also do margin left around minus 10 pixels. And there we go. That should be fine. I mean, you can also do margin right in pixels. That's the same thing, right? It's the same thing. Now next is images. So we haven't styled the images. I'm gonna go here and do img. That will select the images. I'm gonna do width, set that to around 40 pixels. Also do height, set that to around 40 pixels. Border radius, set that to 50%, and border, set that to 3 pixels. Solid white, and do margin right 10 pixels, just like that. And there we go. Now next is this video section we have. Now it's basically just destroying the whole entire website because this picture right here is really high resolution. So we need to fix that. So we'll do video and we'll do video section. We'll set the position to relative, right? And we'll do margin to set that to 2rem and 0. Now that is video section, that is the actual section. So if we go here, right, if I do that, so there's a section right there. So we can basically change that to video container, right? Oh, there we go. So we can basically make it do position relative again. We'll do border radius set to 15 pixels. Now I'm gonna do overflow hidden. So that'll basically fix the overflowing, right? And also I can just do box shadow set to 0, 10 pixels, 40 pixels, and set that to that. There we go. Next is actual styling the image. So I can select the image just like that. We'll set the width to about 100%. And also do height, set that to 500 pixels. We'll do object fit set to cover because it's kind of stretched, right? That'll 60 stretched. Now next, styling the play button. Now since we have the container and it is basically stranded in the bottom left corner of the actual container, I'm going to do position absolute. That's why we basically made all of these relative. Now this will basically be positioned relative, like position absolute relative to the video container. So since it's right somewhere around here, I can do top 50%. It will come top from 50% right there. So it'll be the center from top. And next I can just do left 50%, make it in the middle. So sometimes it doesn't get in the middle. So we can, to fix that, we can do transform, translate. Where is it? There we go. So we'll do 50% and set to 50%. So it will always be at the center with that. So if I just come down here and set the width of that, increase that by 50, like not 50, about 80. Also do the height, set that to 80. So that's for the container, right? I can do background, set that to RGBA. So I'm going to use the RGBA color code of white. And just going to set the alpha value to 1, like that. I will basically make that a perfect circle, like that. We'll do display flex, and line item set to center, justify content set to center. Just like that. I need to increase the font size a little bit, so we can do that by font size 1.5 rem. Also do cursor set to pointer, and also do transition transform 0.3 seconds at ease. So that is for the play button. So I can make a hover effect for that. I can just do hover. We'll do transform translate to negative 50 pixels and 50%, and do scale that by 1.1. So if I do that, either we can do that, or actually wait, what? There you go. So we can just have that effect right there, right? Looks pretty nice. You can either do that, you don't need specifically that, but if you don't put it, it will not be at the center, because reason behind that is basically it's not relative into there, right? So yeah, that's pretty much it. Next, we have all of these stats. So I'm just gonna do stats. So I can just do that. We'll do display flex and justify content center. Also do gap set to 5 rem. Also do margin set to 4 rem and 0. There we go. Next we have stat item. So I'm just gonna do stat item, do text line set to center. Next is stat number. Do font size set to the 3.5 rem. Okay. Also do font weight. Since we increased the font size, now it doesn't suit it because it's not bold enough. So I can increase the bold by a lot, just like that. And also set the color to our signature text color. Next is stat label. Label again meaning the all of this, right? So I can basically do I'm just gonna set it to be normal and decrease the font size by 0.9 rem. So basically like decrease it by 0.1 rem because by default it's 1 rem, right? And that should be okay for the heroes section, right? Everything is looking nice and it's coming together. Now we don't have the right sidebar yet, right? We will make it once we are done with the main web page now. So after all of that, we can start our services section. So this will basically be a section which describes what kind of services we have, right? So it's a bunch of it's a section with bunch of services card aligned in a grid format. So I'm just gonna do services section and comment that out, give a comment right there. And I can just do section with a section with a class of services. I can do section header and basically put a section label saying services. I can just do that. Just do services just like that. That should be fine. Next, I can just copy paste this. So this will be our title. I can just do our dental services. So after the header, we can basically start focusing on our grid. So we'll make a container to store everything in the grid. So this will be a service grid container. I'm going to make a first card here. So we'll do services or not service grid, service card. That will make more sense. I'm going to style this by default. I'm going to change the background. I'm going to change the background color to E8 F7 F0, right? And basically just continue styling. So next, what I can do inside the actual container, I can basically put, you guys gonna see properly, so I'm just gonna increase that a little bit. We'll do service icon. I'm gonna use the icon here and do FS FA tooth. So this will give me a tooth icon, right? After that, we can use a tree saying preventive dentistry, just like that. Next, we have a paragraph tag with a paragraph. So I'm just gonna copy that, paste that there. Next, we have an anchor tag that leads to nowhere. Have a class of learn more. Right now, we can basically put a learn more content with a class with the icon of arrow right. So I can do FAS FA arrow right. So that'll give me a right arrow. So that will be it for one card, right? Next, what I can do is I have a bunch of cards with the same HTML content with different colors. So I'm just gonna copy paste that to save your guys' time and my time, right? The only different part about this, it has the same HTML structure. Don't get me wrong, right? This is the grid. It has the same HTML structure with a different color, and some have their own background as the like a image as the background and different colors. That's pretty much it. Right? It's not too complicated. Again, if you want the source code, it will be linked down in the description box below. The only thing that is different here is some have linear gradient, right, and URL as their background, right, and they have different class just like that, right, and they have different, basically they have different color, and some have background as image as their background. So this is not anything complicated. They have the same HTML structure, so you can do whatever you want with them. Again, if you want to see the source code, it will be linked down in the description box below. So moving on to the styling the actual container, what I can do here is call the services first. I was kind of forgetting where we were. We'll do padding. We'll set that to 4em and 5% as usual. We'll do max width set to 1400 pixels. Margin set to 0 auto. Okay. Next is section header. We'll do section header. We'll do text align. We'll set that to left because we can basically give a starting point instead of having all of them set to center. You don't have to personally do this. It is the same thing. I can remove that actually. I'm just going to remove that. And the margin bottom set to 1 rem. There we go. Next thing what I can do is put our style the label, right? I can just do section label and do color, set that to gray right there, and do font size, set that to 0.9 rem, and do margin bottom set to 0.5 rem. Right. Next is section title. I'm just going to do section title. We'll do font size set to 2.5 rem. Also do font weight set to 800. Also do margin bottom set to 3 rem. There we go. That is for our title. Next, to style the grid. So next is I can just do service grid and do display, set that to grid. We'll do grid template columns. We'll do repeat auto fit and do min max, set to minimum value to be 280 pixels per fraction. So this will basically auto fit all of the elements. So if I just slowly decrease it, it will auto fit it to whatever it's, it fits. So minimum it can go is 280 pixels. It will not decrease after that, right? So when it hits that 280 pixel threshold, it will basically go down and it will just auto fit according to that, right? And the minimum in one column, so that's one fraction, right? That is pretty much it. Next is gap. I can set the gap to be around 2 rem. And yeah, that should be okay for the containers. Next, for the card, we can do service card. We'll set the background to white. Like that. We'll do border radius set to around 15 pixels. Also give a padding. Actually, it doesn't look nice. There we go. We can also give a box shadow. And we can give a box shadow of 0, 5 pixels, 20 pixels. And set a RGBA value to the black color code. And also do 0.8. 0.08. Yeah, that looks nice. Next, I can give a transition of transform 0.3 seconds at ease. Now this is for one transition. Either you can just use all, or you can basically select the specific CSS properties. So that is for transform. I can give another by just separating them by comma. So next I want to do is put transition for box shadow. I can give comma and type box shadow 0.3 seconds at ease. And there we go. Next is for service card hover. So this is the hover state. We'll basically do transform, translate at y actually. And we'll translate by -5. So when you hover over it, it will be, or it will translate 5 pixels upwards. And do box shadow, do 0, 10 pixels, 30 pixels, and do RGBA, set the values to be around this much. So we'll change the box shadow or kind of increase it when you hover over it. So it will give a subtle like a shadow effect. It looks pretty okay. So after all of that, one thing I forgot to mention is I have a highlighted effect, right? So in specific service card, I gave a extra highlight class. So what I can do is basically style that separately. I can do service and I can just do highlight. So this card right here, the one with actual background, so this one right here, this has an extra class that is highlight to give a separate styling for it. So to do that, I can just give background, since this has a background as an image, like image as a background, oh my god, we can basically need to style that. So you can give background size at cover. It'll cover entire picture inside the actual background. Next, I can do background position. So I can basically give a center to make sure it's pointing to the center of the image. Also do color set to white, like that. Also do min height set to around 400 pixels. Just like that. Also do display set to flex direction set to column, right? And do justify content flex end. Just like that. Looks nice and okay. The next is service icon. So if I just do cut that and icon. Now service icon is the, where is it? Service icon is the tooth image and all the other stuff. So all of these image right here. So the first one was tooth, next is heartbeat, and next is like security. Right? So to fix that, I can just do, that's not a security icon, that's a care icon, right? Yep. I can just do width, set that to 50 pixels, height, increase that. Right? I kind of increase that. Also do background. By the way, I'm increasing the container size, not the image size. Image is just a icon tag. Somebody's calling me, guys. Give me a second. So here, what I'm going to do is for background. I'm back, by the way. Okay. So for background, I'm going to do E8 F4 FF. So this is again kind of a grayish background for that, right? And also do border radius set to 10 pixels and do display flex, display content center. Also do align item center, just like that. And at last, put a margin bottom of 1 rem. So yeah, that is pretty much it. So next is actual styling the actual icon. So I'm going to increase the font size by a lot, that is. So that is 1.5 rem. Next, I'm going to change the color to our signature blue. There we go. Right. Now next is text. So I'm just going to do service card. I'm going to do H3. That is the header. I'm going to do font size, set that. My F key is not working. Okay, my F key suddenly stopped working. Give me a second, guys. Okay, I'm replugging. Okay. Technical problems. Why is it? Okay, there we go. It's working. It's working. It's working. It's working. We'll do font size set to 1.3 rem. Also do margin bottom set to 0.5 rem. So that should be it. So next is paragraph tag. So we'll do P and just to set the color to gray. Do font size 0.9 rem. Decrease it by a little bit. Also do display inline flex, right? And do align items set to center. We'll do gap 0.5 rem. At last, we don't need these two. Do we need that? No, okay, so we'll just wait. I'm just gonna do margin bottom set to 1 rem. And that's pretty much it. So only thing that we need in inline flex is actually this. I misread it for another thing. Okay. Next is learn more. So we'll do learn more. We'll set the color to that. We'll do display inline flex. And we'll also do align items set to center and do gap 0.5 rem. Also do font weight set to 600 and also do text decoration. Is it underlined, right? Okay, we'll do text decoration set to none. There we go. Now we have to make a hover effect for this. So we'll just do hover. We'll set the gap to 1 rem and we'll do transition. We'll put a transition here. So we'll do transition gap 0.3 seconds at D. So we are basically just putting here. So we'll do that. So this kind of reverse transition you can put there. Looks pretty nice. So that is pretty much it, right? So that is almost everything here, at least for now. Now we can actually start making our sidebar as you saw in the intro. So what you can do here is we can cut this. We can come down here. So after this section we have here, we can basically start working on our sidebar. I'm going to quickly fix my indent here, just like that. There we go. So since we have the main content here, so we can basically put that right over here. So for the right sidebar, we can basically just put it here. Give me a second. So we have this. Okay, here. So we'll do sidebar. We can basically make a side. You can use a side tag because side tag is usually used for sidebars and side text. So you can use a side here. So we'll do sidebar. We'll do sidebar hero. Oops, misspelled it. And we'll do section label. We'll do about us. Now this is already styled, so we don't have to style that. I'm going to add an additional style since the color of that is #666. I want it a little bit darker gray, so we'll do 999, right? Okay, never mind. We'll have to do color 999. Okay. So after all of that, we can just put an H2 here. So I have an H2 tag with me right here, which I'm just gonna yoink it up there. Next is a paragraph tag. Now I have a long paragraph with me. I'm just gonna copy the content of that and paste it right here. So that is the tag that we have here. So that is sidebar hero. So next thing we need is the image for the sidebar hero, right? So we'll do hero image, wrap that inside that. We need image, so we'll use the image tag. Here I'm just gonna copy the link of the image. So that is a dentist image. Next I can just do hero stats. We'll do stat badge. So this will basically be all of these stats we can show in our sidebar, like one of these, right? As a separate, but on the sidebar. So for that, what I can do is I can either just copy paste the same thing or just change it slightly. So I'm just gonna do strong 40 plus, so that is years of experience. Where is the plus? There we go. Not years of experience. I will just put this, what do I put it? Expert dentist. There we go. And after that, I can just copy, paste. That didn't make sense, but yeah, you get it. We'll change that to 15, so we'll change that to supposedly be years of experience. Just like that. Also do 5,000 happy patients. We'll put that there. So after the hero image, where does this end? Right here. So we'll make a button. So we'll make a button tag with a CTA button as a class, and we'll just do discover our story, and we'll do icon tag and do class FAS FA arrow, set that to right. That is a button. Right, after all of that, we need to style this, so we'll just quickly do that. So we'll come to our style.css and start styling it. So we'll put in actual comment thing sidebar, and we'll do sidebar. We'll put it to position fixed. The reason we do that is we want it to be fixed on the left-hand side of our screen. So we can use position fixed. We'll do right 0, and we'll do top 0. Right? That'll be around here. I can just give a width. So where is it? So it's around here. Next I can just do is give a width of 450 pixels. Also give a height of 100 bh. Just like that. Boom. So it's on the right side now. I can give a background and give a background of 1A, 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 kind of a blackish background. Also give color of white, overflow white to auto. We can also do box shadow set to -5 pixels, 0, 20 pixels, and set the RGBA value to around that much. Adds a box shadow. So next is the sidebar hero. So that was for the container, right? We can just do sidebar hero. We'll set the padding to 3 rem and 2 rem. Also give a background of linear gradient. We'll give a 135 degrees. We'll do a blackish background that will set that to 100%. Let's also give the same color we have here. We'll give it 100%. There we go. That will be our linear gradient. Next thing what I can do is style the H2 now. So that is all of these texts right here. I can just give sidebar hero H2. We'll do font size. Okay. Font size set to 2 rem. Also do margin bottom set to 1 rem. And next I can just do font size 0.9 rem. If I just full screen it, it kind of looks great. Now we can it is not scrollable because like we have set it to auto. So if you see here, I have set the overflow Y to auto. It's not overflowing, so that's why it's not scrollable yet, right? So yeah, so we can just put that there for now. Next thing is the image. So I can just do hero image. We can just do position set to relative. Also do margin set to 2 rem 0. do hero stats and do position set to absolute, right set to 1 rem, top set to 1 rem, do display flex, flex direction, column, and we'll do gap set to 1 rem. There we go. So that is for the container. Next style, the actual badge width. So we'll just do badge. We'll set the background to be around that right there. I'm gonna give a little less, make it a little visible, and we'll change the padding to be around 1 rem. Border radius set to 10 pixels. Text align set to center, and min width set to 100 pixels. We'll do stat badge strong. So that is the percentage, right? It's not percentage, the actual text. So we'll do display block. So it's on 2 sides instead of 1. I need to change the color quick because I can't see anything. There we go. We'll increase the font size by that much. And there we go. So next is button, right? No, actually we need to style the span tag too. So we'll just do font size. We'll decrease the font size by 0.8 rem. Also do color. Set it to that, so it's actually visible. There we go. The next is button. So we'll do CTA. We'll do CTA button, set the background to white. Also do color. We'll set that to that. Also do padding set to 0.8 rem and 2 rem. Also do border none. We'll do border radius 8 pixels. Font weight 600. We'll set the cursor to pointer. So there we go. And we'll do display inline flex and do align items set to center. I'll set the gap to 0.5 rem. And that is it for that, right? I don't think we need anything else. So yeah. Next thing what we can do is style all of these. One thing I want to change is this text, like this text right here, this title is not big enough, I think. So I can just probably change that too. And also I need to style the image. I think I forgot about that. So here it is, I think sidebar hero. So we'll do sidebar hero h2. We'll basically just cut that. And we'll do font size set to 2 rem. Also do margin bottom set to 1 rem. Also do line height set to 1.3. Now we'll fix it once later. We'll basically make this sidebar like on the side, don't worry. So right now it kind of looks ugly, but don't worry, we'll fix it later, don't worry. So we'll do feet. So next is paragraph tags. So again, I'm gonna have a grayish color and do margin bottom 1.5 rem. Also do font size, decrease the font size a little bit. There we go. So next, I actually forgot to style the image, so I'm just gonna quickly do that. This will not be anything. We'll just do width 100% and give a border radius of 1 rem. And that is pretty much it, right? So after all of that, we need another section here. So we'll just go here. And inside the side, we'll make another section. So this was for sidebar hero, right? This was for sidebar hero. We'll basically make a testimonial section. So testimonial section will be a bunch of information about patients, some text, and doctor recommendation. And yeah, it also has the doctor reviews, and we'll also make a carousel slider kind of. So yeah, we'll just do that. So I'm just gonna push it onto the side. We don't care about what is behind that anyways for now. Here, what I'm going to do is make our class. So we'll just do dot testimonials. Testimonial, we'll do h3, what our patients say. So this is kind of a review section we can put here. Also do color. We'll use a paragraph tag. Now we'll put an inline CSS because it doesn't have that much CSS. We'll just make it gray. Also put a font size of 0.85 rem. I'm sorry guys, I'm stuttering a lot. I don't know why I'm doing this, but my throat is not in a good condition for today. Let me just quickly drink water. Stay hydrated, guys. I have a sore throat. So after that paragraph tag, we'll just do testimonial text, not test, text. And again, I have a paragraph with me right here. It's really long. So yeah, this is really long. Next thing we have is the author, which is basically our images. So here what I'm going to do is put a image, right? So this is our image of author. Again, this is a picture of a person. Next, we'll put the author info, right? We'll do author info. We'll do h4. Let's say that's Julian. I know it doesn't make sense, but yeah, we can just put that to Sean, I guess. It's fine. I should put that the same. Also do paragraph, and here I have a dentistry a month ago. So this is basically the, time duration. Next is the rating. So for rating, what I'm going to do is make a div called rating. I'm going to have stars, right? So for star, we can use the icon tags. So this will give me a star. So since normally is 5 stars, so I'm just going to copy it 5 times. And there we go. So that is pretty much it for that. Next thing we have is a testimonial navbar, which basically has left arrow and right arrow. When you click on that, this will basically switch between the person. Now, to make that, what I can do is come out of the author first. So we'll do author, author, testimonial author. There we go. I'm gonna make a testimonial nav saying that, and we'll basically just do nav arrows, and inside this make nav arrow, and inside that I'm gonna give a icon tag with a class of FAS FA arrow left. Copy paste that. This will be a right, and there we go. So after doing all of that, I can make another saying. So this will be our increment and decrement. So how many testimonials we have. So let's say we have 5 testimonials to show on our sidebar. So we can just do that. We'll do style, and we'll change the text color to gray, right? And let's say that says 3 out of 5. So that is our thing, right? And yeah, that is pretty much it for the testimonial section. So let's quickly style this. So we'll come to our style.css. We'll give a comment saying testimonial, right? And here I can just do testimonial, and we'll do background, set that to white. Okay, I misspelled it apparently. There we go. And we'll do padding, set to 3 rem and 2 rem. And also give margin of 2 rem. Also do border radius set to 15 pixels. So after all of that, we'll style the text. So we'll do testimonial h3. We'll set the color to be our signature text color. And also do line height set to 1.8. Margin bottom will set to about 2 rem. Next we have on the list is the author. So we'll do testimonial author. We'll do display flex. We'll do align items set to center. We'll scroll down again. And we'll do gap set to 1 rem. The next thing we have is our image. We'll do width set to 60 pixels, height set to 60 pixels again, and we'll do border radius around 50%. So that is our profile picture of the person. So the next thing we have is the header, which is h4, right? But if we come down here and around here, so this is the name of the person. So we'll do h4. We'll do author, actually. We'll do author dash info h4. We'll change the color to our signature color. And we'll do margin bottom set to 0.9 rem. Okay. The next thing we can do here is the paragraph. So we'll do author info, change to paragraph, and we'll change that to about this, right? And also do font size, decrease the font size a little bit. There we go. Now next is rating. We'll do rating and we'll change the color to white. So we'll do that. So that's the yellow. And we'll do margin top. We'll do 0.5 rem. There we go. Right. Now next is testimonial text. So we forgot to style that. So to do that, I can just do that, do text and change the color to about that. There we go. And do line height set to 1.8. We'll do margin bottom set to 2 rem. And that is pretty much it for the testimonial. So next thing we have is the nav bar. So we'll do, come down here and we'll do testimonial nav. Do display flex, justify content, space between. Scroll down because you guys cannot see. And also do align item set to center and do margin top about 2 rem. So we have all of this, but you guys cannot actually see the nav bar. So to fix that, either I can put a inline CSS there, or I can actually do that. Okay, we'll do what we need to do. So we'll do nav bar, nav arrow, so that is all of the arrow. We'll do display flex, gap set to 1 rem. Also do color, set that to black for now. Right. Next, we'll just do, wait, nav bar arrows, not arrow. Here, I'll just do nav arrow. So we're actually selecting individual arrow now, and we'll do width set to 40 pixels, height set to 40 pixels as well, border 1 pixel, solid gray, and also make that a perfect circle. So we'll do border radius 50%, do display flex, align item center, justify content, we'll do center, cursor set to pointer, and do transition all 0.3 seconds at ease. There we go. So at hover, what I can do, if I have that, we'll hover, we'll change the background to our signature blue color, and we'll change the color to white. We'll change the border color to our signature to that. So there we go. It looks pretty nice. And yeah, that is pretty much it for the testimonials section. Till now, it looks pretty old, right? Now we still have to fix this, like it is overlapping. So we can fix that later. For now, we'll just style everything else, and yeah. We'll make it responsive and fix that at once. That is for testimonials. Next thing we have on the list is a form. So if you saw in the beginning, we had a form. So we have to make that form. So to make that, what I'm going to do is make a div with appointment. What's the spelling of appointment again? Appointment, right? Appointment form. So inside this, we have a section label. So we'll do label. We'll name that book appointment. Just like that. There we go. It's right around there. Next thing what we can do is give it a style, saying style color 999. Like that. If I come here back, right? And that's fine. So if we go again here. So next is H3, we'll just do schedule your visit, and we'll just do today. Put a random text here as an H3. Next is paragraphs. I'm just going to copy the text I have here. Like that. Next thing we need is a form. So we'll finally build a form here. So after the paragraph tag, we need to build a form. So we'll use the form tag. We'll cut accent. We don't need that. And I'm going to use a form row as a div to basically, if a form input is side to side, I'm going to wrap that into a form row division and just going to flex that. So here I'm just going to do form group, create a subgroup here. We'll do input, not img, input, scroll down, and do name. I can cut that, make a placeholder saying full name, make it required. Next thing what we can do is actually copy this. So this will be our mobile number. So either you can just go ahead and make it mobile or phone, right? Like that. And we can give a placeholder for mobile. Just like that. And it is also required. So this is one form row, right? Now we need to make another form row. So we'll do form row. The reason I am, okay, not that. The reason I didn't copy paste is this form row is different. And we'll just wrap another form group. And we'll use an input. This will be a date. It will have a placeholder of appointment date. And this is also, we'll put that as required. There we go. Now we can just, again, copy paste that. We can cut immediately. So this will be a drop down. So we'll do select. We can use the select tag. I don't need any of these. Change that to required. And now we'll put the options. The topmost option, again, will be a label. So we'll just do appointment appointment time. So I can just copy paste. Let's say this is 9:30 a.m. All right, so this will basically be a bunch of time. So I have already made it pre-made, so I'm just gonna copy paste this bunch of time. So that is 10 a.m., 11, 2, 3, 4 for the drop down, right? All of that. So after all of that, that form row is done. Move on to another. So this is, I think, our third. So this form row is pretty simple. This is basically a text area for giving larger reviews or larger conditions. We'll do placeholder, tell us about your dental concerns, just like that. And there we go. So this will be optional. So I don't need to put a different thing, right? Actually, I can basically do form group since this is not a form row technically, right? And next thing what I can do is make a contact info item. So this will be our FASFA phone. So this will basically give the phone number of the doctor. So I'm going to use a span. I have a dummy phone number right here with me. So I'm just going to copy and paste that. Right like that. The next contact item in the list we have is the email. So this one was phone number. This one will be email. So for email icon, I can use an envelope and put the email. So we'll just do code in test at gmail.com. Every time I say that, I kind of laugh. And that is our all of the form. Next, we need a submit button. So we'll just do button, submit button. We'll also give it a type of submit. So this will basically emit event of submit so we can catch it. So we'll just do schedule appointment. And there we go. So that was all of our form. Right? That is all of our form. We'll go to our CSS and style our appointment. So here for that, what I can do is do appointment form. And we'll change the background to what we have here. So we'll choose this one, why not, right? We'll do padding 3 rem and 2 rem. Also do margin 2 rem and border radius 1 rem. I'm just basically copying this for the container to make it identical. And we will style the h3 now, so which is the header. We'll change the color to that. Also give 1 rem margin bottom and font size, increase that a little bit. Next thing we have here is the paragraph tag. So we'll change the color to a grayish color. We'll do margin bottom, set that to 2 rem. Font size 0.9 rem. There we go. Next is form row. So we'll make it a grid because it's easier that way. We'll just separate that by 2 columns. Using template columns, we'll put a gap of 1 rem and margin bottom of 1 rem. There we go. Right. So here what I'm doing is it's kind of overflowing. So for that, we can first actually style the group. We'll do group. We'll not do anything, just put 1 rem gap there. Now we can actually start styling all of that. So we'll do form group. We'll choose input. We'll also choose text area. And we'll also choose the select. I'm gonna format document. Right? Format document. We'll do width 100%, set a padding of 0.8 rem, and do border border 1 pixel solid gray, and we'll put a border radius of 0.5 rem. Also do font size 0.9 rem. There we go. And next thing we have is text area. So we can have a separate styling for text area, that is resize, since it can literally destroy our responsiveness here just by that, right? When do resize vertical, so that will not let me resize it by horizontally. It will only let me resize it vertically, so that is good. Next, I can set a minimum height for that, so that, let's say that's 100 pixels. There we go. So after that is the contact item. So we'll do contact info item, put that display flex, align item set to center, and change the color to gray first because you guys are gonna see that, right? And also do margin bottom set to 0.5 rem, and set a gap of 0.5 rem, and font size set to 0.9 rem. There we go. So after that, the last thing we need is the schedule appointment button. So that's styling for that. Next, I can just do submit button. We'll do 100%. We'll change the background to our signature black color. Set the color to white. Set a padding of 1 rem. We will remove the border. We'll add border radius. We'll make it a little bolder. And what else? We're gonna also put cursor pointer, margin top about 1 rem, and we can add a transition of all 0.3 seconds at ease. Now next, for the hover, we'll change the background to our signature blue. There we go. Works flawlessly. It's also scrollable now, so that's good. And yeah, that is it for this section right here, which was the appointment form. So next and the last thing we have on our list is the footer. So this will be a footer on the sidebar, right? For until now, it looks pretty old, right? And actually, it looks pretty nice. And yeah, so next thing what we can do. Okay, let me drink some water. Give me a second, guys. Let's start by creating our footer. So what I'm gonna do is after here, I'm gonna do div. You can also do footer like this. Also gonna give a class of footer. Here, what I'm gonna do is actually do. I'm gonna make a div, right? After that, I'm gonna give a class, immediately style this, because there isn't that much in this, so I'm just gonna do display flex, align item center, justify content center, and margin bottom 2 ref. So that is pretty much it for the container. So I'm just gonna give inline CSS here. Inside this, what I'm gonna do is make a logo. So it will be a logo. Let's say that is coding, and here I'm just gonna make another span with test, right? I'm doing whatever I did here, right? I'm separating the actual words. I'm gonna give a inline CSS saying color. I'm gonna put this because it's very simple. It doesn't have that much anyways, and I'm also gonna change these. But here, I'm going to do our inline CSS. So I'm going to put our signature blue color. And there we go, right? So after all of this, what I'm going to do is make a social links, and I'm going to put our anchor tags. I'm also going to do FABFA, put Facebook. And here I'm just going to copy paste. So here I'm just going to change the name of the icon. So that will give me an Instagram logo. Third, I can do LinkedIn or Twitter, I guess. Let's do LinkedIn. This will seem more professional, you know. So after all of that, what I can do is I can finish this out, right? So next is footer content. What I'm going to do is make a div called footer content. Inside this, I'm going to make a footer section. Inside that, I'm going to give a header to that. So let's say that's menu, like that. Also going to give a UL tag. I'm going to give list. So this will be list of links. Basically, this will be the same as this. However, it will be on the footer, right? So I'm going to do anchor tags here. So I'm just going to change it to home. So I can just copy paste a bunch of times. Second one will be about section. If I remember correctly, I put about, right? Okay, that's good. I'm just going to do about us here. Also going to do services. Put services here. Gonna do, what did I do here? I'm gonna probably put nowhere. I don't think we have services section. We do, but yeah, services. And last, I'm just gonna do contact, put that to contact. So that is our this footer section. So after this, what I'm gonna do is copy this and paste this again, right? Paste this again. So this will be for services. So I can just copy that. So I'm just going to change that to preventive. Add that there. What I can do here, instead of doing like changing to manually, you can just do cosmetic and just copy paste this bunch of time. Let's say that's periodontal, not periodical. Okay. Emergencies. I can just do that. So that is for that footer section. Right after this, I can again copy paste this one more time. So let's say this is for about us. I'm going to do our doctors. Change that to our services. Change that to blogs. I don't need that one, so I'm just going to cut that. So after that, I have one last first section remaining, so I can just copy and paste that there. So this will be about and kind of info. So I'm just going to do info here. So there will be a small list. This will be about, again, about us. I don't need to put about us more. I'm going to do FAQs and put contact us. Here, gonna cut that and end our UL tag here. After UL tag, I'm gonna put AH4 saying join our newsletter. So this will be an input field where you can fill out email. I'm just gonna do style, margin top, set to 2rem. Small inline CSS here. Right now it looks really terrible. We'll fix it, don't worry. And I'm just gonna do newsletter here. Inside this, I'm gonna put an input field with email and cut that to placeholder and set that to email address, right? Next is button. I'm gonna have a arrow right button, so I'm just gonna do FAS arrow dash right. That will give me a right icon, if you can see right there. And that's pretty much it for this footer section. I think that's pretty much it for footer content, right? So after the footer content, we have one last thing, and that is our terms and condition and our copyrights thing. So I'm just gonna do footer bottom. I'm gonna put a paragraph with copyright logo. So to get copyright logo, I can do ampersand copy. That will give me a copyright logo, just like that. And I can just do co-din-tist, right? And write all rights reserved. So after that, we should be done. At last, put a footer links. Do href here, and inside this, I'm gonna do terms and conditions. Put a small styling tag saying color, that, and text decoration set to none. Copy paste. It's the same thing. Change the content to something else saying partner agreement. So with that, we have finished our HTML. So that is pretty much it for HTML. The only thing we need to do now is CSS and JavaScript. So let's move on to footer. I'm just gonna quickly put a comment here and just do footer. And here put a background. So I'm gonna choose this background right here. Put a padding to about 3 rem and 2 rem. Right? And just do margin set to 2 rem. Also do border radius 1 rem. So that is our footer. Now for footer content, what I'm gonna do is do display grid, since this is easier that way. I'm gonna do grid template columns, repeat 4 per fraction, just like that. And gonna do gap 2 rem. Also do margin bottom set to 2 rem. Right, also do footer section h4, set the color to that. Also do margin bottom to 1 rem. Next is footer section ul. Do list style type none. That'll get rid of the listing, right? That comes by default. What I can do next is actually I need to style the list. So I can just get that by doing ul-li. That'll select all of the list tag inside the ul tag of the footer section, which we have a bunch of them. We'll do margin bottom 5 rem. Next, we need to select all of the anchor tags. So anchor tags are inside the li tags. I need to do anchor tag here. We can change the color to gray. Set the text decoration to none to remove all of the underline. Also decrease the font size by a little bit. Now I need to put a hover effect for this. So I can do hover and put color to our signature color. So if I go full screen here, it's still not that responsive. Now we'll make it responsive just in a bit. You don't have to worry about that, but yeah, give me a second. Next thing is the newsletter, right? Right now it doesn't look like okay, but to do that, what I can do is do newsletter, do display, set that to flex, and do gap 0.5 rem. And there we go. One thing I realized is I think I messed up the input field here. So if I see here, if I push that to the side, we have this footer section and we have this div, right? So where did I mess up? To fix this issue, what I can do is come down here Instead of doing 4 fraction, I can just do autofit and do min max. And here I can basically just do, let's say, 100 pixels. I'm gonna eyeball this actually. Do that. So this is actually coming in outside the whole thing. So you can probably put that around here. See if it works. I'm gonna put another div and put that there. It's kind of working. The footer section, I'm gonna give it a class of footer section. There we go. Where is it? Okay, it's kind of works. So let's try and do that. So after doing that, we have our newsletter, right? And we have a couple of different things we can style about that. Next is input field. You can do flex, set that to 1, and do padding, set to 0.8 rem, and do border 1 pixel solid. Do that, and what I can do is do border radius 0.5 rem. So that is our input field. Next we can do is style our button. We'll set the background to be that, set the color to be white. We'll give padding of 0.8 rem and 1.5 rem. It will auto adjust because we have flex 1. And we'll set the border to none. We'll add border radius of 8 pixels. We'll set the cursor to pointer. So that is our all of that, right? Now, one thing I again forgot to style is supposedly is the all of the icons. So let's quickly just do that actually. One thing I'll check is why isn't it putting all of that? So we'll do social links. Okay, let's style the social links then. We'll do social links and we'll do display flex gap, set that to 1 rem, and we'll do margin top, set that to 1 rem, like that. One thing I forgot is supposedly it was supposed to be one thing here. So if I just do that, missing guys, let me just quickly check here. So that is inside that, right? I put everything at the center. So this was supposed to be justify content space between. There we go. And if I just do that, right? And do a here and put color to be around that. And also do font size, increase the font size by a little bit. I can actually put that display flex. We can do align item set to center. And I think it should be fine. We can actually remove this so it looks kind of neat. And that is pretty much it for this, right? Next thing what we can do is put the footer bottom, which is all of this text, right? So for footer bottom, what I'm going to do is do display flex, justify content space between, also do padding top to rem and border top 1 pixel solid, that, and also change the color to gray, and we'll do font size, set that to 0.9 rem, just like that. We can do flex direction set to column. We'll see how it looks. Yeah, this looks kind of better in my opinion. And instead of doing space between, I can just do center. We'll also do text align, set to center. Yeah, there we go. Now for footer links, we have footer links, right? All of these. So we have terms and conditions. We'll do copy that. We'll do footer links, do display flex, gaps set to rem. So that is our footer links. So I'm gonna add a small effect here saying footer link transition, all 0.3 seconds at ease. When you hover over it, we'll change the color to our signature blue. Doesn't seem like it's working because I haven't put them in the links. If I just copy paste that, change that to there, we'll put a transition here, and now still doesn't work. Okay, footer links it should work though. Okay, give me a second. I'm checking if I missed up something. I don't think I did. I can cut that. I need that. If I do color so that red, does it work? No, so that means it's not selecting it. Which is very weird since this is literally the thing, right? Yeah. Think about this. I can give a class to, let's say, footer links items, something like that. If I do items, now does it work? No, it doesn't. Now it does. Probably because I have given a color here. So I'm actually gonna, what I'm gonna do is cut this color property. And put the color straight from here. Okay, that works. So if that works, this should work as well. Footer links A. Okay, doesn't seem to be working. You know what? I actually, okay, that's because I have this, right? Okay, so now I can just put the color to what it was, and now it should work. Now it's instant. I'm gonna add a transition right like that. Okay, nice. Okay, next is the main content layout. Right now, it is kind of right now this is overlapped. You see this? This is overlapped. We have to fix that overlap. We said that we would fix it, right? How would we fix it? We'll just basically put the main content. We'll just put a gap of margin right. We'll set that to about 450 pixels. This will basically change that. Reason why I did that is you can also use calc here if you want to actually use it. But what I basically did was subtract the actual, subtract the length or width, not length, width of this to, if I just do sidebar here, the width of this is 450 pixels. So I basically subtracted that from the margin. So kind of put a margin right of that. So it is separated neatly now. So after that, I can also put this the same content here, but it's fine. Next, what I can do is style our hamburger menu. So instead of doing that, I'm not gonna, totally change or whatever. I'm just going to put the hamburger menu, right? We have mobile menu button. If I go down, come to here, and we'll see if this works. So if I go to our bar, so this is the mobile menu button, right? And we'll just do mobile menu dot I. Actually, we'll just do mobile menu, and we'll do display none. Right now it's not responsive yet, so that's why it's kind of overlapping, but yeah. We can do display none, also do a few other stuff, but I don't think I need to do anything. If I just do that and mobile menu, so we have two of these here. So we have all of this, so I can just cut this, right? And come down here and can just cut that, come down, and just paste that here. So we already have this. If I do display flex here, it's right there. So I'm not gonna too complicate it. I'm just gonna put it there. We can do display none, and there we go. Next thing that we can do is start styling our media queries. So we have really big list of media queries, since this is actually really difficult to make it responsive in this kind of case, right? We have already finished all of our styling. We only need the responsiveness. So first what I'm going to do is do media queries and put max width, set that to 768 pixels. How to start it? I'm going to start with headers. So padding, I'm going to decrease that by 1 rem on that, and 2 rem, 3% on the cross axis, right? Next, I'm going to do the mobile menu. I'm gonna make it display flex here. So if I just, there we go, it appears. Next thing I need to do is make the nav links responsive. That is completely changing the nav links. So we'll do nav links. We'll make it position fixed. Also do top 70 pixels. We'll do left minus 100%. We'll do width, set that to 100%. And if I do height, we'll calculate by doing calculate. We don't know, so we'll do 100 edge minus 70 pixels, which is the top, right? And I can just do background to white. Also do flex direction set to column. We'll do padding 2 rem. We'll do about gap 1 rem. Also do transition left 0.3 seconds at ease. And box shadow will basically do 0, 5 pixels, 20 pixels, and RGB is set to that. Also set the Z index to 999. Okay, so now if I in active, I'll set the position to left 0. Now what I can do is if I just come down here and put active here, this should come, it should make the thing pop out, right? If I just do that, it should be right like that. There we go. Right now it doesn't look nice because we have this, but if we flex this, it will look nice. Don't, like, trust me. So I'm gonna remove the active bar for now. So we need to put the whole sidebar on down. So we need to do that. Next, we'll just do nav links and do li here. We'll set the width to about 100%. And we'll do text align set to center. We'll also do padding 1 rem and 0. Next is border bottom. Oops. Okay, I was not supposed to do that. We'll do border bottom set to 1 pixel solid and do F0, F0, F0. There we go. Now next is hero, right? We need to decrease the size of hero. So just do hero padding set to 2 rem and 3%, just like that. Okay, not do that. And also do hero description, decrease that by a little bit. And then the font size. Next is hero description BR. We'll do display none. Right? And here I'll just do, we're basically removing the BR. We'll do features. We'll set the flex direction to column since it's very small. And do align items set to center and gap set to 1 rem. There we go. So next is all of this, right? After features, we have feature tag. We'll do width 100%. Also put the max width to around 250 pixels actually. And do justify content center. There we go. Next is client stats. We'll do flex direction set to column. Also do gap 1 rem. Okay. Next we have is video container image. We'll set the height to about 300%. Next we have is the play button. So we'll just do play button, set the width to around 60 pixels and height to about 60 pixels. Next is the stats. We are basically making everything responsive. So we'll do flex direction column. I don't think we have to do anything. We'll put the gap of 2 rem. There we go. Next we have is the stat number. We'll do font size set to 2 rem. Next is services. We'll just do services. We'll do padding set to 2 rem and 3%. There we go. And we'll do section title. We'll do font size set to 1.8 rem. There we go. And we'll do service grid. We'll basically do grid template column per fraction. So everything is in 1 fraction. And we'll do service card highlight and we'll do min height set to 300 pixels. As for the highlight, next thing we have is the sidebar hero. So then do padding 2 rem and 1.5 rem. Next is for the sidebar hero. So we'll do sidebar hero h2. We'll decrease the font size by about 1.5 rem. We'll do hero stats. And we'll decrease it by being position set to static. Right? That's the default position, by the way. And we'll do flex direction set to row. We'll do margin top 1 rem. And okay. What am I doing? We'll do margin top 1 rem. Also do Justify content. Justify. What's happening? Justify content space between. And there we go. Next is stat badge. We'll basically make stat badge. Also do min width set to auto. And padding set to 0.8 rem. Right. And yeah, I think it should be done after that. But give me a second. I need to drink water, guys. So next thing what we have here is we have stat badge. So after stat badge, we have the stat badge strong, right? We'll decrease the font size by 1.3 rem. Next is stat badge span. Decrease that by font size 0.7 rem. Next is testimonial. We'll do margin set to 1 rem. So do padding 1 rem and 1.5 rem. One thing I can do is HeroStat also put a margin block. There we go. Instead of doing margin top, I basically put margin block. So it basically applies margin on y-axis of this, right? So testimonial, I'm just gonna do that. We have a tree of testimonial. Decrease the font size by 1.3 rem. And there we go. Next we have is testimonial text. Oops. Decrease that by 0.9 rem. Next we have is the appointment form. So we'll do appointment form. We'll do margin 1 rem. Margin 1 rem, and we'll do padding 2 rem and 1.5 rem. There we go. We'll do form row. Grid template columns, we'll do 1 fraction. And do last footer, we'll do margin set to 1 rem and padding 2 rem and 1.5 rem. Right. There we go. Next is footer bottom. One thing I realized is it's not that responsive for bigger screen sizes between that. Like, actually I should probably just do media first, actually make it kind of responsive for decent screen sizes. So we'll add another here saying about 1400 pixels, and we'll not do anything but put the sidebar width to around 400 pixels. Kind of forgot to do this step. And what else? We can do main content and margin right, since the, we can do that, right? Next, what we can do is I can just copy paste actually. Instead of doing this is for 1200 pixels, I can basically position this relative and width set that to 100%. and set the height to auto. So it should go down just like that. Now, the sidebar width is 100% and height is auto. Next, we have to change the main content here. We'll do margin right 0. That'll fix. It should fix that. It is kind of weird. The reason why it's weird is the actual sidebar, the main content, is not 0. So if I just what I can do is I do sidebar width to 400 and put the main nav bar to 100%. If I do nav, I can just do flex wrap. Oh no, not flex wrap. We'll just set that to run with 100%. We'll do margin right 0. So if I just search main content, right? Oh wait, no. There we go. I was confused for a second. What? Why did I write that twice? Okay, next is what I can do is just style the hero a little bit to font size 2.5 rem. There we go. And at last, we'll basically style the service grid to be around repeat 2 per fraction. That's pretty much it. So that is responsive now. And next, what we can do is probably make it responsive for a little, again, a little more smaller size. You can just copy paste that. So this will be for 9992, right? We'll put the nav bar. We'll put the nav bar to flex wrap set to wrap. Also do dot contact info to do display none. We don't need that. Okay, we're not supposed to do that. For my document, and do hero h1, set that to 2.2 rem. We'll do stats, set that to gap 3 rem, and do stat number, do font size set to 2.5 rem, and footer content to about grid template columns repeat 2 per fraction. So that is responsive for that amount, right? So right after we cross that, it should make that thing appear. Now, if I put active, it should look nice like that. So that was what the idea was primarily, but my mistake. Okay, so after doing all of that, we are basically at almost end of our thing, right? We are almost at the end. What else needs to be responsive here is probably the footer. We don't need that much of the footer content. It kind of looks vacant here, so I can basically change that. But instead of that, I don't think we have to make anything responsive here. It's already responsive. And yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. That is pretty much it for the responsive. It's responsive for every single screen size here. So if I come down here, like that. It will change that to that, and there we go. Now, it's not responsive or super small, obviously, but for the lowest screen that is iPhone SE, it's definitely responsive. Right? So yeah, that's pretty much it for the CSS part of the things. The only thing we have to do is probably just use JS now. So in JS we'll do minor things, but not do over too complicated here. So let's start with JS. The first thing we have to do is probably have the thing work. So this thing right here. You can just do const mobile menu button. Either you can do that or we'll do that. That's better actually. And do document dot query selector, and we'll just do dot mobile menu button. It'll give me the mobile button. In this case, we don't need that, so I can just do that. Next we need the nav links. I'm just gonna copy paste that, do nav links, and put nav links right here. Right. Next is we have to listen to this. We'll put an add event listener here. We'll listen to a click. When we hear a click, we'll run a function that basically changes the class list and we'll toggle active. Right? And that's pretty much it. Also, we don't need to actually put this here because we actually don't have a class list to put there. I can basically just do if mobile menu dot class list, we can do contains. We'll check if it contains FAS, FA, bars, or we can just check FA bars. If he does that, we'll change that to this dot class list dot replace. We'll replace the bars. We'll replace the bars to the times, so which is a cross icon. Right, where did I mess up here? Okay, I'm writing the whole thing here, which I'm not supposed to. I need to do that. Okay, so we'll do that. There we go, just like that. We'll change that to that. Also do navlinks dot class list dot toggle, and we'll just do active, right? So in case it should work. If I do here, mobile menu does not contain that, so I actually need to check for I. So if I do that, that will basically change to that. Now this thing is not working. I need to check why is it not working. And okay, did I mess up syntax somewhere? Oh, it's FAS. F is FA, not FAS. Okay, there we go. Now we haven't made the on toggle logic, so we'll put else block here. We'll copy the same thing. Now replace the times with bars and we'll toggle. So this should work. And there we go. That works. That is our mobile menu. Next thing I can do is basically add the closing menu. So, I mean, it still works, but yeah, it should work like that. I also want that when you click on the mobile menu, nav links, I want it to I want it to close because it will not make sense. Right, so what I need to do here is loop all of this. So we'll do document dot query selector all will loop all of the nav links. We'll do nav links A. We'll do for each link, and we'll loop all of these. We'll do link dot add event listener. We'll listen to everything here, and we'll run function for each of these. I misspelled function. We'll do mobile menu button dot class list dot remove. We'll remove active, right? And we'll also do navlinks dot class list, and we'll remove active. So let's see if this works. If I do that, it should close, but it doesn't. We need to check why it doesn't work. So we'll do for each. This should be inside or outside that, right? So we'll do for each. We basically loop the thing, and here we basically do link dot add listener. We listen to that, and we'll do mobile menu button. Mobile menu button is the icon, right? Now we will basically remove the active from that, but we don't have an active on this. So what I need to do is also, I can basically close. We can just do replace. Okay, I made two mistakes. One is this, right? What is, so this star. So we have this, so we don't have a closing statement for this, I think. There we go. So one is for that makes sense. Next we have to replace, actually. We'll do replace, do FA times, okay, FA times, we'll replace that by FA bars. Okay. One thing it doesn't take me anywhere. The reason for that is I haven't given any IDs. I actually forgot about that. So let's just quickly do that then. We'll do services. We have hero section. We have about section. So for about section, I don't think we have anything to provide. So we'll just give an ID of services. Like that. We don't have any blog post too, right? So for blog post, we'll just put it like that. So if I now do home, it will take me to home. Another thing I want to add is a smooth scrolling. So to do that, I can do HTML. We'll put scroll behavior to smooth. If I come down here and click on home, it will transfer me to that with a smooth animation. And yeah, that should be pretty much it for that. Another thing I want to do is also close this by clicking on somewhere around here. Now that is the container for the nav links, right? So what I can do is if I get a click on the document, which is like anywhere when we have the nav bar opened, so I'll just do, I'm just gonna close it. I can do, I can basically just copy paste this. Instead of doing that, we'll just do, actually we cannot do that. We'll do document dot add event listener. We'll listen to a click. When we hear a click, we'll run a function. You can basically do whatever you want here, so I'm just gonna put that there. Next, what I can do is just do, we'll check if not e dot target dot closes. We'll check if it's navbar, right? Whatever the user click, we'll check if the closest is navbar. If it is, I'm just gonna do the same thing and put that there. So if I just do that and click on somewhere around here, it should change it, but yeah. And there we go. If I'm getting any errors here, if I am, I don't think so. It should be fine. So the next thing we have to do is add a alert when you click on play the button. So this will basically be a small function we can add. So we'll do play button equals to document dot query selector, and we'll just do dot play button. We'll get the DOM. This didn't work, so I'm gonna cut this out. I don't know why it didn't work. If I just copy paste that, wait, I need to check if why it did not work. I just do that, and I mean, it works when you click on here, but that's a given, right? But yeah, it's not working when you click on outside. You know what? I'm gonna leave it for now because the stream is already too long, and I don't want to be, putting all of this. I'm gonna add a simple click. So if you just click, what happens? We'll run a function, and this is a very simple. It will just basically say video player would open here. Now, if you can also add a real video to play, it's like completely doable. You can use a video tag and put the controls. But yeah. So right now I have a testimonials, right? So I have a bunch of array of objects which we can use to basically make a carousel slider. Now to do that, we need a bunch of data. Right now we only have one, and which is a static, right? If we click on that, we need data. So I have a array of object with me. I'm just gonna copy paste. So this is a array of objects which has text, again, text being this, like the thing, right? And the author is the name of a person. Role is the entry a month ago, whatever you want. Image is basically the avatar. So it has a bunch of different data, so you can basically loop around. That's why we have this. We can also check the source code in the description. We haven't done anything. We have an array of objects with different data for this specific testimonial, right? So to switch between the testimonial. Now, I'm just going to set a variable to check or keep track of the current testimonial. Let's say the current testimonial is at 0, which is the index, right? Now, I'm going to do function update testimonial. and we'll do index here. And we'll just do const testimonials equals to testimonials index. We'll pass the index. So we have an array with index 0 at this, index 1 at this, index 2 at this. You get the point. So we're basically first getting the, we're setting the testimonial, or not, we're getting the value from the index to the array of objects. We're basically fetching that using the current testimonial, right? Which will be passed from here. Now what I can do here is just do document.querySelector all. We'll get all of the DOMs. Now this is basically a function to, make that. So we'll do testimonial text, and we'll do text content. We'll put that to testimonial dot text, and there we go. So testimonial is this. I can basically cut that out, and there we go. That's testimonial. I can just copy paste these a bunch of times. Now next is testimonial author img. So I can do that. Now this is not a text, this is the image, so we'll have to change the source attribute. So I'll do src, and we have the image attribute here. I'm just going to select that. Right. Next we have is info for h4, which is the name of the author. So I'm just going to do author, since author here author here is the key for the name of the author. Now next is paragraph. Now in this case, I'm just going to do info p. Now paragraph in this case, let me see what it is. It's text, right? Oh no, it's basically the role. So what I need to do is basically put role here. Now one thing, what I'm going to do is we'll check if the last index, right? If it's the last index, what I'm going to do is first we need to check the condition. How to do that? We'll do testimonial nav is greater than div last child. So this is the condition. If the testimonial navbar is greater than the value of the last child, in this case, we'll basically say what I'm going to do is revert back to its original position. So we'll just do that, and we'll basically index plus 1, and we'll just divide it. We'll do out of 5. Just like that. And there we go. So next we can actually start putting into the thing. We'll do document dot querySelector all. We'll get nav arrow, which is both of these, right? We'll do nav arrow and do for each. We don't have an array right now, so we'll put that. So we need 2 of these. So first is arrow and next is index. We need both of these since we are making carousel slider. We'll do not slider technically, but yeah, we'll do add event listener, and we'll listen to a click. When we hear a click, we'll basically just do that. And if index is greater than 0, or not greater, equals to 0, we'll check the current testimonial. We'll set that to the value current testimonial minus 1 plus testimonial dot length, just like that. Not testimonials dot length. And to make sure it doesn't overbound, right, we'll always divide it by testimonial dot length. In case if we do go out of bound, right, it will revert back to its original position. We'll do else and do current testimonial equals to, we'll do the same thing. but this time I'm only going to do +1. So in this case, if the index is 0, which is initial position, we'll basically first subtract 1 and add the length and basically mod it by length. So we'll give a specific value here, which is the next thing. Now this will basically prevent any of the index out of bound, like the mod specifically here. If we were to go like it's like 3 out of 5 and 4 out of 5 and 5 out of 5, what next? Now when you click it, it should revert back. So if it doesn't, we have to fix it. If it does, that's great. It should. We'll do testimonial. We'll send the current testimonial. And let's see if it works. So it does work, right? So we'll basically switch between that. One thing is that this is not updating the text. So we'll need to see what is we are updating. So we need to increment this. We did increment here, but I think we messed up somewhere. So we'll see if what we messed up here. The console, there's a lot of errors. So can I set properties to that? So we need to check if, okay, we cannot see the author. We're getting null type on console. Update testimonials, we cannot set the type errors to null. So we're getting error right at here. Testimonial author, what did I put there? Testimonial author. So we are not getting the value of testimonial author for some reason. It's always Julian's. That's funny. I do author here. You have to check what is null here. Oh, okay. So I misspelled the thing. I was thinking why it says null value. So I need to do author info. There we go. So now it should work. Yeah, okay, it does work. And yeah, pretty silly mistake, but yeah. Okay, next is form submission. So we'll just do a quick little form submission. We're not gonna overcomplicate things here. Okay, so we'll do appointment form and we'll get the form. We'll add a event listener here. We'll listen to a submit. When we do listen to a submit, we'll run a function, right? We'll first prevent default here to get rid of the pre-default events, and we'll put an alert message saying appointment request submitted. We will contact you shortly. Like that. Also reset everything. This dot reset. This will basically reset the form. That's pretty much it. I'm also gonna format the document. Next thing we have is the newsletter, right? So for newsletter subscription, what I'm gonna do is for newsletter, right? Where do we like newsletter? So this will basically just get the value and we'll just put a thank you message. So for that, what I can do is actually do the same thing here, and we can change that to newsletter, and we'll do newsletter button. We'll listen to a click, and instead of doing all of that, we'll put the prevent default, but we'll do const. We'll get email and do document dot query selector. I put a syntax error here and do dot newsletter and do input. We'll get the value from that, and if the value exists, We'll just do alert dot not dot alert, and just put a thank you message. Thank you for subscribing to our newsletter. We'll put that, reset the value. So we'll just do, actually, okay. There we go. And we'll reset the value to email equals to none. That is pretty much it. And yeah, so if I can do form, right? We'll do form. So if I get the form here, form group, so we have forms. We'll do autocomplete, set that to off. So if I do that, it shouldn't give me any of the autocomplete, so that's great. Next thing what I can do is give email here. So newsletter will give me email. I'm also going to put autocomplete off here, so it will not autocomplete anything here, so that's great. So if I put something like code in add gmail.com, when you click on this will basically do that. This would reset, but it doesn't. So that is interesting. At least let's see if this works. We'll just do that. We'll put that appointment time that, and we'll do submit. This should reset, and it does reset. So this doesn't reset. So one thing that I am thinking that it's not working because of is it's the same thing, but I'm just gonna do that. We'll see if this works. There we go. Because it was the same value, because we stored it, that's why it was not working. I guess that's pretty much it. So yeah, that is pretty much it. So we have one last push here. So one last thing that we have to make is the animation here. So we'll do that in a bit. So first I'm going to drink water. Give me a second, guys. Now here to do that, what I'm going to do is we're going to use intersection observers, right? So I'm going to make an object of that first. So we'll do const observer equals to new intersection observer. Now intersection observer constructor takes the function as a parameter of like what will be the function which will be used to observe. So we'll do a function, we'll create a function which will take entries, right? Now we'll loop all of the entries. Entries are basically the HTML elements we are observing to put an effect when the elements are observed in the user screen. So we'll do for each entry in entries, we'll loop all of that. We'll see if its entry is intersecting, right? We'll just check if it's intersecting. We'll do is intersecting, and if it is, we'll just do entry.target. Now target will get the HTML element, and we'll just let the style and opacity will convert that to 1, right? I'm just gonna copy that again. So next thing we have to change is another property. So we'll change the transform property to be its original position. Now you might be thinking it's already at that, so what will it make any difference to that, right? We have to change the opacity and the translate property when we are applying to those. So we'll just do, and we also need another object to be sent here, which will have two properties. One is threshold. Now threshold is how much % do you want it to be as a threshold before the actual effect is triggered. So we'll just take 0.5, so that's almost 50%. Next is root margin. Root margin is like a imaginary margin. We'll just put 0 pixels for now. Right, so that is the function. What I can do is we have made the object. Now we have to actually apply or use the object on the HTML elements. So what I'm going to do here is select or get all of the things that we want to put the effect on. So stat item and service card. So that will be the two HTML elements I want to put this effect on. So this is this effect. Opacity equals to 1. Transform is translate y at 0. So it already has those things. So we have to change it from its original position first. So we'll do L basically being our element, right? So we'll do L.style opacity. So we'll change the opacity to 0, right? And I'm just going to copy paste. Next is transform. We'll put translate at y to be 20 pixels from its original position. And next is transition. We'll do transition and we'll do all 0.3 seconds at ease. We'll do observer dot observe. We'll observe all the elements. See that? Now if I just refresh, it will have that kind of effect. And there we go. So that is pretty much it for today's thing. Right, that is pretty much it. We don't have anything else to style. Everything is styled and it's working. It's fully responsive too, with a good nav bar. If I just go to iPhone SE, it's also responsive for this specific screen size, which is probably the lowest screen size you can probably make responsive for. And yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. I hope you liked the stream. If you did, hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Until then, I'll see you guys in another stream or another video. Who knows? So, bye-bye. Hello, welcome back to another stream. So today we'll be building yet another project. So today we'll be building a blood donation app or blood donation webpage. So this has cool effects like these, and also it looks pretty goddamn good. And also we have other interactive features like we probably haven't included in this channel. That is one of these. So this has a lot of interactive spaces and it looks really good UI wise. So today in this stream we'll be building this project. So without further ado, let's get started. So what I'm going to do here is I already have a project folder set up. So I'm just going to open that up. There we go. And also have a chat pulled out. Also, we need to check if I'm live or not. Give me a second. We should be live. Yes, we are live. And there we go. So I'm going to do that. And with that, I think we can start our project. So today's project is kind of lengthy. So I'm just going to quickly make our index.html, style.css, and script.js. So we're just going to do like that. And let's go ahead and start our project. So I'm going to do is I also have an indentation extension pulled out because it looks okay, and it also helps me a lot in coding. So next thing I can do that, link our style.css. Also, I have a font awesome link to a style sheet, right? I'm just going to use that. This will allow me to use font awesome icons, right? And with that, we should be fine. Next thing is this. So I'm just going to name it something different, I guess. A code in blood. It sounds weird, but whatever. So I'm just going to do donate blood, and save lives. I'm just going to do that. There we go. And next, I'm just gonna have my script.js filled up. And with that said, we should be okay to start styling our project. So not styling, start with our project. So first I'm going to make a header, also do header. Here, this will be our logo. So I'm just going to make a div with a class of logo. And I'm going to use our that. So also one thing I'm going to do is actually pull this out. So this is our pre-made project that we have here, right? So I'm gonna pull that out, cut this part, and hit go live. So this will basically open the project, or to start the server for the project. And here I can just do FA heartbeat. So this will basically give me a heartbeat icon, just like this. You see in it's ECA machines, I think it's called. I'm not sure though. Next thing is the name. So I'm just gonna name this Code in Blood, as I said. Kind of sounds weird, but it's just a name, right? Next, I can just basically do nav links, just like that. Also do LIA and do home and do home. I can just copy paste a bunch of times, and I can change the icon, not like the section of these. Also change the other stuff. So this is the process. Also change how it works. Also do benefits. Change that to benefits. Also do FAQ. FAQ. Also do contact. And last one, I'm going to change to contact. There we go. So that is our UL. So this is our nav link, or nav buttons, or whatever you want to call it. Next thing what I need to do is make a button. Isaens, hi, welcome to the stream. I cannot pronounce your name. Isaens. How do you pronounce it? Isaens? Isaens? I'm sorry, man. I know I butchered your name, but yeah, I'm sorry, man. Hi, welcome to the stream, man. Welcome to the stream. So today we'll be building a blood donor application. So if I want to show you how it will look like, it should look something like this. Pretty cool, right? Like it has one of these, and yeah, we'll also be adding a donate now or something, contacts us button. But yeah. Don't worry, man. Good tutorial. Greetings from Peru. Oh, welcome. Thank you. Greetings from Nepal, I guess. So after that, what we're gonna do is make a button. So I'm just gonna do donate button. Also do donate now. Put that there. Now this is our normal normal navbar for a desktop. Now in smaller screen sizes, we have to make sure that this does not act like that. So we need a button for that. So under this, what I'm going to do is also make another button. Also will basically this will basically have a class of mobile menu button. And inside this, there will be an icon tag. This will basically say FAS FA bar. So this will basically give me the hamburger menu icon, just like that. So yeah, this is basically font awesome class names. Like, how do I know these? You can basically get these like here. So if I search for font awesome, right? If I go here and search hamburger. If I search hamburger here and not this, oops. Hamburger menu. There we go. Either you can use this ones or that ones, right? Because anything works. If I just copy and paste that there, it'll basically be the same thing, as you can see. So yeah, FAS basically means solid, so it's the same thing, but yeah. So that is pretty much it for the header. So let's quickly style this. So here, what I'm going to do, let's just do margin 0, padding 0, and box sizing set to border box, just like that. Next is body. So body, I need to choose a font. I am just gonna choose this one because it looks nice. And also do line height set to 1.6. It's like the standard at this point. Also do color. Set a grayish black color, I think, for the fonts. It should be nice. And set the overflow X to hidden in case if something like overflows or content overflows on like horizontally, it should cover that. The next is header. So what I'm going to do is do background set to white. So by default for header will be white. It will basically alternate between gray and white probably. Also do box shadow. Set a box shadow for that. So I'm just going to do that. 0 2 pixels, 10 pixels, and RGBA. So RGBA color code will be for black, and I'm going to give a really less alpha value. They'll change it to like around really grayish, right? Also do position set to fixed and set the width to around 100%. Love your content, man. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Nahom Hailu, welcome to the stream, man. How are you, man? Welcome to the stream. Also do top 0 and set the Z index to 1000. This will basically give a normal, this is the code for a normal navbar. So we did nothing here, we basically made it fixed. So it basically sets fixed on top 0. That is, you know, like the most, on your view width is basically the top coordinates, and we'll set the Z index to 1000, so make sure it doesn't get overlapped between other HTML elements, and it will always be on the top. Now this was for the innermost container of the header, so we have to style the navbar next, so which is the nav container, right? Wait, did I didn't wrap this inside the nav container. Oops, I need to do that. I'm just gonna do nav. Also, I thought I did, but apparently I didn't. So I'll just fix that. Also do format document here. Okay, then the indentation is kind of not working here. So this is one thing good about having these kind of extensions. This is easier. I could just do that. Also do that and have the whole thing just indented just like that. So it just makes it easier for me to do stuff. You know, I can just have body indented, that's fine. That doesn't make a difference anyways. So let's, okay, so next what I was doing was styling the navbar, right? So for navbar, the first thing we'll be doing is obviously flexing them. Also doing, also do between, just like that, and also do align item center because it doesn't look nice, you know. It's basically just stretch all over the horizontal axis, and also do align items. Oops. Also do align items to center. So I'll basically fix that. Next, do padding 1 rem and 5%. Give it a kind of a margin, but it's still padding because we cannot get margin if we change that to margin. I will not do something. I thought it would because I forgot we had navbar inside header, so. But padding is still the go-to thing we want to do. So max width I can give around 1400, like that. Yeah, looks pretty okay. Next thing I want to do is also set margin 0 and auto. Now this should be, yeah, so this should be responsive. At least the margins should be responsive. Next, the logo. So styling the actual elements in the navbar. So what I'm going to do is set the font size to 1.5 rem. Also do font weight set to bold. Also do color, which will basically give the color to, or change the color of the font to that. And put this flex box And here I can just fix that with align item center and put a gap of about 0.5 rem. So like that, our logo should be styled, right? Next thing what I can do is style the nav links. Now this is the reason why the actual nav bar is very, like, it has a lot of height, right? And this will basically, if I do this will fix that. Now next I can just do gap 2 rem. Also give list style type, or just do list style none. And also I don't think I need to do, because I can just call the anchor tags. Now the first thing I want to change about anchor tags is by default anchor tags do come with underline, which does not seem good, so I'm just gonna remove that with text decoration none. Also do change the color to the same color of that, right? Which is like a kind of blackish, has a tint of gray kind of color. I cannot describe color, guys. Also do font weight, set that to 500, kind of make it bolder. Now next set the transition to color 0.3 seconds with the animation of ease. Now with that it should look okay, right? Now next is donation button, or like donate now button. And just call that saying, what is it again? It's donate button. So I'm just gonna paste that. Now for this, again, our whole thing, like whole website is like white and gray, like not white and gray, white and red theme. So I'm gonna have a background of kind of reddish. Set the color to white. Remove the border because it doesn't look nice. Give a padding about 0.7 rem and 1.8 rem. That'll give the padding. Now I want a border radius, so I can just give border radius really big to have like a button kind of vibe. Also make the text color or text bolder or font bolder. Then give font weight 600. And at last, since this is a button, I can give a transition saying background, or I can just do all, set the transition to all of the properties, saying all 0.3 seconds at ease. Now since this is a button, I also need a hover effect for this, or hover state. Now for hover state, I'm not going to do anything too fancy. What I'm going to do is just change the color to a darker red, saying D6 2626. So this is a darker version of that color. Now another thing I can do is actually set the cursor to pointer, a minor thing, and there we go. The next is hero section. For hero section, what I'm gonna do is I can also set this to like display none. So might as well do that. But I don't think I need to do that now. I can probably do that by just saying mobile. So if I just set that, mobile menu button, and just do display, set that to none. Actually, not make it none right now, but yeah, set the background to none. Right, I'll change the background. Next, set the border to none. Now I can just increase the font size, so about 1.5 rem, and set the cursor to pointer. So that should be fine, right? Now, for how it's gonna work, I'm gonna write the code for later. So for now, I'm just gonna do it display none. So that is our nav bar for now. That should be fine. Let me just, where is my chat? Okay, there we go. Okay. So next thing what I need to do is actually write the hero section. So I'm just gonna push it a little bit there. Also do word wrap. How do you do it? Word view word wrap. There we go. So after a header, we have the hero section. So I'm just gonna do hero section, and here do section do section, okay, not X capital, section dot hero. Since we also have a nav link to here that it says home, I'm also gonna give a ID of home to this section. So in this, I'm gonna have a hero content and a image. So inside the hero content, there will be two things. That is the image and the actual things, right? So the hero content will have the text and everything, the descriptions, and there will be another section that will have the image. So for each one, I'm just gonna copy and paste the tag that I have here. Not tag the content. They'll basically say donate blood, save lives. Next, I'm gonna include a paragraph tag and also include a paragraph that's been stolen by ChatGPT, or I stole it from ChatGPT. So there we go. Next thing what I can do, I'm sorry, I'm stuttering. Next thing is hero features. So hero features would basically have all of the, like, how do I say it? The extra informations. So inside this, there'll be a div and also have a icon inside that, which will have a class of FA check circle, which is again a check mark inside a circle. If I'm wondering where is the actual, like, all of the content is hidden behind the navbar, since the navbar is fixed, right? But we'll fix that in styling, of course. But yeah, just letting you guys know. So I'm just gonna do that. Put a span tag here. Now I have two extra beside that, so I'm just gonna copy paste because it's basically the same thing with a different logo. That's pretty much it, right? It's basically the same thing with different logo and has different content. That's pretty much it. Now fix the indentation here, just like that. There we go. So next thing what I need to do is, after the hero features, where does it end? Like right there. What I can do is make a donate button again. So I can just create a button. Since I already have a style for that, I'm just gonna assign it to this like that. I'm gonna add a donate blood today, just like that for the content. I'm gonna give a small styling improvement. One thing I can do is, since this is a hero section, I can increase the font size to about 1.1 rem. Also do padding 1 rem and 2.5 rem. Just like that. I'm just making the button a little bit bigger. So after all of this, the hero content ends. And here I can make a hero image. I can give a image tag with a alt of blood donation. And I have an image right here, which I can just use. I'm just going to do that. And there we go. So after all of that, let's continue to style. I'm going to write a small comment saying hero section. Also put a hero, give it a background of linear gradient 135 degrees of FF 5F5. Set that to 0%. Also do FF E4 and do 100%. Just like that, kind of a tintish red. And set the padding to 120 pixels, 5%, and about 60%. Next, I can just do display grid. So for grid, I'm going to have two. We can also do display flex. It works either way, okay? So I'm going to have 2 columns per fraction. It will basically act in display flex. You can also do display flex and it'll do literally the same thing. If I do display flex, it's basically the same thing, right? But I'm going to use grid. So for grid, I need to assign columns. So that's one fraction, one fraction. Also do gap forum. Also do align item center, right? I can actually pull it right there so you guys can see better. Also put the, oops, what am I doing? Why is that not working? Max width, so the max width I'm just gonna have as 1400 pixel, which is our kind of margin, right? And also give a margin of 0 auto. Like that. And this should be fine. Do I have anything? Yeah, no, it's fine. So the next thing what I can do is basically just style the contents. So I can just do hero content h1, set the font size to about 3.5 rem. Just set the color to our signature red. To do margin bottom 1 rem. Also do line height. It's by default set to 1.2, I think, above in body, right? Yeah, so I'm just gonna change that to a little bit low because already it's not like doesn't look good for larger text. I'm just gonna decrease that. It's like that, and there we go. So that was for the text. So another thing I can do is change the paragraph or style the paragraph. Hi, Cecile, welcome to the stream. How are you, man? How are you, my guy? So for that, I'm gonna increase the font size a little bit. Also change that to a grayish color. And have some spacing like below the content. And that should be it. So next is hero features. So for hero features, I'm going to do display flex. Also do flex direction, set that to a column. And set the gap to about 0.8 rem. Also do margin, set to 2 rem and 0. Okay, looks okay. Aryan, welcome to the stream. How are you, man? How are you? Can you show the code? It's in the description, I believe. No? I think I remember putting it in description. Like, tell me if I actually forgot, because again, I am forgetful. But I'm pretty sure I remember putting it in description. So next is display flex. I can just do display flex, change align items to center. You're welcome. So align to center, and also do gap 0.5 rem. So yeah. Okay, looks pretty okay in my opinion. Does it actually have, does it match the old thing? Yeah, it does. This is how it's supposed to look like. We still need to change that though. So we'll probably, okay, it looks horrible in smaller screen sizes because again, we haven't made it responsive, but yeah, we'll make it. We are also do hero features. So for icons, I need to change that to a green color. Now I have the green hex color code right with me here, so I'm just gonna apply that so that will give me green color code. I'll change the font size to 1.2 rem. There we go. So next is image. Now image is absolutely unresponsive, if that's a word. So I'm gonna first actually style the container. So I'm just gonna have it positioned relative. Now next I can just copy paste that, put that the img, cut that, set the width to about 100% since container is actually 100%. Also do height set to auto. Also do border radius set to about 20 pixels, just like that. And this should be okay. So it looks pretty nice. And let's move on to, and yeah, it's also responsive. Like at least the images. Now we have to change it. So when it reaches about here, I'll just make the actual picture just go below it, which should be enough responsiveness for this. So after hero section, we have another section that is called stats section. So this will basically be a bunch of stats grid laid out, right, with a bunch of different information. So I'm gonna see where it runs right there. So I'm gonna have a section with stats as a class. So I'm just gonna do stat card and do h2, and also this will be animated. So I'm just gonna animate from JavaScript. So for now it'll be static. So I'm just gonna do that. Boom. So let's say that's 12,000 plus, even though I don't think that's true. And do lives donated. There we go. So next I can just copy paste this bunch of times. So I'm gonna change that to, let's say, 35 and do 200, let's say, and just do live saved. And let's say that basically I'm gonna change that to 1700 plus. So I'm just gonna do registered donors. There we go. That is it for the section. It's a pretty small section, but the main thing that makes it special is JavaScript, so it doesn't have that much in HTML and CSS. Barrow, welcome to the stream. How are you, man? How are you? Here I'm gonna make it a grid again because this is a card system that will be in a grid format. So using grid is recommended. You can also use flex. It's the same thing, but grid is more powerful in terms of grid layout. Yeah. So I'm gonna define a template column for this, or just column, if I understand it out like that. So here, since we have 3 cards, I can just do repeat 3 per fraction, just like that. Also put a gap of 3 rem between the cards. Now, one good thing about grid is, like, let's say you decrease the thing, it will just basically be stacked like that, right? Now, if I just do auto fit, it will be a different scenario. So if I just do auto fit, it should fit like that, since this is not working like that, or I don't have it defined. So if I do min max and set that to like like 300 pixels per fraction, it will be like that, and once it hits that threshold, it just gets automatically tiled. See that? Are you using Windows or Linux? I am, unfortunately, using Windows. But yeah, I daily drive Linux for my work laptop. So I use Linux on my PC because I have few proprietary Windows only softwares that I need to use. Unfortunately, Windows Linux still doesn't have it. So yeah. But I still use Linux daily though, because it's amazing. I love that. I love that thing. What we're learning today, we're basically learning to make, or I'm basically making a project about blood donation websites. That's it. So here I'm just gonna give a padding of 60 pixels. I also do 5%, right? So yeah, just like that. Also, but I almost gonna give a border because it will just make me like something black. Right. Oh, it's a stats instead. I thought I was in cart. Never mind. And also I'm gonna save that, remove that border. I'm planning on switching to Linux from Windows, probably Fedora, Ubuntu, Arch, or Omarchi confused. I mean, choose Ubuntu or Linux Mint if you want a beginner-friendly distro. Fedora is kind of in like between. It depends on which kind of DE you choose. D basically stands for desktop environments. Like, let's say you choose Hyperland, you have to configure everything yourself. All you can just download dot files, like pre-configured files. That's basically. Or like if you want to go, or like Arch also is beginner friendly. Again, depends on which kind of desktop environment you choose. Like there are like beginner friendly desktop environments, like same as Windows, for example, like KDE Plasma. But like you choose like kind of like a not unintuitive beginner, like not unintuitive like these like Hyperland, i3, like those kind of things. Then yeah, it will be pretty difficult to get used to at beginning. Again, once you get used to it, it's amazing. Okay. So yeah. Omarchi is basically like Arch Hyperland, but it's basically like everything is pre-configured for you. So like you don't have to like go through every single one of the configuration files to like like set up everything, It's basically set up for you to use out of the box. Let's say max width is 1400. So also give a same day margin 0 and auto. Also do text align center. If you want, like, depends on which kind of. If you want to learn, just use Arch, right? Like stick to KDE Plasma, and if you want to learn Hyperland, you can basically just use Hyperland simultaneously. Like you can just basically hop out in like between of KDE Plasma and Hyperland. So yeah, you can just do that if you want to, use Linux. And if you just don't care about anything and you just want a beginner friendly distro, just choose like Linux Mint or Ubuntu or just Arch KDE Plasma. There are other options like Pop OS if you use an NVIDIA graphics card. If you have an NVIDIA GPU and you don't want to like go to a headache of like actually downloading drivers, because sometimes it can be a pain to have, or like there can be conflicts between the drivers. So Pop OS basically has NVIDIA drivers pre-built. So yeah. So enough yapping about Linux, and let's move on to our project. The next is the color. So color, I'm just gonna give it that. Why is everything just red? Oh no, okay, never mind. So I was not supposed to do that. So I'm just gonna give a padding of 2 rem. Also give a background of white. Also give a border radius about 1 rem. And box shadow, they'll basically make it look nice. Check this out. We'll do 0, 5 pixels, 25 pixels, and also set it to about 0.8. And there we go. Looks pretty nice. Right, now I need to kind of increase the font size because you cannot see it. I'm just gonna increase that by about 3 rem. Also change the color to our signature red. This is a darker version, so I want that. So it's lighter red. Also do margin bottom set to 0.5 rem. So there we go. Looks pretty okay, I think. So do stat p card color. I'm gonna change that to that. Also do font range set to 1.1. And yeah, that should be okay. So next thing what I can do is make another section, obviously. So I'm gonna, where was I? Where is the thing? So I'm just gonna do stats section, mark that, just like that. And here we can start a new section. So I'm just gonna name this new section how it works, because it's basically the same thing, or just works about section. I think that's like most genuine thing. There we go. Okay, so about next, I can just do section dot, I can set the name to how it works, I guess. and also give an ID actually, saying process. Scroll down. So I'm gonna give a h2 of section title. So it'll basically do how it works like that. So after h2, I'm gonna give a paragraph tag. Do just for simple steps to help save a life. So that is the content I have, right? And okay, I was almost gonna do the same mistake like I did in the last video, accidentally like cutting one of the closing tags. Style I can do text line set to center. Also do max width set to 700 pixels. Margin set to 0, auto, and pre-rem. Set the color to around gray color. Also set the font size to 1.1 rem. There we go. I'm gonna format the document. Okay, don't format the document. I need to change. I need to get a new. Okay, so after that, what I need to do is make another called step. So this will basically be the step cards, right? So if we go to our finished code, so I'm just gonna go to that port, not that 500. So see this? We're basically making this, right? This is again another grid layout cards. So for that we need the card. So this is the actual container which will store all of the cards. So I can just do steps card, not steps, step card. The first content it will have is step number 1. Push that a little bit there. Step number 1, I can also have a fill the form. And next I can have is the paragraph tag. So I can just copy paste that, just like that. Now this is one card. Now I have a bunch of other cards with me right here. So I'm just gonna copy paste because it's basically the same HTML structure, but has different different content. So this will just do that, like that. And step card, definitely not that. So here I'm just gonna do that like that, step card. Now I just don't want to like style like use prettier here, because if I can just format document, but it will basically like its indentation is like not accurate, so I don't want to use prettier because I need my indentations in HTML, otherwise it will be absolute disaster. I need to find another code formatter, I swear to God. Okay, that was for the step card, right? Let's quickly style this thing. So to style this, what I'm going to do is do stat card h2. You can either do that or oh wait, no, stat what? Okay, never mind. So we need to do that. What am I doing? Okay. You know what? My brain stopped working because I'm not hydrated. Stay hydrated, guys. So I'm gonna quickly drink water. Drink? Yeah, drink. Again, I cannot speak. I lost my voice for a second. Water or beer? I don't drink beer. I don't drink in general, just saying. Padding, I'm just gonna set it to 80 pixels and 5%. Again, the same same padding, right? Also give it a background. Since we are basically alternating, this has kind of reddish tint. This is basically perfect white. Now to separate these section, I'm gonna give this background. So it'll basically be alternate, right? So it'll be that, white, again that, so another will be white. So we're basically just alternating it. I'm also going to put a comment saying like steps section like that. So it will have a section title. So this is our section title. Now for styling this, I'm first gonna put it to center, increase the font size about that much, 2.5 rem. So gonna change the color to our signature red. Also, basically put a gap in below, so that is margin bottom 3 rem. Next is steps. So steps, I'm gonna have a display of grid. So this is basically style, so I don't need to style it, right? So I'm just gonna skip that part. So for this, what I'm gonna do is, since it is like 4 of these, either you can just use repeat or whatever you want. In this case, what I'm gonna do is do repeat, but I'm gonna do autofit. Autofit, I'm gonna do min max, which is the minimum value or minimum threshold it should not cross, is 250 pixels, right? Either that or put, if it's a singular, it will just be the minimum can go is 1 per fraction. So it's the same thing I said, like that. So this will basically automatically adjust its thing. So this is not responsive yet, like these cards are not responsive. So we have to basically deal with that for now. So I'm gonna give a gap around these grid layout, or that's boxes, right? Or card, whatever you want to call it, and give a max width of like 1200 pixels. Set the margin to 0 auto. So what this does is basically caps the max width of this steps container to around 1200 pixels. Now we're basically setting the all the on the x-axis, it'll basically set the margin to 0. But on the y-axis, not x-axis, on the y-axis is 0. Since x-axis, we're basically giving a auto margin. So it'll basically have auto margin, but it'll basically decrease once we cross that, but it will basically automatically change the margin. So it'll basically make the like website responsive, right? Okay. Next thing we're doing is the step card, set the background to around white, set the padding to about 2.5 rem and 2 rem, set the border radius to around 15 pixels. There we go. So I also want to add a box shadow because right now it doesn't look like card, right? So I'm just gonna do 0, 5 pixels, 25 pixels, and I'm just gonna use that. Okay, right now, okay, now it looks like cards hovering over. So I'm gonna add a hover effect to these. So I'm gonna add a transition about all 0.3 seconds at ease, right? So I'm just gonna yoink that from here. Add a hover state or use the pseudo element of hover state. I'm gonna add the transform translate to around negative 10 pixels. So basically translate 10 pixels upwards, just like these. Looks pretty nice. And yeah. So that was for the actual container for the card. So now we have to actually style whatever that's inside the card. So first thing that we have to style is, I think, step number, if I remember correctly, right? Yeah, step number. So step number. So for background, I'm gonna give our signature red, right? I'm gonna give color, set that to white. What I'm gonna do is, right now since a div is a block level element, it will basically take whole thing for itself. So I'm going to fix that by giving it a specific width. Also give it a height of 50 pixels. right? So it'll be a perfect square. And give a border radius to around 50%, changing that to square. Now you see the actual numbers are not even in the frame. So you can fix that with flex. I'm gonna make the actual container a flex box and do align item center just by content center. This will make them come exactly at the center. So if you don't know how this happened, make sure to check out HTML, CSS, and JavaScript course. I don't think we have JavaScript like all of these three, but we do have HTML and CSS course. So if you want to check that out, yeah, it's in our channel. So next, I can just do font awesome 1.5 rem, changing the font size. So do bold, and there we go. Not font size, font weight. Set to bold. Margin bottom set to 1.5 rem. So that is for the first element on the card. So next is the actual heading, which is, I believe, is H3. Yes. So I can basically get that, not step number, step card. Do anything is H3, so I can change that. So since this is our signature like color or text color for heading, so I'm just going to use that. And also set a margin bottom of 1 rem and change the font size, increase it by a little bit, and there we go. So next thing I can do is change the paragraph tag, change the color to gray since this is paragraph, and change the line height to 1.8. There we go. That should be it, right? So that is about it for about section. Next section that we have is a section of testimonials. So testimonials basically has like text and all of this. I'm just gonna show you instead of just yapping. It's like easier for you to for me to show you. So this is basically the testimonial sections. It will have the star logo, some text, and basically like a blog post, right? After that, we have the benefits section. After that, we have FAQs, which actually work. And after that, we have the footer. So it's basically very long code. So I'm just gonna do that. Also do section. I'm gonna give it a class of testimonials. Also I'm gonna put a testimonials section. Do h2, give section title from voices from our heroes. Just like that. There we go. Since it's already styled, right? So you don't have to style that. Next is the grid. So again, this is another grid layout. So I'm gonna use the grid. So first we'll define the container for the grid. So I'm just gonna do testimonials grid, or not testimonial grid. And inside this, I'm gonna add a testimonial card. Inside that, I'm gonna add a div with a container class name of stars, and this will basically have a bunch of stars. How will we get the stars, you may ask? We can use the font awesome icon. So if I do fa solid fa star, this will give me a star. I need 5 star. So you can copy that 5 times, so just like that. Right. Next thing what I can do is put a text. So let's scroll down. If I do testimonial text and put the text right here, just like that. So that is the text. Next thing we need is the author. So that's the profile picture. I'm going to do a container that will wrap the actual person who actually made the comment. Will be author, right? And just put a author avatar Let's say that's JD. Nothing I can do is just copy paste that. And here I can do H4 John or whatever you want to call it. I can just do code in for, and then let's not do that. Let's say Serena Doe. I don't know. Do regular donor. So this is like a kind of a badge. So I need to change the class name. So I'm just going to do author info. And that is for one card. Right now I have a bunch of cards like these. I'm just going to copy paste. Again, I am doing this because it's basically the same thing, but has a different content, right? That's it. Like it has different name here, different content here, so different paragraph and probably different badge, right? So card, do like that. Kind of pain to like have to manually do that, but oh well. So we have that card, testimony card here. Question, does the responsive menu work? Responsive menu, like you're talking about these, we will make it work, don't worry. But we'll make it work at the end. We're not there yet. But like in the code, if I just show you here, we're basically making this. It does work. Like it does work, right? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so for that to work, give me a second. So we have one card here, right? So that's one. And we need another one. So for that, what I can do is it starts at here, and I can just push that one step back, and boom. So I have another content here which I can use. So I'm just going to do that. So the third one is probably right about here. I'm just going to do that. And there we go. That's pretty much it for the content. So next we have to style this, right? Now for style, what I need to do is first I'm going to put a comment saying testimonials. And here I'm going to call that first. So testimonials, give a padding about same padding 5%, give a background. Now again, we're alternating. So it's red, white, red. Now this time it's white. Again, it's by default white, but it doesn't hurt to put that white, right? So for testimonial grid, which is the actual grid, I can basically probably copy paste the grid layout from here actually. One thing here I don't need is background. We don't need padding. That is, we need to make it a grid. Wait, I think I copied the wrong thing. Right. Okay, I did copy the wrong thing. My brain stopped working again. So there we go. We have gap theorem. I'm gonna change that 1400. Step back to 1400. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So I'm also going to change the value of the minimum card, like per card, to 300. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Next thing what I can do is basically do testimonial card. So that was for the grid. Now for the card, I can set the background. Since this is a black background, I need a grayish color, so I can just use that. Yeah, okay, that works. That's not gray, but suits for the theme. Do padding 2 pixels, so 2 rem. Also do border radius 1 rem. That looks nice. Also put a border of 2 pixels, solid, same color like this. Has a darker red. Looks nice. And next I can just do text. Now for the text. Now for text, what do I have? So I have this, but we can probably style the stars first because that's like easier. I'm gonna change the color to yellow, so FBB F24. That'll change the color to yellow. Also do margin bottom 1 rep. That's for the text. I'm gonna change the color to again gray, right? Put a margin bottom of 1.5 rem, so below the actual text. So this line right here. Also do line height, put back to 1.8. So default is 1.6 that we defined in the body. Also do font size set to italic because comments are due like not fonts. Wait, what? Font style, not okay. So there we go. It looks nice. Because if you do italic, it's like, I don't know. It looks nice, okay? It's like somebody commented, but like has a elegance to that text. You know what I mean? So next thing I can do is testimonial author. To do display flex like that. Align items set to center. Also do gap 1 rem. So there we go. So since these are the different container, right? Okay, so one thing I forgot to do is put indentation on here. There we go. And yeah, there we go. So next for the avatar, right? I think it's called what? Author avatar? Yeah, okay. Just gonna copy paste just in case. We'll set the width of that to 100%. Let's say avatar, we have to make it a perfect circle. Okay, not 50%, it's 50 pixels. Next, I can change that to height. So height is also 50%. Set the border radius to 50%. Change the background to our signature red. That'll be a perfect circle. Now I need the actual avatar names or whatever you might call it to middle. So I can just do display flex line items to center and justify content to center. So that'll be exactly at the center. Since the black color does not suit, I'm going to change that to white, which will be a kind of appropriate color. And again, the letters are hard to see, so I'm just going to change the font weight to, we can just use bold. There we go. So that is, it should be styled almost, right? So next thing we have to style is this, but we can also leave it empty because it already looks okay. But I'm just gonna do it anyways because why not? The H4, the other H4, right? Yep. I'm gonna change the color to around that, our signature like text color. Change the font size to 1 rem. Again, you don't have to do this because it's basically same thing. By default, it is set to 16 pixels, like again, with corresponding to like relative to your HTML. But yeah, you don't have to do this. Yeah, but like, why not, right? Do P, change the color to 999. To do font size, set that to a little bit less than the actual thing. There we go. So with this, it should be okay. So next is the benefits, right? So next is the benefits. So this is all of that section. So next is the benefits section. Okay. So first section, I'm going to create a section tag with a benefits as the class name. Also give an ID of benefits since we have the tag right here, right? So basically when you click on this anchor tag, it will lead to here. So we have H2 with section title. I'm just gonna do benefits, give it content of benefits of donating blood. Put that like that. Again, this will be another grid with 2 items, right? So I'm just going to use benefits grid. And inside this grid, there'll be 1 item that will be benefit item. I'm going to make a total of 2. So the first thing that will be inside the grid card will be a icon. So I'm just going to put a benefit icon. I'm going to use a icon tag to give the icon. Since we are using Font Awesome, I'm going to use the heartbeat like that. That'll give me a heartbeat icon. I don't know if you guys can see. Next is the content. So I'm just going to do benefit content. I'm going to use h3 here, do health boost, do ul dot benefit list, do I, not put li here. Inside the list, there'll be a couple different things, right? The first thing will be check. So there'll basically be a, theoretically, there'll be content for, there'll be health checkups, right? I think, like health boost or something like that. The content I just got ChatGPT, so I actually don't have any idea for what these things are. There we go. It's basically what do you get from benefits of blood donating. How did it take me that long to figure that out? But oh well, that's fine. So I have a bunch of lists with the same thing. So it's basically checklist a bunch of different contents. So I'm just gonna copy paste that to save some time here. I can just do that. Do that like that. Next, I can wait. Li, I can just do that. Can do that. There we go. So UL tag is indented correctly. All of these are also indented correctly. There we go. So that is for the single item in the grid, right? So next thing what I can do is make another item on the list, right? So this is again same thing. So I'm just gonna copy paste. It's basically another item with a different icon here and different contents. Was basically same HTML structure, so I'm just not gonna waste your time writing the same thing. There we go. And yeah, that's the benefits section. Let's quickly just write this, like style this. So I'm just gonna do benefits, do padding 80 pixels and 5%. Also do background set to linear gradient. I think I have linear gradient somewhere. Just gonna copy paste that, come to bottom, paste that there. So for this, it will basically be the same thing. So I'm just gonna copy paste that One thing also you can do is make a CSS variable out of it, right? This is another option. Since this is a thing that like very like annoying to type, you can basically make CSS variables to save time. Also, it makes the code meaningful. So do benefits grid, do display grid, do grid template columns, repeat, autofit, do min max, set it to around 400, well, not 4,000, 400 pixels per fraction. Just like that. Did I mess up the spelling? No, okay, never mind. It was not big enough. That's fine. Do gap 4M. Let's set the max width to around 1200. And do margin set to 0 and auto. With that, it should look pretty okay. Right. Does look pretty nice. Next, for the item, what you can do here. So for item, you can do item, change that, and do display flags, gap set to 2rem. Okay, and do align item set to center. There we go. So we have that icon, like the icon right there, and all of the contents on the side. Now, first style the actual icon. And since we have the icon, did we give it a class name? Where is it? Okay, there we go. We did give it a class name. So we'll do benefit icon, font size set to 4M. Color, we'll just use our signature red color. So there we go. Next, what we can do? What can we do here? We'll do benefit content, I think. Yeah, there we go. We'll do benefit content h3. We'll change the color of the text to that. For that color, also do font size, increase the font size of the title, right? And do margin bottom set to 1rem. Now for the benefits. So benefit list, I'm just gonna do list style none. So they'll get rid of the ul dot, listing dot, because we already have tech marks for that, right? Next thing what we can do is basically do benefit list I. So that is for check mark. I'm gonna change that to our green color, right? Also do margin top 0.3rem. So that is all of the listing that we need. And yeah, looks pretty nice. For now, up to now, it looks nice. It looks organized. Everything's working. That's great. Now, next thing what we have is, what do we have? Next thing is the FAQs. So this is the actual, frequently asked questions section, which like if you click on a question container, it'll basically show you answer. So kind of add interaction between that. So yeah, it should be that. So FAQ is basically a bunch of question containers. So again, this will be the same thing. And I am not going to like type all of that. So I'm just gonna make one container and I'm just gonna copy paste like I did for other containers if they are like repetitive, right? This should be fine. So we'll do section, we'll give it a class of FAQ, also give an ID of FAQ because we have to link it with our nav. And again, we have a pre-configured section title with FAQs, just like that, and boom. Next is containers. So I'm just going to do FAQ container. I'm going to make FAQ item. So inside this, there will be bunch of items. There will be two different things inside the item. One will be the question, another will be the answer, right? So first will be the container for questions. So I'm just going to do FAQ question. So I have to add interaction, which on click, if you click this, will trigger a toggle. We need to make this in JavaScript, but we'll basically make it run a function that is trigger function that is toggle FAQ. So inside this, we'll basically pass this given element. To do that, we can just do this. We can use this keyword. So we'll basically be passing this HTML element inside the content as a parameter. And I can just do span. Now I have a question here, the content for that. So I'm just going to copy paste that. And also also give it a class of chevron down. So this is a down arrow key, like down arrow icon, right? So that is for the question, right? So if I just come back here, we need to make the answer. Now I'm gonna quickly this will not be total complicated, so it'll just be answer like that, right? So answer, I have a HTML like a ChatGPT or AI generated answer here. Again, since we're just making a dummy website, it shouldn't matter that much. There we go. So that is the HTML content. So for this, what I'm gonna do is I have bunch of questions and answers of the same thing, right? What I can do is just copy paste all of them. Again, this is nothing but dummy FAQs. You can just use that, right? I like typing all of this is a pain, if you guys get what I'm saying. So I hope you guys don't mind me typing all of this. Okay, I messed up. I messed up really hard here. So this should be outside of this FAQ item. Almost messed up. See that? Like that's kind of a mistake I always make. It sometimes is embarrassing. And there we go. So let's just quickly indent this. So this is FAQ answer to the question. Wait, how? No, this is the same thing. So same thing as that. So for that, what I can do is just cut this part out completely and have this. There we go. So this is for that. We have all of this set up here. And after this ends, so we don't have that, we'll do that. So I need to manually indent this. It is kind of pain in the pain to do this. Do I just use this? Oh, I messed up somewhere. Okay, definitely. Okay, I didn't mess up here. So I probably did mess up the like actual content for this. So that's fine. What I'm gonna do here is, give me a second, guys. I'm just gonna quickly Check that out. I'm just going to copy that, paste that there. That is fav container, so that's good. So it's really pain to adjust all of this. But just give me a quiet little second to do this. If I just format document, it should work. There we go. Okay, that means I didn't mess up anything. So that's good. So next is like this. Boom. Okay, I'm not gonna sit around and just indent these. Actually, I have to. Oops. Unfortunately, I have to do this. And figure that out. And everything should be indented. There we go. Okay, there we go. So this is the main container for all of the FAQs, and boom. We should be fine after this, right? Now let's quickly just make or style this. So it will have two states. So let me just quickly style the containers first. So padding, again, it will be 80 pixels and 5% for the kind of a margin, right? Now this time is the white. So we did white here, this red here. So we'll change it to white again. So we'll do FAQ container. We'll do max width set to 900 pixels. Also do margin to 0 and auto. We're just going to do FAQ to item and change the background to white. Also give a border of 2 pixels solid. I can give the red thing here. Now it's not working. The reason I'm thinking it's not working is why isn't it working? Oh, wait, hold up. Now, okay. The border here. There we go. I didn't realize I made two backgrounds. We'll do border radius. We'll set that to about 10 pixels. Now, there's no gap between them, so I'm just going to do margin bottom, set that to about 1 rem. We'll do overflow to hidden. Right? So that is how we're gonna achieve this. Next is the question, right? So for the individual cards, it will just have that. Now in question, I'm gonna set the padding to about 1.5 rem. Set the cursor to pointer. Do display flex. And justify content. I'm just gonna do space between, just like that, to basically space the text and the icon. Also do align items set to center to make sure they're vertically aligned. And also do color, set that to our signature text color, which is not, again, it's not perfect black. We're gonna do transition, background, we'll do 0.3 seconds at ease. Just like that. That's for the question, right? Now, what else we can do? We can put a hover effect on this. We'll change the background to that. Just like that. Right? Okay, I messed up the spelling of background. There we go. Now the transition is working properly. Now, for this, what I can do to achieve that, click the open view, what I can do is basically first style that. So answer, we're gonna we're gonna put a padding to 0 and 1.5 rem to match the alignment, right? Here, I'm gonna do max height of 0. So they'll basically make it disappear, just like that, right? Now I'm gonna put overflow hidden just in case, right? Because it's a, Now to change that, I'm just gonna do transform, not transform. We'll do transition. We're changing for max height, so I'm just gonna copy max height. We'll do 0.3 seconds at ease. Now another thing we have to change is the padding. So we'll do padding 0.3 seconds at ease. Right? We're putting transition on 2 different properties only. Now we'll put another state here. So this is the state 0, right? The initial state. Now next state will be active. So this is when you click on these things. Right now, if I click this, nothing happens because we haven't configured JavaScript. But if I put a active class into the class list of this specific container, like which is the FAQ answer, I'm going to change the max width to 500 pixels if it's clicked. I'll also change the padding to 0, 1.5 rem, and 1.5 rem. Right, now I'll show you what we're going to do. So this is the initial state. If I come down here and add, let's say in the first one, let's say I add active here. This will make it go active. You see that? That's what basically we'll be doing from JavaScript, right? And that's pretty much it. Now we have the final section of our website, that is the footer. And after footer, we should be done with HTML. Now footer, what I'm going to do is use the footer tag, right? That makes the most sense. We'll create a comment saying footer. We'll do footer. Also give ID of contact since we have that in footer. We'll give a footer content. And inside this, we'll have a footer section. So we'll have a bunch of different sections inside the footer. So this is section number 1. So inside this, we'll put an h3. We'll put a heading with a class with the icon of a heartbeat again. So I'm just going to do heartbeat. And here in h3 content, I'm just going to do code in blood, which is again name of our website, or at least the company, like hypothetical company that is. We'll do footer content for section. So inside the section after the h3, we'll put a paragraph. So I'm just going to copy the text I have right here. Don't mind me if I do. So after the paragraph tag, we'll put all of our social links. So I'm going to make a div with all of our social links. When you href, and we'll do anchor tag, not anchor tag, we'll do list. So we'll have bunch of different social links. The first one we'll do is Facebook. So to do that, I'm going to do FAB Facebook. So if I do that, they'll give me that Facebook icon, if you see right there. So I don't want that one. So I just want the one with only letter F. So I'm just going to change that, give it F. So that will change the icon, right? So now what I can do is just copy paste this bunch of times. So that's for the Twitter. Also do another for Instagram. And the last one I need is for LinkedIn. Just like that. And that is all of our social links. That is one footer section, right? So I'm going to fix the indentation here really quick. That's for the first footer section. So we have another footer section. So I'm just going to do footer section. I'm gonna put h3, so I'm just gonna put a support here. So this is for support, right? Now this will basically have link and anchor tags. So if you click on FAQ, we'll lead that to FAQ section, which is right over here. Basically provide links for the website. Next, what I can do is also do change that to different name. Actually, just do quick links. I don't think this matches with that, so let's just do quick links. So put that to home. Also do home. We can put FAQs or whatever. I can just do about us. We'll do process, right? And I'm just gonna put that to how it works. So like a mini nav bar, basically. And here I'm gonna change it to benefits, another section in our website, and change that to benefits. And that is another one of our footer sections. So now we can do the support. So I'm just gonna copy that, paste that there. This is basically the same thing. One thing I forgot to do is wrap this inside a UL tag. I didn't see that apparently. So do that there. Make it indented one, and there we go. So now if I just cut this and copy and paste this now. So we have that. So I'm just gonna change the contents to support. We'll do FAQ. We'll change that to FAQ again. We'll change that to, we don't have that. So I'll just do, this will be our privacy policy. Since we don't have a thing for privacy policy, I'm just going to leave that empty on the href, right? Next is TOS, that is terms of service. So I'm just going to do terms of service. We don't have that content for that too. I'm just going to leave that empty like that. Next is contact. We do have a contact section. I'm just going to do a contact section basically is our footer. So yeah, contact, there we go. So that is another footer section. So next footer section we have is basically the same thing here as this thing right here. But I'm going to make it again because it has slightly different things. So I'm just going to do footer section again. Inside this, I'm going to do h3 with contact info as a header, right? And inside this, I'm going to make li. First, I need to make ul actually. After that, we can make li. So we'll do list. And inside this list, we'll do fs fa phone. So it'll give me a phone icon right there. So I have a dummy phone number. Do not call this phone number. I don't think this phone number can be called actually. I have a dummy phone number, so I'm just going to put that there. And just copy paste that now 3 times. The next is envelope, which is basically our email, right? It'll give me a envelope icon. So I'm just going to put a dummy email. What do I do? codenblood@gmail.com, like that. So next is a location. So I'll just do fa map marker alt. That'll give me a location icon. I'm going to close that. So I'm going to give a dummy address, which again, I have somewhere on here. So I'm just going to put that content right there. There we go. And after all of that, we have finally our footer bottom. So that's after the footer content. Where's the footer content here? We have footer content. So after the footer content, we have the footer bottom. I'm going to make a div called footer bottom. Footer bottom. And inside this, going to make a paragraph tag. To get the copyright logo, either you can just use the font awesome icon. I think it has. It should have the font awesome, or you can just use the built-in HTML thing. So I'm just going to do copy. That'll give me the copyright icon. I'll just do 2025 Coden blood, all rights reserved, something like that, and designed by Coden Labs. I can just do that. Why not? Next, I can just use I class fs fa hurt. Give me a hurt icon, and I'm just gonna do the app about for humanity. There we go. So that is our footer. So let me just quickly style our footer, and after that we should be done with footer. And after that we'll make it responsive, and then we'll move on to JavaScript. Right? So for footer, I'm gonna make a comment footer and call the footer tag. We'll put the background to our signature red color, change the color to white for the text, and also set the padding to 60 pixels, 5%, and 20 pixels, just like that. Next is footer content. So we have a bunch of different sections inside the footer content. Either you can use flex, again, flex and grid both work perfectly here. I'm going to use grid again because it's easier. So we'll do grid. We'll make different columns for that. Now we can basically fix the columns by doing repeat autofit min max. Now min max I'm going to do 250 pixels each for the cards, and if it's not, per fraction is the minimum value. Right? There we go. Next, what I can do is put a gap between them since they're smushed in together. We'll do max width, set that to about 1400 pixels. Also give a margin of 0, auto, and 3 rem. There we go. Next is footer section. For each section of H3, everything has its header, right? I'm going to style that. So I'm going to do font size set to increase that a little bit, and also do margin bottom set to 1.5 rem. There we go. Now for footer section UL, right? Everything has a list. So yeah, I mean this one doesn't, but yeah. I'm going to do list style none to get rid of that dot, right? Now next thing what I can do is style the list. So for individual list, I'm going to do margin bottom set to 0.8 rem. Right? Now, not everything is a list. I'm going to style the anchor tags for all of that. So we have all of this anchor tags, right? Here. All of these. So you basically look that up, saying color, set that to white since they're kind of blue. We'll do text decoration set to none. That will basically get rid of the underlines. And do opacity decrease a little bit, right? And do transition all 0.3 seconds at ease. And when you hover over it, we'll basically increase the opacity to 1. Like that. So if we there we go. It's kind of has a shine to it. Makes sense. And that is pretty much it for the list. Next is the social links. All of these. We have to style that. We'll do social links. We'll do display flex. Like that. Right? We'll put a gap of 1 rem. So this is the outer container. We'll do margin top set to 1 rem. There we go. Now, for next thing, what I can do is style the anchor tag. So we'll do social links A. We'll set the background. I'm going to scroll down. RGB A. We'll set to 255, 255, 255. We'll do 0.2. Now we'll need to give a width. So we'll give width of 50 pixels, height of not 50, 40 pixels. Just like that. Next, I need to give display flex, align item center, and justify content center. So that will be exactly at the center. We can make them a perfect circle by giving border radius 50%. Also do transition. Set the background, right? 0.3 seconds at ease. Now we can make a hover state for that. We'll do background and RGBA with the same color code, but increase the alpha value by 0.1. So when you hover over it, it will basically shine a little bit like that. Right? And yeah, that's pretty much it. Dun, 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 dun. Give me a second. I am looking if I am live. I am live. Okay. I thought like it didn't work for a second. We'll do that. So the next thing what we can do, I'm gonna come down here, is we need to style the footer bottom, which is this. So we'll do you are live. Let's go. Okay, okay, that's good to know. We'll do footer bottom, and we'll do text align. Set to center. We'll do padding top to 2rem, and we'll do border top to around 1 pixel solid. RGBA set to that, and there we go. We should be okay with that, right? Okay, so after doing all of that, what I can do, one thing I'm gonna quickly check is one thing I forgot to make is the CTA section apparently. So I did jump into footer. I need to make a CTA section. It's basically a very small section with a kind of piece of information, random section. So I'm just gonna do section dot CTA section. So they will have an h2, and it will have a button. It'll basically be a contact now, right? Contact now kind of thing, and also have a button with a class actually of CTA button. There we go. So after all of that, I need to paste the content. So I have the content right here with me. So you can read it out if you want. And yeah. Next is that. So I'm just gonna do contact us now. There we go. So that is pretty much it. So I'm just gonna style that now here. Now first we have to style the actual section here. So I'm just gonna do CTA section, put a comment right there. We'll do CTA section, do background, linear gradient. I'm just gonna copy paste actually. Right there, just like that. Now we're at CTA, there we go. So here I can change the color. Actually, I'm gonna put a over that. Also do so gradient between that, right? We'll change the color to white. Also do text align set to center. There we go. Next thing I need to is padding. So I'm just gonna do 80 pixels and 5%. There we go. Next is the H2. So I'm gonna add that, call H2, font size, increase it by 3 rem, and do margin bottom 1 rem. There we go. Next is the paragraph tag. So call paragraph and do font size 1.2 rem, opacity set to 0.9 as always, and also do margin bottom 2 rem, right? And now for the button, which is the contact button. What I can do is do CTA button, change the background to white, right? Also give a padding of 1 rem and 3 rem, just like that. There we go. Remove the border because it's ugly, and change the color to our signature red, right? Change the color of the text to signature red. And next we can add a border radius about 30 pixels. Font size, increase it by 1.1 rem, so slightly. Also do font weight set to 600. Cursor set to pointer. And last, I'm just gonna do a transition, all 0.3 seconds at ease. I'm gonna copy that, make a hover state for that button. So in hover state, I'm just gonna do transform. I'm gonna scale that button by 0.5 times, 1.05. So it will have effect like this. Looks pretty nice. Now finally everything is done. One thing I can do is put a scroll behavior of smooth. What this does is this will basically give us a smooth transition. I forgot to add about here. It works. I can put about in like here. I can probably add about here. So we'll do ID about. Oh no, wait. ID home. There we go. So we'll do about. There we go. And if I go home, it will just lie down. It's smooth. And yeah, next we have in our list is media queries. So we'll do media. We'll first define the width. So first we'll do for 768 pixels. That will be our threshold. Like that. So first I'm gonna change the hero section. So right now in, let's say this is 7, it's less than 768 pixels. So I'm gonna put the, since this is a grid, I cannot speak. I can do grid template columns 1 fraction. So there we go. So it is responsive now. So do padding top about 100 pixels, just like that, right? Next thing what I can do is do hero content h1. We'll do font size set to 2.5 rem. There we go. For h1, right? Next is stats. So stats here right now is like kind of overflowing, so we can easily fix that by just doing git template columns 1 fraction. Let's put a gap of 2 rem actually. And there we go. It's already responsive. Nav links, I'm going to do display none. So that is gone, just like that. And we can do mold menu button. Since this is display none, we can change that to block. So that will make that appear. Next is, what is next? Next is benefits grid. I don't think we need benefits grid, right? I don't think we need to do anything here, But yeah, I don't think we should do anything here. For CTA section, do we need to do anything here? Oh, I need to make the text smaller. So we'll do CTA section H2. What we'll do is make font size, set that to 2rem, decrease the font size, and there we go. I don't think we have to do anything else. And there you go. Okay. Next is styling the nav bars, right? Right now it's display none. So if I just don't do that, right now it looks like this. We have to fix it, right? So we'll change the styling to that. We'll do nav links. We'll do position, set that to absolute. We'll do top 70 pixels, not 70 pixels. Oops. And next we'll do right, set that to about 5%. We'll do flex direction, set to column. Next, what we can do is set the gap to 1.5 rem. We'll do padding 1.5 rem. Okay. Next, we can set a background. Do background white, just like that. It's coming together. Next is we'll do border radius around 12 pixels. And we'll also do box shadow, set that to 0, 10 pixels, 25 pixels, and set the RGBA value to that right there. Next, we'll just do display none, since we don't need that, right? I also do z index set to 999. The reason why we do 999 is because I want it right beneath the actual thing, because this right here, our navbar has a z index of 1000. So we want to do just beneath that. So I'm gonna uncomment that out and there should be fine. So we have to make an active state. So we'll do, when putting active, we'll just basically do display flex and do animation slide down 0.3 seconds at ease. Now we haven't made this right? So we'll do keyframes to make the animation. And we'll do from opacity 0. We'll set the opacity initially to 0. We'll do transform, translate, at y to negative 10 pixels. We'll do 2, opacity set to 1, and do transform, translate to y 0. And that is all of our CSS. We're finished with our CSS. Now, only thing we have left is the JavaScript, and we are finally done. So, okay, so in JavaScript, I'm going to define a function. Remember, we made a toggle FAQ button, or toggle FAQ. We need to make function for that. We did define it here, right? But we don't have the function. Let's define that first. So we'll do toggle FAQ. So inside this, we'll do element as a parameter. Here, what I'm going to do is first get the answer. So we'll do const donate plus save flag. Yes, exactly. We'll do element.next element sibling. So we'll do next element and we'll do sibling. So it'll give us the element right after that. So let's say this is the thing, we need this, right? So this will basically give the element right after that. Now we need I, so we can basically easily get that. Let's say that's the icon. We can just do query selector, do query selector, and we can just do I. There we go. And now we can do document dot query selector all. We'll select all of the FAQ answer, right? And we'll loop that. Let's say for each item, we'll do if the item is not, where is it? We'll do, where's each, if it's not answer, right? We'll do item dot class list dot remove active. So if the thing already is active, we are basically removing that, right? Now, next what I need to do is another edge case that we need to handle is the chevron. So we'll basically rotate this upwards, right? So to do that, what I can do is we'll do that, and we'll do document dot query selector all. We'll select the questions now. We'll do FAQ dot questions I, and we'll do for each. Okay, so that's icon. So we'll do item for all item. If the item exists, I can just copy paste that here, right? So for each item, what I can do, did I mess up the syntax somewhere? I don't think so. Oh, I'm writing this inside this. I'm not supposed to do that. There we go. So for each icon, we are basically checking if it's not equal to that. So we're removing. So we'll do class item dot style dot transform. We'll do rotate 0 degrees, just like that, and we should be fine with that. Next, we'll just do, after handling all of the edge case, we'll just do toggle the active. And for the chevron, I'll just do icon dot style dot transform equals to answer dot class list dot, we'll check if this has active, and if it does, we'll just do rotate 180 degrees. Otherwise, we'll just do rotate, we'll just do 0 degrees. Now, if we put that, this should work just as intended. There we go. Looks nice. And there we go. Boom. The actual icon is also rotating, as you can see here. It's rotating 180 degrees. So yeah, that is our first function made. The second thing that we can do is we can basically make the animations for this. So we basically make an incrementation animation, right? So now we're basically making a recursive function for the increment. So here, what I can do is first get the DOM, that is const stats equals to document dot query selector all. We'll basically get the stat card h2. So that is all of the h2s, right? Now we have to actually format this first. So we'll do const animate count. So we're basically making a function for that. Animate count. We'll take the element, right, as a parameter. So making the function first. We'll do that. Here what I'm doing, here what I'm doing is do const target. So this is the actual target, which is these right here. So right now it's not formatted, right? There is comma and a plus sign we have to remove. So for that, we'll basically do parse int first. So whatever value that's coming, we'll just do parse int, do L dot inner text dot replace. So whatever text that we have, we'll basically remove that with this, right? So we'll do a /g and remove that. So basically removing all of these with a empty string. We're not removing, replacing. And do let count equals 0. Do const. We need to define a speed, so we'll do target /100. So we'll basically give that a speed. So this is the initial value, right? Now we make the actual incrementation function, which will be recursive. So we'll do const update. Okay, we can basically do that, or we'll do count. We'll basically append the values according to the speed, right? So we'll increment it according to whatever value we have it to the speed. Now we have to check if the count is less than the target, which is the value right here, right? If it is, we'll basically do L.inner, L basically being the thing, right? We'll do L.inner text. We'll basically do format that with mat.for count dot to locale string, and we'll basically add plus. So what does this do is basically adds the commas, right? You see these commas? Basically adds the commas, and we need to add a additional plus sign here. So we're basically adding that to the string. And here we basically need to call a function. So we'll just do request animate frame, which is basically a predefined function. And after that, in the else block, we'll just do L.inner text equals to target dot to locale string, and we'll just do plus in just case. There we go. Now after making the function, we have to call it. So we'll call it right here. So that is the function for that, right? So now we have to use that function. So we have made the function. So use that function. I'm going to first observe the elements. So it will only trigger that animation element if it actually appears in the user's screen. Now to achieve that, I can use the intersection observer class. I'm just going to make an actual object of that first. Do new intersection observer. We'll call the constructor. Inside the constructor, we have to basically pass the function or the variables for that. So we'll do entries again being all of the cards. So we'll do entries dot for each entry. So that is all of the card text, right? We'll do that, and we'll basically do we'll check if entry is intersecting. That means the actual card is visible in the user screen. Then we'll do animate count entry dot target. We'll do observer dot unobserved. We'll do entry dot target. So after that, after animating, it will basically set the value to don't observe it, and it will basically change to normal, right? So after all of this, I'm going to actually format the document. And here I need to pass. I just joined your Discord server. Is it allowed to share YouTube video there? I mean, you can probably do it. I actually am unaware of the rules. You can actually you might as well just see the rules. If it says it's allowed, then probably it is. Because I don't manage Discord servers, so I actually don't know. Okay, so after this we have that, and here I need to pass the threshold. So we'll do threshold, let's say that's 0.5, right? And we should be fine. We have to put a comma here actually. And yeah, that should be good. So that is the object. Now to use that object, so we'll do stats for each stat. We'll basically do observer dot observe. We'll do stat. And there we go. If I refresh and come down, it starts animating. Looks pretty nice. And that is for that feature, right? Next thing what I can do is give a small alert for that. I can easily make a contact, but I don't want to do that. But like I still want to put a small contact number. One thing I haven't done is the mobile menu. I'm just gonna quickly do that. So we'll do menu button equals to document dot query selector. That is mobile menu button. I'm gonna copy paste that. So next is nav links, right? And here I can probably just copy paste that. Nav links. Next is menu button dot add event listener. We'll listen to a click. If the button is clicked, we'll run a function. We'll run a function that is navlinks dot classlist dot toggle, and we'll toggle active. So it's a very simple thing. Now it should work, as you can see. The thing should work, and there we go. So after all of that, we should be done. So last thing I can do is add a small alert for contacts. I don't think so that in rules there's something mentioned about that. I mean, if it's not mentioned, then you could probably, yeah, you can do it. Then yeah. If mods tell you to like stop, you can stop. It's like, it's whatever. But yeah. I mean, totally. Like, if a text channel gives you permission to like type, you can probably send it, right? You should be able to if there's no restrictions over that text channel. Because if a text channel's like actually gives you the permission to share links, you can, because like if there's a rule you cannot send it, the mods of the Discord server should restrict the user to send the links. So you should be able to send the links. So yeah, don't stress over that. I think you can send the links. And even if you can't, I don't think it's a big deal. So yeah, feel free to send links, I guess. So yeah, that's pretty much it. What else we can do? Contact us now. I'm just gonna add a small event listener here. We can probably just copy, paste that, change that to CTA button, do CTA button, or do CTA button dot add event listener. We'll listen to a click, and if we have a link passed here, we'll just do alert, thank you for contacting. If we click here, that should show that, and boom. And yeah, I think that should be okay. Also, I forgot to do e.prevent default. So it doesn't... we'll do e here. We'll send that. We'll do e.prevent default. So that will not refresh the actual thing, but yeah. And yeah, that should be everything. So that is all for the website. Hope you guys liked it. We are at the end, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. And yeah, I think that will be it for the stream, guys. I hope you enjoyed me coding for like about 2 hours, I think, and making this. Again, if you want the source code, it will be linked down in the description box below. So also check out our coding labs. Check out our website. It's pretty cool. And yeah, with that said, I think I'm actually gonna end the stream. I kind of am tired. My throat hurts. Like I'm this close to losing my voice, I think. But yeah, that's pretty much it for the stream, guys. Wow. Like my throat hurts. I don't know how people speak for so long. It's gonna hurt. It kind of hurts, but oh well. Yeah, I'm just gonna end the stream then. Bye bye, guys. Good night. I'm gonna see you guys in another stream, hopefully tomorrow. Welcome back, guys. Today, again, after a long time, we'll be building another project. Today's project will be kind of a basic but has very core fundamentals of JavaScript. So today we'll be building a air quality index checker. So here, this is a preview of the project, right? I can basically type, by default, I've set it to Jakarta, Indonesia, but I can basically search cities. Let's say Delhi. Oops, never mind. Oh, okay, it actually took. So we have Delhi. We can also check other cities. I cannot recall any cities. I'm just gonna do Kathmandu, where I'm from. There we go. So it basically gives you the air quality index of given city that you actually search. So let's go ahead and start building this project. Before that, I'm actually gonna check if I'm actually live and not just talking like a loner. Okay, just let me. Yo, I am live. There we go. Let's go. So I'm just gonna quickly pop out chat. So if you have any questions regarding today, you can basically ask me. I'm gonna guide you. If you have any questions relating to HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, I'm also going to answer questions. Okay. So I'm not sure if my actually chat is working. So let me just quickly check that. Give me a second, guys. I'm gonna make sure we are live and my chat actually works. Okay, so it's good. It's good. There we go. So if you're excited, hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And with that said, no more shame pluggings. So we'll actually start building this project. So we have a dummy project that the folder I basically set up, and I'm gonna do index.html, also do style.css, and also do script.js. 3 files that we obviously need. Here, what I'm gonna do is make the HTML boilerplate just like that. Link our style.css. Oops, I messed up. I'm gonna do style.css just like this. Also give script.js, and that will basically link my HTML file to CSS and JavaScript files. After that, what I'm going to do is also going to link my font awesome link. So I have Cloudflare's CDN font awesome link, which I basically took from internet. So I'm just going to put that there. And after that, we should be ready to build this. I'm also going to change the title actually to coding index. I don't know. I just picked something in random. And I'm just going to do air quality monitor. There we go. Am I audible, guys? Do you hear me? Hello, Sishir. Welcome to the stream. It's been a while. How are you, my guy? How are you, my king? Let's go. So I'm just gonna do. Oh, wow. Okay, I'm on full screen. I forgot about that. So here I'm just gonna do that, and boom. There we go. What about you? I am actually doing great. I'm actually doing great. Glad to see you're doing great. Okay, let's try to build this thing. Okay, so I'm gonna make my HTML code first. Hello, sir. Good evening. Good evening. Be loyal HW3JL. That's interesting name. Hello. Welcome to the stream, man. How are you? So here I'm gonna make a div that will basically have a class of container. You can basically do dot container. Volume is low. Can you increase it a bit? Okay, give me a second. Okay, I kind of forgot how to do this. Give me a sec. Oh, I messed up. Copy filter. No, wait. How do you do that? Okay, there we go. So, is it great? Hello? Is it higher or how about it? Is it fixed? Great. Okay. If there's any problems with this, oh, never mind. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Okay. Oh my god. My microphone volume was at 40. It's higher, but we need more high. I think okay, I think you're trolling at this point. Okay, is it high? Hello? Hello. Is it great? Is it great or not? Finally, let's go. Carl Lover, welcome back to the stream. Ryan Gaming, welcome back. Welcome to the stream. Goblin, welcome to the stream. Floyd, welcome to the stream. How are you again, Jess Projects? Yep, we are back. We're back, man. We're back. I took a long break because I had some stuff to do, but I am back now. So regular streams, you can expect regular streams. Okay, no more stalling and actually start building this, okay? I'm gonna make a header. We basically made a container that will basically, store everything. Not store, but have everything. And here I'm gonna make a header. So this header basically will be a dummy header, okay? So this will not do anything, but it's there to just make it look great. Okay, so I'm just gonna do logo here. And inside the logo, I'm gonna use the font awesome, that is icons, right? I can basically do FSFA, Globe America. So that will give me that should give me a globe icon. There we go. Now you have a lot of viewers, 40 viewers watching right now. Wow, wait, really? Damn, holy. Let's go. Welcome to the stream, guys. Make sure to hit that like button. Come on, let's go. So here I'm going to do a span and do not air actually. What we named it? Code and index. There we go. I'm just going to paste that there. 40 viewers, damn, that's I think our highest viewership. Thank you for all of your support. Let's go. I'm actually really excited for today then. Here what I'm gonna do is also make a nav. So you can also do nav icon, which again I recommend. But I'm gonna use div because I don't really care about stuff right now. So yeah, and here I'll just put a anchor tag and just do quality. There we go. That should give me anchor tag. There we go. And here I can just do that. And by the way, guys, I want to know again. This is a ritual. So I ask everyone how was their day. So if you're comfortable, just let me know. My day was beautiful. Okay, my day was beautiful. It's more beautiful because we just broke our highest viewership, so let's go. So here what I'm going to do is basically make 3 since we are doing that, and next one will be about, again, these will be dummy nav bars, so this will not do anything, okay? Express videos. I checked your channel before and directly opened live section, but there were no live from past 1 month from the time. I thought you left YouTube, but then checked videos you were uploading. Yeah, I basically shifted to making videos instead of doing live, instead of going live, because I kind of needed a break from live streams. So I was happy that you didn't. I didn't left, man. I'm here. I will be here. I think this is because of Express video new viewers. It might be actually. But I don't think I was kind of disappointed that Express videos didn't get like that many viewers, but it's fine. I'm still, so that's how I realized making videos might not be my thing. So here what I'm going to do is make a button and do btn primary. So I'm just going to give a class of btn primary, and here I'm just going to do get started, just like that. There we go. So after this, I'm actually going to style the header first, because that is probably the better idea here, right? And here, so first thing we always do, that is making everything 0, that is margin 0, padding 0, and putting box size to border box. Okay, I'm gonna read chat. I was happy you didn't leave YouTube. Let's go. I think this okay. You from Herald College? Yes. I am from there. But you never know who I am. You know what I mean? Okay, I kind of doxed myself, but it's fine. They good, but it's cooking time. Cooking time. Please don't delete video after you complete this live. Sure, it will not be deleted, okay? This will just stay right here. The source code, guys, if you want the source code, it's also linked down in the description box below. So if you want the source code, it's also down there. But I highly recommend you tune in to the stream and actually learn, because, you know, I might teach you a few stuff. You might teach me a few stuff. You know, it's how it is. So yeah, I'm just gonna use this because I like this font. Okay, this font's great. I'm going to use this font, also put a background. So here what I'm going to do is, instead of having a static color, background color, what I'm going to do is actually put a linear gradient. So here I'm going to do 135 degrees and basically put this color. So this is one color. I'm going to put this at 0%, right? And like grade it, or whatever you call it, actually I don't know the actual term, to this one right here, which I have it in my second monitor, this one right here. So this will basically have a color gradient kind of vibe. You can also increase the value here, so I'm gonna put this 100%. By default it's set to 100%, but you can basically do 50-50 and stuff like that. Okay. Do you remember that I used to say you upload HTML CSS videos, but I didn't, you a lot of JavaScript at the time? But I'm sure that I know much JavaScript, so I can follow your videos. That's great. That's great. That's great, man. So now upload advanced JS videos. Yeah, I've been actually thinking to do like React and Tailwind. I'm like trying to switch to Tailwind because that's also like better for me because I don't have to write CSS. But like, is that the thing, if it will be better for our viewers, because our viewers are like more beginner viewers, like they don't know what's Tailwind, React, or Next.js, or something like all of the frameworks and libraries of JS. So yeah. Anil, welcome to the stream. Rosun, welcome to the stream. Hi, what's up? I'm good, man. How are you? Okay, so no more stalling. I'm actually gonna code. So let's continue to code. What I'm gonna do is do min height set to 100 VH. Also do display flex, make it a flex box. The reason I do this is I can basically put this into center, just like that, and also give a padding of 20 pixels. Right now it doesn't look great, I know, but you know, let me cook. So here I'm going to style the container first. I'm also going to put the same background gradient. I can just copy paste it from here. Make the same code, but the colors are different. So I'm just going to change the colors to 1A, 1B, and 3C. Also 2D, 1B, 4E. I swear to God, like typing hex color codes are actually kind of headaches. There we go. Next is border radius. I'm going to give 30 pixel border radius. Also do padding to set to 40 pixels. Also do max. Wait. Okay, you guys gonna see. Give me a second. Okay, there we go. I'm going to scroll down. And do max width set to 1400 pixels. First shift to advanced JS projects, then shift to beginner React projects and intermediate React projects and advanced React projects like cycle. I mean, I could do that. I make weather app prototype 1 submission is this Saturday. I haven't started. Good luck. I remember doing mine. It was kind of, yeah, it was yeah. It was kind of headache, I know. But like it's fine. It's like it's really fun if you actually do it right, actually. You can use open weather might be we are gonna use open weather API. However, I'm not gonna fetch weather data because you all know that I'm not supposed to do that. I'm not allowed to do that. But I'm gonna fetch the geo and air pollution data. So it will be similar to your coursework, but it will not be like exactly to your coursework. Okay. You just cannot copy paste the code. You cannot do that. Okay. Okay, moving on to the actual code. So I'm just going to put a box shadow here saying 30 pixels, 60 pixels, and give it a color of gray color, kind of. There we go. I didn't mess up anything, right? Sometimes I tend to mess up the spellings of classes, and that kind of, that kind of gives me a headache sometimes. What do you mean? A car lover... the thing is, I mean, actually, I cannot, you know what, just forget it. Just forget about it. It's fine. So do display flex here, that'll basically make it come into a single line because we are basically doing, by default, is set to flex direction to row. I'm going to change that to justify contents, set to space between. I'm also going to do this, just like that. And now change it to align item center. Also do margin bottom to 40 pixels. The reason I do that is to make space for the other contents that are going to come below it. What will you fetch? I'm going to fetch the weather data, weather API data of air pollution endpoint. So this will not be the same endpoint. The endpoint that you'll be fetching will be for weather. I'm going to fetch API, like I'm going to fetch for the air pollution. Okay. So yeah, it's different. I know you like a lot of the viewers have come for their academic coursework. I cannot help you, unfortunately. Okay, I cannot help you with that. But what I can do is teach you. Okay, so if you have any questions regarding to today's project, then just type it in the chat and I'm gonna actually answer it. Although I was expecting something else for a time, but no, I cannot do that, unfortunately. You're starting C series? Yes. I mean, it's not made by me, but yeah, we have started a C series on our channel. So if you want to learn C, you can check that out. So let's go. So let's continue with the code. So we're styling the actual nav bar, so I can just do logo and do display flex, do align item set to center, also do gap 10 pixels and do font size 24 pixels, and also do font weight about 700, so make it kind of a dark. Like there. And the next thing that I need to do is style the actual logo. So what I'm going to do is going to copy that. Since it's inside the logo container, you can basically use that as the CSS selector, and basically I'm going to change the color to kind of a bluish color. So I'm just going to do 5B, 9C, and F5. There we go. Okay, I'm going to look at chat. Should I use AI for that, Pradama? No, you're absolutely not supposed to use AI. I don't recommend you do that. The thing is, it's very easy, okay? It's not that difficult. Even if you don't have it like started by any means, like you don't have, like I cannot speak. You haven't started. There you go. English. But you can still finish it. I'm guessing in like 2 days max. You can finish it in 2 days if you're actually like dedicated. You know what I mean? Like you're just coding. If you can finish that in 2 days. If you're actually like dedicated enough, you know. I don't even know how to submit. Just code and submit, man. That's it.
do display flex and do gap. Do gap 25 pixels. Align items set to center. There we go. I think this should be fine. There we go. Okay. The next thing what I need to do is also make for this, right? All of these. So here I can first change the color to kind of a whitish color. So the color code for RGBA is 255, That is color code for white. I want a little darker, so I'm just gonna do 0.7 as the alpha value. Here for text decoration, oops, why is it so bad? Okay, what's going on in chat? On a scale of 1 to 10, how will this help me for another app? A 10 out of 10. If you're actually gonna, it's basically same but different and like backend API endpoints. That's pretty much it. It's the exact same thing, but not the same thing. How do I say it? I'm actually getting. It's basically similar. I can say it's similar. Okay, there we go. That's the correct word. It's not same. It's similar. There we go. Do font size 14 pixels. Also do transition color. You can also do all 0.3 seconds at ease actually. There we go. And I think this should be fine. I'm gonna add a hover effect for this, like this. And for that, I'm gonna change the color. Why did I mess up? Okay. I'm gonna do color, change that to white. So when you hover over it, it will change the color to white. Just like that. There we go. Same but different. Yep. Same but different. That 10 hours of video coding, remember? 5 projects. Yeah, I was like astonished seeing you. No, it was like compiled, but yeah, it was. That night's sleep will be 100 hours. Yeah. Okay. We are all here for the same purpose. I know you're I know why you guys are actually here for, but unfortunately I cannot help you with that. And you know it too, right? Why I can't help you with that. So yeah. I'm just gonna do button primary and set the background to white. Also, but again, as I said, what I can do is actually teach you. So if you have any concepts that like you don't understand or you want to learn, you can tell me. I may be not able to like teach you everything, but I can still give you a surface level understanding, which will probably, be enough to kind of make you understand the concepts. So give padding, that will give us that, and also set the border radius for 25 pixels. Also do font weight. I'm not saying anything for HTML and CSS because I hope every single one of you guys are comfortable with HTML CSS. I'm gonna explain in detail when we get to JavaScript. So until then, I'm just gonna interact with chat. So I'm just gonna do border none here, just like that. Also do cursor pointer. That'll make the cursor do pointer. Also do transition. You cannot see. I need to scroll down actually. So do transition. Do transform, or you can also do all, but I guess transform is a better way. So I'm just gonna do transform. 0.3 seconds at ease. There we go. For button primary. So when we hover over it, I'm just gonna translate it a bit. It's a classic button styling technique that we can use. Translate that to -2 pixels. That will basically translate. Will this be in the channel after broadcast? Yes, it will be here. I guess this will help, but not direct code. Yes, that's correct. All 32 viewers subscribe. Exactly. Everyone, please subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Okay, I think that should be it. So let's actually get started with the actual main content. So here, after the header, I'm going to do main content. In the main content, I'm going to actually make it a little bit there. And for this, there will be 2 panels, right? One will be left panel and one will be right panel. So let's actually do left panel first. I'm just gonna do left panel. Inside the left panel, I'm gonna do title and do air quality, just like that. Put a span. Also give it a class of light and do index, just like that. And actually, since this is a title, I can basically wrap that into H1 actually, just like that. There we go. What's going on in the chat? You make it look so easy, like how do I have this power? Practice. That's how you get this power. Practice. There we go. And here I can just do subtitle and put a ID. But like I'm also like I also have a cheat sheet on the side. I'm not like coding in real time, so yeah, I'm not that super god of coding, don't worry. I'm still a normal human being. And here also do a div. I'm gonna cut that, and here do local and put a span here and do IDN, right? I was supposed to give this an ID, so I'm just gonna give ID of location. There we go. So after this panel, right, I am going to make a search box. So this will be the actual thing that will basically search the cities, right? I can just do consequences of late admission. How do I make design for absolute zero idea about it? Should I use AI for designing? Yes, actually, that's actually a good idea. You can use AI for designing if you're actually not a UI UX designer. But for coding, if you're a beginner, unless you're actually expert, right? If you're a beginner, don't use AI. That is my general suggestion. Now here, what I can do is, since this will be a text, I also need to add city, saying city search. Reason I'm adding ID is because I'm gonna catch this HTML element from, or catch, meaning I can basically fetch this HTML element from JavaScript using the document.query selector or the get element by ID method, right? I'm also gonna add a placeholder saying search city. Now for prototype, I don't know how my prototype is supposed to look. Okay, so after this, what I'm going to do is do button. I'm going to also give it a class of button search. Also give an ID of search button. There we go. And here I can just do search. There we go. This will be the button that we'll be making. And next thing that I need to do is make a card. So I'm just going to do card. Also do card title. Do mean statistics. And here I can just make a div doing style. I'm going to put an inline CSS because I just don't want to make another class name for this. Here I'm going to put the color to be what? Like 255, 255, 255. That's the white color code. Also do 0.6. I think that should be fine. This will be for AQI. I'm going to format document just like that. And now for other stuff, I can basically do that. Okay, there we go. I'm going to make a AQI display here saying AQI display and also give an ID actually. So mean AQI, because this is the value will be, updating. Let's say by default, I'm going to put a dummy data that is 78. What's happening in chat? I don't recommend using AI because it's kind of hard to credible. Yeah, that's true. Are designs in Dribble free to use? Yes. You can use Dribble designs. It's fine. I know how things work, but when it comes to coding, it's terrible. For that, I think the main issue, at least I'm guessing, is you don't have that much practice. Like, even I don't know most of the stuff. I'm still trying to learn, like, majority of the, like, high-level backend. Like, not high-level, but like, in general backend. So, yeah. Everyone starts somewhere, but, like, if you're a fresher or if you want to learn coding, I mean, it's never too late to learn. Come on, man. It's just the matter of fact that how much consistent you are to that. Like, if you, like, let's say you coded 4 hours today, if you're gonna do that every single day, you'll not learn. Like, you'll forget the stuff you knew like 4 days ago. You know what I mean? Okay, so after all of this, what I can do, I think it's finished for the card. I can make another card for risk card or risk card. I can just do risk card, and here I can do risk header, just like that. I misspelled it. By the way, guys, if I misspell any of the class names, let me know, because I'm actually really bad with spellings. Okay. Also do title and risk of pollution. There we go. I think we should style this first. That might be a better idea. Okay, so for main content, I'm gonna do that. Oops. And here, so we make a coding like our habit. Not, I mean, yeah, kind of, but like, I'm not telling you to like just do coding, like just code or just learn programming, you know? Like, if you want to actually learn programming, just give it at least 2 to 3 hours daily. You know, that's what I'm saying. That is something I'm speaking from experience, because like you'll never learn until you try it. So here, since we have this in like a grid format, we're gonna use grid. So I'm gonna basically separate them to two columns, one being for 1 fraction, another being for 1.5 fractions. I'm gonna use gap of 50 pixels. Also put a color of white. There we go. You cannot see anything anyways. Bro, which country are you from? I'm from Nepal, man. I'm from Nepal. The countries of Gorkhas. So font size, I'm gonna put 2 rem, just like that. Not gonna use pixels, since I think I was using pixels, right? Yeah. Okay. I'm not gonna do that. And do font weight 700 and do margin bottom 10 pixels. Are you can you tell me about why and how to use div and nav span do? Okay, so div is a block level element. You use div. Div basically stands for division, right? You only use div when you want to actually wrap any HTML any HTML elements together. So in this case, I wanted to wrap everything here, which like literally everything inside one container. So I basically I gave a class container and basically wrapped everything inside it, right? You use span when you want to when you want it for a singular small value, like for example IDN or index. In this case, I did for code and index, right? And you use nav bars when you're making you use nav tag when you're making nav. So in this case, I didn't use nav tag. You can basically change it to nav. It's the same thing. It's the same thing, right? Everything here is a container, but the name of the tags make it more meaningful, right? In down to every single one of the HTML tags are basically do the same thing. That is basically it wraps other tags inside it, or content or anything, right? Bro is teaching, bro is cooking. Thank you, man. So do title, light, do color, I'll do RGBA, set that to that, boom, there we go. Next, I'm just gonna do subtitle. I think I did, right? Subtitle, there we go. Okay. I hope I didn't misspell anything, because if I did, oh god, it'll be a whole goddamn disaster. And I'm just gonna do that, change it for light. I can't do that. Why did I do that again? I was gonna do that for subtitle. My brain stopped working for a second there. Lol, using a sync function, waiting for nothing, just going. Yes. Okay, so here, font size, I'm gonna put 14 pixels. Color, I'm gonna do RGBA. To be fair, I think I should start coding more, because what time is it? We might not actually finish. I mean, there is not many code, to be honest. There isn't that much of HTML CSS, but there is kind of majority is JS. So like, yeah. Now for search box. So this search box is not actually the search box. It's the container which I wrapped the search box in, just like you can see here, right? For background, you can see again. I'm gonna scroll down. I'm gonna do RGBA, set that to really dark gray color. But I'm not that good with responsiveness. Can you tell what should I do? Okay, for responsiveness, I recommend you actually first think what you're gonna do before you make designs. Like in this case, I already know that this will get overflowed in small screen sizes, right? I mean, today, like you see this, is already not responsive. So in this case, what I need to do is make a hamburger menu. So I already have that in my back in my head. Again, we'll not be making hamburger menus, but you can basically make hamburger menus by just making this display none and changing it with a hamburger menu from JS. Not JS, with CSS. But yeah, you basically need to have, it comes with practice. You just know how, like, what needs to be responsive and what doesn't need to be responsive. If you're actually struggling with responsive designs, I basically recommend you learn Flex and Grid. If you learn Flex and Grid, it's like whatever you do is already responsive, and you don't like have to do that much of responsive, like, you know, do that many media queries. You can also like learn few like other stuff like clamp. Okay, screw this. Give me a second. I'm gonna after this I'm gonna teach you about clamp. With border. So 1 pixel solid. I'm gonna do RGBA. Set that to 0.2. There we go. So I was talking about clamp. Clamp is basically a function that you can basically pass values. If I just search clamp CSS, right? If I open MDN docs, you see this? You can basically give value. So this is the minimum value for the font size, and this is the maximum value for the font size, and this is what it scales from. So every 2.5 view width it decreases, it will basically shrink the font size, but the lowest it can go is 1 rem. So you can basically learn these kind of tools to actually like make it more responsive. But yeah. There's a lot of things for responsiveness, but my general recommendation is just learn Grid and Flex. It will probably do like for 70%, you don't even need to make the website responsive. Do padding 14 and 20, also do display flex, also do align item center. Oops, there we go. Also do gap about 10 pixels. The reason, like, no, you're all of you are actually misunderstanding. The reason I cannot talk in Nepali is because it's the English channel. Okay, I just can't do. I can. I mean, if I wanted, but like I don't want to. Okay, not. It's not like I don't want to. It's like it's an English channel. Okay, so yeah, I cannot do that, unfortunately. On a scale of 1 to 10, how hard is IS exam? If you're actually go through the lectures, and if there is anything new for you, then you're probably screwed. But if you see familiar things in lectures, you're probably good. It's not that hard. Hello, sir. Hopefully I'm not giving away too much info. If I am, I'm actually gonna lose my job. I'm gonna lose my job. I'm gonna be jobless tomorrow, man. Okay, so I will probably just shut up and go back to coding. That is probably the thing I should be doing, actually. And here I'm just gonna do border none, color white, also do flex 1, also do outline none, do font size 15 pixels, just like rim through all of these. I think I forgot to put border radius in this. There we go. So for border radius, I'm gonna do for about 15 pixels. I think that should be fine. Yeah, there we go. That's good. So next is search box. So search box input, I'm gonna put a placeholder. Here I'm gonna do color RGBA, choose this one right here. And I'm gonna copy paste this actually, just like that. Oops. And do I here, also do color RGBA. Okay, it's been a while since I've done this. I'm not actually fast enough for what I was supposed to do. Okay, there we go. So here I'm just gonna do that. Also do cursor to pointer, transition. I'm just gonna do color, 0.3 seconds. At ease, what is happening? Okay, so after this is the hover state for this. So I'm just gonna do that. Hover, oops. Hover, do color white. Okay, so that will basically change that to color. So hover, this changing the thing should be fine. There we go. Okay, it's working. Next is button search. I hope I did that. Okay, there we go. See, I'll make that kind of mistake and I'm okay. Okay, so I have to make sure I actually spelled everything correctly actually. Okay. So first search, here what I'm going to do is just do background, set that to our signature blue. Change the color to white. Also do padding 8 pixels. Oops. Also do 15 pixels. Also do border radius set to 10 pixels. Border to none. Also do font size 14 pixels. Also do font weight 600. Also do cursor set to pointer. Also do transition. Either I can do background. I'm just gonna do all 0.3 seconds at ease. Also, I'm gonna do all this fine. Okay, there we go. And do flex shrink. I'm gonna do flex shrink 0, so I'm making sure it doesn't shrink. Okay, so after this, we should be good, right? Next is hover state for the search. I'm just gonna change the background. Since it's a hover, I'm gonna make a darker value of this, right? I'm gonna change the value to be a little bit darker, just like that. Should be fine. I think it's too dark. There we go. I should it looks not okay. And do transform, translate, at white, set that to -1 pixels. Okay, now the question, I'm trying my best to understand what the guy in the live is trying to do, but I'm not understanding anything. Is this normal? Yeah. If you're a beginner, I think it's normal. But it's not. Wait, how though? If you know HTML CSS, if you want to learn HTML CSS, there's already a video in our channel. So if you're not getting any of these, it's probably because you're struggling with HTML and CSS. We haven't even like gotten into coding yet. It's all markup language, you know. Can we dub this? Unfortunately, can't, man. It's totally normal. You understand way more chatting here. Yeah. Don't focus on teach. What? Come on, man. Let me teach. If you have any questions, guys, please ask me. I'm gonna try my best to answer. Okay. What did I do? Okay. Oops. There we go. Do background. I'm gonna change that to about this much. I think. Yeah. It looks okay. And to give border 1 pixel, solid RGBA, and do 255, 255, 255, and also do 0.1. You're basically making a border of 1 pixel that is solid and giving this color. And do border radius 20 pixels. Also do padding, set that to 30 pixels. Also do margin bottom 20 pixels. But where did you learn English? That's actually a very confusing question because it's not like it came like as it is, but like it's probably because I talked to a lot of English people. I think that's the reason. I have many friends that speak English, so probably because of that. Card title. Okay, so here we have card title, right? I'm gonna do font size, set that to 20 pixels, font weight set to 600. American people? Yeah, mostly Americans. Okay, .AQI display. For font size, I'm gonna scroll down actually because you guys cannot see anything. Font size, I'm gonna do 72 pixels. That is actually really a lot. But yeah, I'm gonna do 72 pixels. Also do font weight set to 700. Also do line height, set that to 1. Margin set that to 10 pixels, 0, 15 pixels, and 0. Okay, so I think I messed up somewhere here. I don't think I did though. I think it's because I haven't made this, but yeah. Okay, we'll see. If I need to debug, I'm just gonna try to debug. Okay, info row, that is the text. So for that, I'm just gonna do display flex, make that gap 20 pixels. So do font size 13 pixels. Also do color, set to RGBA, set that to that. Also do flex wrap, set to wrap. Bro got 4 GPA in English. No, I actually failed English. Fun fact. More than loving Cody, I'm loving this guy's English. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so moving on to this. What I need to do. Okay, so I'm just gonna do button here. Yeah, yes. Give a clash secondary. Give it that, just like that. And also, where is it? So do risk, also do div. Where is it? Style. Do font size 12 pixels. Do color set to I think that I'm gonna darken it a bit like that. It should be fine. And change that to risk. Can you suggest me some projects for frontend I can do portfolio? Currently I'm working on to-do list app. If you want to learn basic CRUD, then I think a e-commerce website is a good starting point, because it also teaches you to like work with array of objects. So you'll probably be using like maps and other functions. So I think that should be okay. That should be fine, you know? Okay, next thing I need to do is also put a risk value here. Risk value, also give an ID of risk and do 35% of everything. So that's fine. So after that, I can do that. Do style like that. Okay, these emits are killing me. There we go. Just do that. There we go. Do font size 13 pixels. Color, okay. Color set to that. There we go. I'm also going to give it an ID of risk. Okay, there we go. And after doing all of that, I also need to give it content. So for that, I'm just going to do moderate risk due to air quality conditions. There we go. I'm going to format the document here. After doing that, it should be fine. And after this, should be good. Okay, so that's for the main content. Now, after this, I think we should start making the right panel. So I can't say it. This is the main content, so this is the left, right? Oh, okay, I think I messed up here. Okay, so I made a big mistake here. So subtitle, left panel, so we have to do all the way up to here, right? There we go. Okay, that's okay. There we go. I'm gonna do format document. Okay, small mistake. Almost costed my whole thing though. Right. Okay, so I'm also gonna add another thing here saying loading. So this will basically be a small loading, you can call it loading, what do you call it actually? I think it's called card? Wait, actually, I forgot the term for it. Do class FAS FA spinner here. Also do FA spin. That'll give me a spinner icon, just like that. Looks nice. And what I'm gonna do is also put a paragraph tag. Oh, hi. Any seniors here? When will this live end? After we finish the project. Future topics, schedule, do you know which project? Does your name start with R or am I mistaken? I cannot give away that. Okay, I was really cooking with it. Bro, isn't there any way to learn HTML, CSS, and JavaScript in one night? I seriously need help. That will be a little bit difficult, my guy. I mean, I'm not saying you can't, right? There are ways, but it will be really difficult. So I'm not sure. No, I read your message, man. The thing with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript is, guys, the thing is, it's not that difficult. What is difficult is how much you want to actually cover, right? Because there are pretty, like, a lot of stuff. Even, like, I don't know everything about normal vanilla HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Which Udemy course? Wait, what? Oh, you were asking somebody else. I was confused for a second there. Okay, globe container. So this will basically be a dummy globe that we'll be making here. So I'm just gonna do marker. Also give an ID of marker. And do 784 here. Also give an AQI badge, just like that. Also give another badge. Can you please share most relevant sources? Um, One source I can actually give you if you want to learn HTML, CSS, or any, like not any, but like from my experience, is ask ChatGPT or and watch videos, right? If you can understand what ChatGPT is saying, then like use ChatGPT only for learning though. Okay, only for learning. Use ChatGPT and do it yourself, right? Just try doing it yourself. Even if you invest like 4 hours like one day, I think like there should be a lot of things that you can actually learn in that time, right? Pop out header and give oops, what am I doing? Okay, and actually just need to make like FAS FA circle here. That'll give me a circle. Now is the real part. So here I'm gonna give it a style of color. I'm gonna give it a close to red. I cannot speak today for some reason. Gosh. And do font size, set that to 8 pixels. You can also do 0.8 rem, it's the same thing. And here I can do span dot pop up city. I'm gonna do Jakarta, Indonesia. So the reason I'm typing it is that will be our default default city by default. Okay, span. I'm gonna give it. I'm going to put an inline CSS saying margin left, set that to auto, and put details. What's happening in chat? Your name is Mr. Basalt? Yes, I no, I'm kidding. But like, yeah, no. Okay, so after that, what I can do is I can just make a pop-up AQI. I misspelled again. I hate myself. Pop-up AQI. And do pop-up value. And put a pop-up AQI of about 137. Also do pop-up status. Let's give pop-up status, let's say by default is unhealthy, right? So what else I need to do? So that is one div, and next is for div controls, right? Here I can just make a controls div and put the button here, btn control 3D globe. I can basically copy paste, it's the same thing, and do AQ, oops, okay, IQ EIR map. Okay, that should be everything. That should be everything. So for my document, okay, that should be everything for HTML. So let's go to CSS, and then it's time for JavaScript. Let's go. Do risk card. Okay, do risk card. Set that to background. Set that to linear gradient. What I can do is do Control F. Just copy. Oops. Copy paste that. Come back down. Paste that there like that. Boom. I also removed the bracket. Oops. There we go. Okay, back to chat. Back to chat. What's happening? Sir, can you help me, please? I want to learn HTML CSS and JavaScript 1 again, bro. Come on. I like know the basics. I know how it's working, but when it comes to coding, I seriously lag. Again, as I said, practice, man, practice. Okay, what's the best advice you would give the newbies in coding about logic making? Give us a minor master class. Logic making, huh? It's like logic building or like any logic you're building. It's basically the same. You learn from somewhere else. Let's say you ask ChatGPT because you don't know that is how at least I learned my stuff. Like I didn't know how to make like logic for bar graphs or like line graph, not line graphs, but like basically pie chart. You know what I mean? I didn't know the logics for that. I asked ChatGPT. ChatGPT gave me the code, and when I actually tried to understand the code, I have finally got the logic. So it's not like, I mean, if you can build logic, that's great. Like I'm not that genius, right? So I basically take third-party codes, try to understand that, and then try to do that. And once you know that logic, you can basically reuse that logic in future. Risk header here and do display flex, justify content, space between, also do align items to center, margin bottom to 20 pixels. Is using ChatGPT for debugging good? It depends. Like if you can find bugs on your own, it's fine. But yeah, I get it. Sometimes like you're just too frustrated to the point where like you're actually like hitting yourself in the screen. But at that point, you can, yes, use ChatGPT, but also you have to understand what is the error. Only then it can actually be your useful, you know? Like ChatGPT finds you the code, and if you just copy paste the code, it will not be good because you lose control from your code, right? Do 5, because I have been there, right? I've been there when like I'm just vibe coding and I'm too lazy to see what's in the code and just copy paste, and later I regret it. So yeah, it's not great. The 20 pixels, also do border radius set to 20 pixels, also do border to none. I'm actually gonna scream to everything here. Just do it really fast. Since we're done with HTML, I'm gonna quickly do CSS here. Risk of pollution, that should be fine. So better in secondary, next is risk value. For risk value, I'm just gonna do font size, set that to about 45, make it a little bit bolder. So do 10 pixels 0, not bottom. Margin. Next is globe container. So after all of this, we have the globe container. We can do globe container. I need water actually. Let me drink some water, guys. Don't forget to stay hydrated. That's very important. Okay. Here I'm going to do position relative, also do width set to 100%. Also do max width set to 600 pixels. Also do aspect ratio 1 to preserve the aspect ratio. And do margin set to 0 auto. Just like that. Now that's for containers. So for globe, what I'm going to do is first actually call the CSS selector and do 100 I'm gonna copy paste, change that, height to 100 and 100, border radius set to 50%. Background, so this is the most important part. We'll use radial gradient, right? We'll do radial gradient. So this is basically a gradient for circles, right? We'll pass circle at 35%, 35%. Oops, I messed up. And here I'm going to pass these almost same values. 0, A1525, and use okay, never mind. 100%. There we go. And here, what I can do is wait. Did I? Okay, so I did mess up here. Okay. So forgot to make a div for globe. There we go. Okay. Gonna cut that, paste that there. Okay. I messed up again. And do that. There we go. The globe is there. And here, after that, what I'm going to do is just do position, set that to relative, and do box shadow. We'll use inset 0, 100 pixels. We'll probably do that. There we go. That actually looks pretty nice. Do 0, 0, add another box shadow here. About at 80 pixels actually. And this will be kind of a darkish color. Like darkish color. I cannot describe colors. Oops, do that to 45 and 0.3. There we go. Bro, do you have DC? I do have DC. I mean, I'm guessing you mean Discord, right? Not at the moment when we know how to debug. Yeah. I mean, sometimes I use ChatGPT to debug. It's not a bad thing, guys, but like, yeah, but you know. I don't know, man. Content here. I can do content, put that to position absolute, and do top 15%. Also do left 15%. Oops, what? 15%. Set the width to 35%. Also do height set to 35%. And again, I'm going to give a background. I'm going to give a background of radial gradient again. And make it circle. Again, this for circle. And do RGBA. Do 91. I'm going to do the same thing actually. Make a different alpha value. I can also make mistakes, guys. So if you do see me make mistakes, please let me know, okay? I'm also gonna format the code, radial gradient. There we go. And for that, for 70%, do transparent to 70%. Just like that. I think it looks okay. Like that. Now we'll do border radius, set that to about 50%. And do filter, we'll make it blur 40 pixels. There we go. So it will look like this for bigger values, right? And I will scale according to this because we have preserved the aspect ratio. What is happening in chat? I'm bad at color picking. I mean, me too. Me too. Me too. Okay, for keyframes, so we'll be making animations now. So we'll make keyframes. The name of the animation will be pulse. So it'll be a pulsing animation. I'm gonna put two states, that is 100% and 0%. We'll basically do transform, translate at -50 and -50. Also, default will be 100. Like default will be 1. So we'll alternate between that when the time duration of the animation is about 50%. We're gonna scale the thing by this much, right? Now we have to put this somewhere. We're gonna probably put this in marker. So I'm gonna actually start to style the marker here. So I'm just gonna select the marker. Position, I'm just gonna do absolute. Also do background set to FF4444. Bro, how your style like that? Good. Padding, set that to 6 pixels and 12 pixels. It's just border radius, set that to 8 pixels. It's all practice, man. It's all practice. Guys, again, I'm gonna remind you again, if you haven't or if you're not subscribed to the channel, please subscribe to the channel. Please. And also hit that bell icon. And also like the video, please. Not video, like the stream. 700. We have marker, right? Okay, apparently I forgot to make that too. It's close to globe, so there we go. So inside globe we have this. Okay, I messed up again. So this was supposed to be outside here, not inside there. But what was supposed to be inside is a marker. So I'm just gonna do marker, give an ID of marker. That is 174. There we go. So for marker, I'm gonna do font size set to 1 rem. So do top 40. Actually, I'm gonna do first. I'm gonna set the box shadow. So here I'm just gonna do 4x 4 pixels, 20 pixels, RGBA. Set that to that 0.5. Also put the animation that we made. So do pulse 2 seconds infinite. So we'll see if this thing is pulsing. So let me increase the scaling a bit. Yeah, it is pulsing. Right? Yeah, it looks really, really trippy. But yeah, okay. Moving on. Okay, so we'll do infinite here. So we have to position the thing here. So I'm just gonna do top 40%. There we go. And push that to left side. So I'm just gonna do left 52%. There we go. Now we'll just do transform. Translate, put that to about in the middle. There we go. Do you teach JavaScript? I can. If you guys have any questions regarding JavaScript, we can teach. We are almost at JavaScript. So yeah, we still have quite a bit of CSS left to go, but once we reach we are all about to reach JavaScript, guys. Okay, next is after marker. What do we have? We have AQI badge, right? I'm just gonna copy that, paste that there, put the position relative. So I'm just gonna finish this really quick. Do bottom 80 pixels, also do right 60 pixels. Change the background to that. Also set the color to white. Width, set that to 90 pixels. Also set the height to about 90 pixels. Also do border radius, set that to around 50%. Also do display flex, justify content center. Also do align items to center, just like that. Also do font size set to 2rem. Font weight set to 700. Box shadow set to 0, 10 pixels, 40 pixels, and RGBA. I don't have like by default that, so I'm just gonna use that. And there we go. Next is pop-up. So for pop-up, I'm just gonna do position absolute. I'm gonna do top around 32%. And do background. And do RGBA, set that to around this much, change the value to 1. And I can probably do backdrop filter to remove. I'm gonna add blur effect, not remove. And here I can do padding, 1rem and 1.2rem. Yeah, it should be fine. And also do border radius about 12 pixels. Box shadow will do 0, 8 pixels, 32 pixels. RGBA value set to 0, 0, 0, and 0.3. Format the document here. Doesn't look great here. I think it's not put in the correct order. Yeah, I forgot to give it right. 10 pixels, right? Okay. I should be fine. It's not positioned well enough, so that's actually a headache for me. Right, so here I think I missed somewhere here. So if I do globe, so this is pop-up, right? This goes all the way there, that's fine. We have globe. We have globe here, so it should be about here. And yeah, I should be fine. Okay, so let me just quickly go with CSS, and if there's problem, I can just probably change it. Okay, so about pop-up, right? February? Yeah, pop-up. So I can just do box shadow, set the minimum width of that container to be around that. Going over the things, it should not be going over the head. There we go. So if globe container is position relative, right? Okay, I'm okay. Oh my god. Okay, that's why it's going over the head. That makes sense. So I need to cut that. And globe container is around how much? WQ, I think this much. Yeah, it should be around that. I messed up the HTML structure again. Okay, so pop-up is around there. Where's the globe container then? Wait. Okay, so globe container should be from for right side panel we have around here. So globe container should be around here. I'm actually getting confused here. Give me a second. W lecture. So I'm just gonna format doc. It will not get format, like it will not work because we don't have it here. We still have to do this. So we have this, we have this, we have this pop-up that is around this much, right? So if I do that, it will push, it will be all over here. So it is around here, I think. Not here. Okay. Okay, so right side panel is around here. There we go. I think it's fine now. One thing that I don't like is it's not responsive for bigger screen sizes. But yeah, I think that should be fine. Okay, so quick debugging. And now let's move on to AQI. I should stop stalling. How is your weather align items to center here, gap to about 12 pixel, margin bottom to about 8 pixels. Pop-up value. We'll set the background to about RGBA. Set that to that. Also give padding about 8 pixels and 14 pixels. Also give border radius of 8 pixels. Oops. And do font weight set to 700. And give that. Forgot to style the header. Oops. We'll do it after this. Do font size 20 pixels. There we go. Now for pop-up header, in this case, our pop-up header is our all of this, right? So for pop-up header, I'm just gonna do display flex, put align items to center, do gap 8 pixels, margin bottom 10 pixels, also do font size 11 pixels. Okay. Okay. It should be fine. Okay, so moving on. I'm not gonna stall anymore. Next is pop-up status. Do font size set to 13 pixels, font weight set to 600. Crying in the corner. Wait, what's happening, man? What's happening, bro? These three are appearing in the same container, which it shouldn't. Right? So there's tree globe and that should be in a separate container. Wait, I don't think it should be in separate containers. So if I open, yeah, it should be in a separate container. So according to that, it should be in separate container. That means I think I messed up the structure of this. So I need to make sure it's outside the pop-up. Okay, so pop-up ends here. Okay, this indentation is kind of a hell. Okay, there we go. It's fixed. Sorry guys. Okay, let's continue. We are almost done. Controls, position, absolute. Bottom, we'll do 30 pixels. Also do left, 50%. Also do transform translate at x negative 50%. Do this. Okay, we'll do display flex and set the gap to around 10 pixels. Next, for the button controls, right? We'll do button control, making sure I actually put it. There we go. We'll basically do background. We'll set RGBA to around this much. We'll do backdrop filter. To give it a glass morphism effect, I'm actually going to use this, right? Now, to give it that effect, we also have to change a few other stuff. One thing I have to change is I can give it a border first. So I can just do that, just like that. Also do colors, set that to white. Give a padding. I'm out of course. Okay. I can give a border radius. Before we give border radius, I'm going to give a padding of 10 pixels, 18 pixels. I'm going to give a font size of 12 pixels, border radius of 10 pixels, font weight of 600. I give a different background. I was wondering why it was so ugly. There we go. Also give a cursor a pointer. Also do transition. So I'm gonna apply transition for background. What is happening in the chat, guys? How did you have the circle thing? What is that called exactly? So I did nothing. Okay. So basically made a globe, right? This is the marker. So we have made a globe container. So we basically did globe here. We basically made a circle, right? We gave it a border radius of 50%. Now, if you have a square and if you give it a 50% of border radius, that will convert that into a circle, right? If I remove this, wait, where is it? Okay, there's a lot of state, but like if you remove, if you basically make a square and give it equal width and height and give the border radius 50%, that will convert that into a circle. And we'll basically, what we did is basically give it a radial gradient of this. You don't need to, if you don't understand this, then it's fine, but at least understand that how to make a circle, because it's actually really fun and important, because it also helps you to make pie charts and like circle like these, you know what I mean? I hope it answered your question. If you have any other question, let me know. So, okay, we're almost done, guys. I think it is kind of boring to see, but like, okay, we are almost in JavaScript, okay? We are almost in JavaScript. Um, okay. It's gonna have a small, okay, we're finally in loading. So there is a loading, just loading right there. I can just not touch it, but also gonna do display none, remove that. Do text align, set to center, and also do padding. Wait, hold up. We'll just do that, and padding, set that to about 20 pixels. There we go, it should be fine. Put that display none, and that will be disappeared from the existence. What is radial gradient? So radial gradient is a gradient given to circles, right? What happens is gradient, or there are different type of gradient. If I just search gradient JS, CSS gradients. Not this one. Wait, hold up. Okay, there are linear gradients. There are different kinds of gradients. There are radial gradients for circles, right? There's linear gradient for, linear gradients. Wait, I don't think this is the right one. CSS gradients, linear gradient. Not GF. What am I doing? CSS types of gradients. If I just search this and do CSS gradients, there are different types of gradients, right? This one is linear gradients for linear and diagonal. Radial gradients for, it basically starts at a central point, making it good for circles because it starts at the center. Linear gradient just starts from like left to right or up to down or diagonal, right? And also conic gradients is for, there should be examples here. Is there examples for, oh, there's only examples for linear gradient apparently. Conic gradient, there we go. So conic kind of is like this. There are a lot of different parameters you can basically give. That is degree. For different colors, you can also put other stuff, I think, I'm pretty sure. I haven't used this conic gradient that much. It's definitely useful in pie charts. But yeah. I hope it's great. Did you guys get what I said, or guys? Okay, I'm just gonna go quickly do max width. So that globe thing, can we change shape? Yeah, you can, but it will not be globe because that's still a square. If you guys get what I mean, right? It's still a square. I basically gave it 50% border radius to change it to a globe. If I go here, this is basically a container, right? You see this? Thanks, man. I feel like I'm learning something new. Thank you. That's fine. That's really cool. Man made this look 10 times better. Thank you. Okay, main content. Okay, quick stalling. So in smaller screen size, I'm just gonna change it to one fraction. So what is happening here is we basically set two columns in the grid, and in smaller screen sizes, that is 1024 pixels, when he hits that threshold, we'll basically change the grid structure to just have one column. So we'll change that to one fraction. And also change the title to font size 36 pixel, just like that. Also change the pop-up to right 10 pixels. There we go. Wrap this thing, give us a quick revision kind of thing. Like a revision as in like give it a whole descriptive. We basically did nothing here. We basically made a nav bar, which doesn't do anything, right? It's just static nav bar. Basically made the code here. We have strings to, like, we can basically put the things, we can put it right there, right here. We have a search button which functions as search button. We basically have our main card, basically shows everything like main stats of AQI and other stuff. Also have another risk of pollution. I don't know about the data. We'll basically be just fetching from the API. And we have another globe here, basically says which city we are in, is if the AQI is healthy or not, and also have other data. That's pretty much it. It's very simple. Very simple up until now, at least. Okay, so finally for JavaScript. So what I'm going to do here is we'll start JavaScript by actually getting our API key. So I have mine here. So this is my Open Weather Map API key. I'm going to make a function to update time. So we probably, do I have date time? So you see I made an empty div for date time. I'm going to use this by JavaScript to update the time. So what I'm going to do is make a function to update the date time and do const now equals to new date. So this will return me, or this will make me a date object, right? This will have all of the date. If I do this, call the function, right? And just basically, I can just do clog. And here I can basically type now. And if I just do that, but we still haven't, you see this? This will basically give me the time, right? Time of my time, at least. But we cannot use this here because it's not formatted correctly. It doesn't look nice. So for that, what I'm going to do is first get the DOM element. Okay, not like this. I need the detail. I'm not professional. What's happening? Very simple. He says it for me. It's hard. It's not like this. I need detail. I'm not professional. Like, yeah. Hey, buddy. Can you ask me some tricky JS questions right away? Tricky JS questions? Right. JS questions. What is an object? It's not like, when do you use object? There we go. I think that should be, I don't know. I don't know how to make tricky JS questions. When do you use, what is the difference between async await and normal fetch? That would be another tricky. I don't know if it's tricky. I'm not sure, man. I cannot help you with that, I think. So we'll change the now, that is the object of the date time, right? I'll change that to local date string, not local date string, local date string, actually. And this will basically give me a formatted date, just like that. You can see right there, right? There we go. Now I think we should be fine. So if I just do to local date string, and yeah, I think it should be fine. One thing I'm actually curious is why didn't it show time? So I just do that, also do clog now. I think it should be fine for now. We'll come back to this if we need to change. There is the time, but okay. Excited to test myself. Fetch is a promise while async await is asynchronous. Fetch also is asynchronous. I mean, at least it is used to deal with asynchronous operations. Don't ask what for when questions, ask how questions. Like, fetch in itself is not a promise. It returns you a promise, right? It returns you a promise immediately saying there is some kind of promise that it needs to be settled. And once it's settled, it will basically just, it will basically do the thing. We'll do update the time. We'll set a set interval like that. Call that 100 seconds. And here, what I can do, for now, I think it should be fine. Okay, so next is the AQI. We'll do function get AQI. Wait, hold up. AQI info. What's this output? Console.type null. Oh wow, okay. So since I did this, let's change that. There we go. Oops. Wait, okay. I messed up something here. There we go. So for a function, what I'm going to do is just do that, set the AQI to less than 50. Now, if it's that, I'm just going to return a color of 00 E676. Right, and also do status good. Also do risk. Okay, so I'm just gonna do risk 10%. Also do give a description of air quality is satisfactory. So we're basically making a function. We could have done it with switch case since it has a lot of these. But I'm just gonna use if for now. Here what I'm doing is returning a object if the air quality. We're basically doing if statements, right? And for given if statements, we're basically returning a object, which you can use later to update the data on here, right? So I'm just gonna copy, paste, and paste. I don't know how many we need. So I'm checking. So this one's for 100. So for 100, we'll basically give a different color. We'll do FEB and 3B. What's happening here? Let's see who's got the toughest question out here. What's happening, man? So we'll do 10. Also, we'll set that to. So this will be moderate. Change that to 35%. And we'll just do moderate risk due to air quality. Right? One thing I forgot to do was, give me a second, guys. Right. So if I do that, what's happening? Okay. I'm just gonna probably put it there and also give. Okay. That's ID, right? Yeah, that's ID. And there we go. So after this, where were we? So we're on the 150. So if it's less than or equals to 150, we'll probably just do darkish yellow, I guess. At least this is what it says. We'll do unhealthy for sensitive. I'll change that to 55%. What's happening here? Console.log 0.1 plus 0. Equals to 2. That'll be false. So it's 0.1. I'm pretty sure that's 0.1. FF9800. No, it's the same thing. Oops. For why you tell? I'm sorry, wait, I was just reading chat. What? Okay, so it's unhealthy. So that's over 75% risk. And I will just copy paste the text that I have here. So I'm not going to overcomplicate this. There we go. So next is for 300. Then we have the default, not 300, 3000. There we go. And here I'll just do 9C27 and do B0. So since this is very unhealthy, we'll change that to very unhealthy. That is 90% of the risk. I'm just assuming, by the way. And I'm just going to do health alert conditions, right? Now, since all of our if statements will be triggered after this, so I'm just going to put a default return statement after this. I'm going to format the document. I'll do 880E4F. This will be hazardous, and this will be 100%. And this will be set to emergency conditions. Yeah, that is everything for... That should be everything. Right? Right. Okay, so. Moving on. So now for the update, right? We'll probably fetch the data later. Give me a second. We'll probably do update UI first. So after we get the data, AQI data, I'll give two parameters for this, right? One is AQI data, next is city name. Just like that. What is happening in chat, guys? Let me read your chat. JS is really hard. React, Tailwind, and Node as well. Ask me anything. What's happening? Wait. Okay, you'll answer in 30 seconds. Okay, so here what I'm gonna do is do const AQI equals to math.round. So basically do math.round. Now here I have to actually give you a concept. So I don't think we can make this until we actually fetch the API. But actually, let's fetch the API first. We'll use a asynchronous function. So we have to define it as asynchronous. We'll do asynchronous function. We'll call the function fetch AQI. We'll put city here. Since we're actually fetching the data, we'll basically put that into a try block. And we'll do get element by ID. Let's say first set the loading to style dot display equals to block, right? So when the actual data is called, or when the fetch AQI data, or not data, fetch AQI function is called, we'll set this to loading. So we'll set this to active, right? Next I can do is actually fetch the API, fetch actual API. So we'll do georegs, and we'll do await. We'll do fetch. I misspelled that. Oops. We'll use fetch, and since fetch actually returns you a promise, we have to await that. So I have my API link right here, so I'm just going to copy paste, right, just like that. Boom. Okay, there we go. We'll await that. Oops. And we'll do a format document here. So after doing that, I'm just going to do const geodata equals to await geores dot JSON. That'll convert that into a JSON. And if the data does not exist, that means geodata dot length does not exist. That means the array is empty, or it does not exist in theory, right? If it doesn't exist, we'll basically alert saying city not found. So that means we can just return from the function. Okay. What's happening? So next I can do const. We need lat long name country. Just do geodata. We can just do 0, right? I messed up somewhere. Where did I mess up? Okay, so the catch block. Just going to put catch here. So we'll just do error. There we go. And here I'm just going to do const city name equals to. So we're basically fetching the API, converting this into, this will parse the data into JavaScript object. So this will be a JSON data, right? This will be a JSON data. So we cannot use JSON data, but it is. Right? We have to parse that data into a JS object. That will parse the data in JS object. What is the error here? I'm actually okay, there we go. That's the error. After doing that, we check the actual length of the array is empty. That means it doesn't exist. So we'll just return from the function. Now, if we get the data, that means the data actually exists, and we'll get the 0th index data. I'll tell you what it is in a bit once we finish this. I'm just gonna do name, $name, do name, and also do country. You have plenty of time. By the way, can you explain what you have to make, like full weather app with a lot of features, or just simple showing weather of the city? Yeah, just simple one. I mean, I cannot make everything in like what 2 hours that we have, right? Already I think 2 hours. So after fetching the data, so we can just do that, put that into city name, and after this I need to fetch the data again, this time for getting the AQI index. So this one right here was the endpoint right here is geo, so it'll give me the this will give me the latitude and longitude, right? So that's why I basically hit this endpoint, that's geo, to get the latitude and the longitude and name of the country. Now, if we have that, we can basically use latitude and longitude to basically hit another API. So this one's for the air quality index. Since that API basically needs latitude and longitude as an URL query, we need to get that first, right? So that's why I basically fetch the API twice. So I'm just gonna do fetch. Now again, I have the query right here. So this thing right here. Wait, did I mess up again? Okay, I did mess up. There we go. This right here is the URL. I'm basically hitting data 2.5, and this time we're hitting air pollution. That is what we need, right? In the URL query, we're basically sending what's happening. So in the URL query, we're basically getting the latitude and the longitude, and the app ID, which is the API key, is our API key. I'm gonna format the document here really quick. So after hitting the API, we need to convert that into JavaScript object, as always. I'm just going to do const AQI data equals to, this time it's the AQI data, so we'll do await AQI response.json. That will convert that, which is the JSON, we'll convert that to a JavaScript object, right? And now we can basically just call our function. So that is this function right here. And I'm also going to send the parameter or argument in this case right here. Now I need to add a alert message for the catch block saying error fetching the AQI data. Check your network or API key. I can just put that there. Also do console.error for developers. So I'm just gonna do error occurred, and basically log the error like that. And finally, we can just do document dot get element by ID. Since finally is a block that runs either way, if there's an error or not, we can basically the thing that was spinning, the loading, we can basically put that here saying style dot display equals to none. There we go. Gotta go. Bye bye. Good night, guys. Good night. Can I just copy and paste your design in my thing? But I'm sure Brazil's gonna get it. I mean, if you understand the code, why not? It's okay. So next we have to basically make the update UI. So we're almost done with the whole thing. So here what happens is if I just log the thing, right? If I just do fetch API, is it getting called? I don't think it's getting called, right? Yeah. Okay. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to call this API, right? I'm not going to, oh wait, I'm probably can do this, right? I'm just going to do that. So I'm going to call this function with I can just do Kathmandu, for example. And if we get the data, right, we'll get the data here. So I haven't logged the data. So let me just quickly do that. We'll do console.log. I actually need the geo data. So we'll get the data here, right? So if you see this, actually closely here, not this. Is it this one or that one? I actually forgot. Length one. Okay, so I can just probably change the AQI data. So it's a geo. Okay, I forgot. So I need to log the AQI data here. Just copy paste that. Okay, there we go. So if you go to list, if you go to 0, and if you go to mean, you see if AQI is 5. So AQI will be a value that will be from 1 to 5. But again, 1 being the I think best or good, and 5 being the worst. So to put that into a measurable or comprehensible, like, how do I say it, comprehensible term or a value, what I can do here, I'm gonna close the fetch here. I'm gonna change that to a bigger value. So I'm just gonna multiply that by 50. So whatever that gives me, I'll just multiply that by 50. I'm just gonna do AQI data, which is the parameter that's coming from here, which is again the data. I'm just gonna list 0. So since it's inside the list, if I just uncomment this, right? If we go to this is object, right? Inside the AQI data object, we have list. So we can do dot list. Inside list, we have it inside the 0th index. So we can do 0 to get that value. And inside the 0, we have mean. So we can do dot mean. Inside mean, we have the AQI. So we can do dot AQI, not API dot AQI. So that will give me the AQI value. So we'll multiply that by 50. Just like that. And we'll do const info. Could you just upload it in Coding Labs and publish it? I've already done that. The link to the source code is in the description, as I said, guys. Do get AQI info, and we'll just do AQI again. We're fetching the data. So we'll just do, where is it? Send 50. So reference AQI is not defined. AQI is not defined. What do you mean it's not defined? Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so we'll just do AQI info. We'll first log the, I don't know why I get the error. Why are we getting the AQI value here? We are not fetching anything. 250, reference AQI is not defined. What? Okay, it's actually kind of funny at this point. So we'll do that. AQI is, oh, AQI is not defined. Oh my god, there we go. Now it is defined. Right. So basically use and then to use AQI. So now I can just do AQI and that should work. Okay, so now it's defined. Okay, so next I can just do that. I remember development platform. No. Document.get element by ID. I can do mean AQI. Now I can just basically start appending it into the DOM. So I think it should be, there we go. So it's up. I updated the value here. Just copy paste mean AQI, and we'll do style dot color. We can set the color to info dot color. That will change the color to whatever color we picked here, right? So basically getting the style, which basically gets the whatever value of the style, and in the style, which is the CSS, we wanted to change the value of the color. So we said color, and the color is coming from here, which is the AQI data, not AQI data. the info, which again is objects, right? We have getting the color of that object right here. And we're changing the color to the main AQI DOM, which is this text right here. I'm going to copy paste again. This time I'm going to change it for badge. So for badge, I'm just going to do dot badge, not dot badge, text content, and change that to AQI, right? This is the badge right here. Now, another thing for badge I can do is change the background. So I can just change the style. Now this time we need the background, as I said. We'll be changing the background. So we'll do dot style dot background. It'll get me the background. So here I can just do info dot color. That'll change the color from yellow, which was yellow, right? It will change that to whatever color it is. In this case, it's like purple. Okay, next thing what we can do is change the marker. So in this case, marker is this, right? So we can change the marker. First, let's change the text content. So text content is AQI. So this is what we'll be doing. We'll get the values and just update them in the DOM. That is it, right? And also do style dot background again, just like that. After changing that, I can just do info dot color. There we go. Next thing what I can do is change the pop-up APIs, and you can just do document.getElement by ID. I'll just change the pop-up AQI, set the text content to AQI. There we go. And here I can just change the status to something like first do text content and change that to info.status. We'll change it to very unhealthy, which is the thing that we need. The next is updating the risk factor, which is this, right? After updating all of that, we have to update the risk. So I'm just gonna copy this and paste it here. I'm just gonna change that to risk, then get the text content, change it to info.risk, right? That'll change it to info.risk. Info.risk being the actual percentage of how much risky it is. I just need a design for my prototype. I'm gonna make it, but it's hard to design. So like really man, try getting into Dribble. I go to Dribble. Is it Dribble or Dribble? Yeah, there you go. And just search whatever design you want. So in this case, let's say I want weather app, right? In your case, you want weather app. So you can basically go to let it load and just go to where's web design. I need to log in. I hate this. Just basically try to copy one of these. Or just let ChatGPT make one for you and put that into Figma. And then try to do that in code, right? And Figma is a great start. And here I can just do risk desk and change that to risk description. There we go. Next is location. We'll change that to city name. Okay, let's change that to city name. Also do pop up city. So apparently I don't have this. Okay, give it a class. Okay, there we go. If I do that now, I think it should work. There we go. Next thing I need to do is get the components. So if I go here and get the object, go to list and 0 and components. So these are all of our components here. So we'll basically get all of our components. So we'll store that into an object. What is happening here? So far I've realized this thing coding's not for me. I mean, it's like, if you try, you can do it. Okay, if a person like me can do it, you can do it. I was terrible at coding. Like, I actually was like really garbage at coding. Like, if I can do it, anybody can, man. I'm like genuinely saying it. Genuinely. Do AQI data and do list components like that. I messed up my spelling again. Compare and do const pollutants, and we'll just make an array of objects here. And here, if name, I'm gonna give the name to PM 2.1, 2.5 here, and give the value for comp dot PM 2-5. So this will basically get the corresponding object. So if we go to our data here, we have a data called PM 2.5. If you can see, we're getting this data, right? We're basically, instead of making this, we're basically giving the name to be this, and the value will be this. I'm just gonna copy paste 3 times. Next value will be PM10, and do PM10. Next, I can just do 003. Oops. 03. And I'm just gonna do 03. There we go. Okay, what's happening, guys? You're a liar? I'm not lying, man. You're just in your first sem right now. There's way too much to come. Just be prepared. Yes. See, like, I'll be jealous. Don't say that, man. Come on. Don't say that. Think of dropping out and work on my sheep farm. That will be easy. What's happening? Start trading. Eventually, AI is gonna take my job. I need to do something reliable. The fact that AI will take over our jobs is kind of, in my opinion, it will to some extent, but it will not completely take your job. Okay, don't assume like AI will completely take your job. It will not. It will take your job if you are just coding, because a programmer's job is not only to code. It is part of their job to code, but a true programmer's job is to solve problems, right? In a company, if you're hired as a programmer, they actually want you to solve their problems, like not to code. I mean, coding is part of it, obviously, but like the main thing they're expecting from you is to solve problems from coding. Again, not only coding, but there are other stuff, but like only like just solving problems. That's the main or the primary task that's given to a programmer. Front end is gone, like 67% AI can do. I mean, yes, like they might be able to do it, but like they'll not change it completely. Trust me, guys. It's not like trust me, bro, kind of thing. Like just I don't think it will take your job. I'm just like, I don't know. I might be wrong, obviously. I'll happily eat my words if I'm wrong, but yeah. Now, chances are 50-50. If it's really true, then what's stopping you from making feathers, right? So here what we're doing is basically we made an array of objects that basically has 2 values inside the object. That is one key for name, which basically stores the name, another for the corresponding value. Okay? Now we can basically do this and basically loop this inside a pollutant. Not like basically use the reduce function. Reduce is a higher order function, so we need a function with it. This is what we called a accumulator, right? And this is the actual current value. So here I'm saying if p value, p.val is means the p, which is the current value, if it's greater than m.value, which is the total value or which is the highest value in this case, right? Then put p, otherwise just let m stay. That is what I'm doing. What is happening here again? Type error cannot read val. P.val, there we go. Okay. And here I forgot to do one thing, that is dot name. We're still not getting the thing. That means type error cannot read properties of undefined reading val. Okay, so it is saying that pollutants is not a value. How is that possible though? Okay, hold up. What is happening here? Okay, what is the error? Let me just quickly check. Okay. I think it's because of this, so we'll just do p.val is greater than m.val. If it is, we'll just do that. That's still not correct, but why is it not correct? The p, what is, okay, hold up. What is val? Just do, what is p? If I can do control down log, I'll just do dot name. We'll change the log. We have these values, right? So I can just do okay, so update pollutant. So I think okay, so I think that's it. We don't have value coming from here. So we have this. So we have that. So we need to make, okay, I forgot to make a span for here apparently. So I'm just gonna do pollutant to PM 2.5. There we go. It should be around here. Okay, okay. And now we'll basically just loop it. We'll do p.val. Okay, let's see if it's working. Otherwise, we can just do m.val and just do p and m. There we go. So it's object, object, object. So what is happening? I'm actually getting confused right now. We need to see what is this. Do that console log. I'm actually getting confused here. I know it's a very simple thing, like it's a very simple problem. But why am I not getting, why is my brain not working? So if I do console.log p.val, what do I get? We get the values, right? Why is it not changing the values then? Do p.val, if it exists, if it's greater than that, m.val, then choose p, otherwise m. What am I? Okay, I'm actually losing my mind. Brainy's not braining? Yeah, exactly. m.val. Okay, give me a second, guys. Let me think for a second. So I'm just gonna cut that. Okay, it worked magically. Even though I think I wrote the same thing, but it worked now. Okay, I think it should be. Okay, there we go. I don't know why it's working now. But what did I do mistake? Okay. Okay, there we go. I think it should be fine. Okay, and that's it. We are done. This is the what is this again? Air quality index checker, guys. And we are done. That was the project for today. And we are again, after a long time, I live streamed, so I kind of messed up somewhere. Like there were a few times where I messed up and also needed to debug. But yeah, that's pretty much it for today's stream, guys. If you're actually new, again, as I said, for the whole stream, hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And see you guys. I'm gonna be live regularly from today, so I'm back. So yeah, that's pretty much it. If you have any questions, I am still gonna answer one last time. So if you have any questions regarding today's streams, please let me know in the chat. And after doing a quick question and Q&A round, I'm actually going to end the stream for today. Oh hell. Why are you saying hell now, man? Weather app. I mean, okay, guys, I know you are here for weather app. I can give you one suggestion. Weather app is literally the same as this, but only thing that is different is probably changing the values. Okay, you will basically fetch the weather API, right? It will give you a JSON data. You will parse it into a JavaScript object using this. Okay, like I did in this case. And then basically change the DOM in your web page, right? These values right here using the document.getElementByAPI or other JavaScript default APIs to change the values on your web page. And that's pretty much it. You don't have to do anything else, in my opinion. Now, one thing I didn't do is here I could probably also do something like now dot get minutes or get hours. There's a lot of things you can use, right? You can also use like get hours like this. Okay, it didn't do that, but I can just do like, if I also do, for example, if I just go here and create another date thing, right? For date, I kind of have to. You can basically get minutes here, like that, and just do console.log now dot hours. If I go to my log here, get hours. Native code. Okay, I need to do that. There we go. You can basically get hours right there. You can also change that by getting, you can basically change that with other stuff. There's a lot of things you need to know. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Just suggest how we can quietly change your program to prod. I cannot do that. Guys, as I said, I cannot do that. I'm not allowed to do that. Just suggest how you can. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that, guys. So I hope you learned anything. Again, I'm up for questions. I will probably end the stream in about 10 minutes. If you have any question regarding today's lesson or today's stream, again, ask me questions. I'm not gonna help you with your coursework, as I said. Okay, I'm not allowed to do that. I'm not gonna do that. Okay, I mean, even if I do it, like, you guys won't learn anything, because, in my opinion, like, JavaScript is a language you need to learn, because JS can be used not only in front end but also in back end, right? If you do Express and Node.js later on, you can also use it for back end. So I highly recommend you actually code yourself. And if you have any problems or if you have any questions, again, I will be live every single day. Not every single day, but I will be live regularly. So if you have any questions, you can, tune in the stream and actually ask me those questions. Okay, quick revision. Slight hints. I cannot say that, man. Come on. Come on, dude. Come on. No one's gonna know. No, it's literally on YouTube. What do you mean no one's gonna know? Okay, so I think you guys don't have any questions, I'm guessing. I mean, for revision, you can basically just watch the whole thing on twice, but we didn't do anything. Okay, as I said, for HTML and CSS, we didn't do anything. You can basically make your own designs. It's not necessary that you have to make a design like this, right? You can basically make a normal, simple design, have a little bit of layouting. Like, you can use flex, grid if you know it. If you have been taught float, you can also use float, but I don't recommend you use float because it looks kind of ugly in my opinion. So yeah, I'm gonna follow you. Thank you. Thank you. So here basically made the navbar. So for navbar, we basically made a flex box, right? We basically flex the container. We also, again, flex the container here. And we also applied gap. So this does not do anything. It's just for the show, as I said in earlier. This is just a title. We basically have the time, right? We have the date and time, this right here. This will give me the actual date of today, right? If I just comment that out, that will basically disappear completely. That'll give me the date of today. As you can see, I basically changed the DOM of the date time to that, right? I called it. I also did this. Doing this actually does not make sense right now because we don't have time. So we made a function. We need what? How did you make it? How did you make what? You can't just be like, we made this. How did we make it? Okay, how do I explain? I can't be like explaining from everything from basics, you know? But just ask me which portion you want to know. I'm just gonna explain it. Okay, which portion do you guys want to actually know? I'm gonna explain that one. Okay. Do you want to know the actual DOM? Weather app? I'm not gonna tell you about weather app. We literally, there's no weather in this whole project, my man. Why is the index word less weather? Because it has a different tag. So if I go here and do span light, right? I basically wrapped this inside another container and basically styled it differently. So if I just search light here, I just gave it a different color. I can just change that to like red and it'll be red, right? I basically wrapped this into another container and just styled that. How did you do DOM and fetching? Okay. One thing, quick little lesson, right? For when you do const, let's say we store this into a value, and now we have fetch, right? You guys know what is fetch, right? Where can I find this code? It's in the description. You guys know fetch, right? Do I have to explain fetch to you? I'm gonna do it if you want to. Let me know. Let me know. So I'm just gonna do. I'm just gonna explain the fetch like either way. So fetch is a object, right, or the class, whatever you want to call it. Basically, fetch is an object that returns you a promise, right? It returns you a promise object. So this right here returns you a promise. Now in JavaScript, since now this is giving me a syntax error, but it's fine. I'm just gonna put it for now. So this right here returns you a promise, right? Now promise can either be, so here, right? I'm just gonna type it here. Promise can either be rejected, not resolved, or rejected, right? It can either be resolved and rejected. It's in the description, is it not? There should be a source code. Source code. I'm just gonna put the source code in chat. Wait, hold up. Code and labs. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Give me a second, guys. I'm actually getting the thing. And there we go. Okay, I'm pasting the link to the source code in the chat. So there we go. That's the source code. Okay, where was I? So it can either be resolved or rejected, right? If it's resolved, right, it will give you the data. That means you got the JSON data. If it got rejected, that means there was some network issue or the server crashed, I guess. There could be a few different issues, right? Rejected means the data was not received. Now, after it gets resolved or rejected, there's another state that it has that is called settled. We call that settled, right? That means promised is settled. That means either it can get resolved or rejected, but it is settled. So it's finished. The promise is finished, right? So what this await does, like remember I put await, right? What this await does is basically says, since I need this data is very important, I basically said, what about pending? What do you mean pending? The promise pending? The promise gets promise basically gets is pending is because we didn't await it. So if I just do something like this, for example, this will say that, right? If I don't await it, type function, but the actual data gets pending, like it doesn't get fulfilled because you didn't receive the data. It does that when you use the fetch, right? Again, this is something that you should see. What if I just copy the code and do some changes? Now, after it gets resolved, we need to await that function. The reason why I awaited it, because I need this data to do all of these stuff, right? If I don't get the data, it doesn't get parsed to JSON. If I don't get the JSON data, I cannot update the data. So I need that given data or that JSON data to basically do other stuff in my code, other part of the code. So I need that data, so I await that data. So that these JavaScript functions or these JavaScript code does not it basically waits for the data. After it gets the data, it basically does all of these stuff, right? Is fetch clear, guys? Did you understand fetch? I think it should be done. I'm hoping you guys actually understood what's fetch. Now again, you have there are a bunch of things that you can basically learn. Let's say fetch JS. If I just search that, there's MDN documents. Also do 50/50. Now this is the .then method. I don't recommend you use that because it's kind of confusing, because async await is a better way of using or handling asynchronous operations in the thing. So just understand that this fetch will basically take time to execute, right? This does not get executed immediately. Like what happens is when you do fetch, it will hit these OpenWeatherMap API servers, and the OpenWeatherMap API servers will respond to you with a JSON data. So until that data is provided, you need to basically wait for the data. So that's why we use await. You can also do this. It's completely fine, right? It's the same thing. But yeah, I need some resources to study further. ChatGPT and W3 Schools or MDN documents. That's the best resources you can probably get. I'll copy paste your code from LLM. I'll copy paste from LLM and study concept and sort things out. Yep. If you have any other, do you have any other questions, guys? I'm gonna extend my things. I'm gonna extend it to probably 10 p.m. Not 10 p.m. actually. I'll stay about 10 more minutes. How about that? I'm actually getting tired. I need to drink water, guys. Give me a second. How do you deploy it? You can either deploy, if you want to deploy your projects, there are different websites you can use. One website I know is Vercel. So Vercel, you can deploy your services. You can basically push these into GitHub and basically link to GitHub in Vercel. That's one way to deploy it, or just use other deployment websites or web services. Okay, some useful resources for learning DOM and fetching quickly. Do you want me to teach the DOM? Okay, I'm just gonna teach you the DOM basics. Okay, I cut the whole thing. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's say I want to change this, like the 78, right? Now, right now I have it hard coded here. It is 78. Let's say I change it to 900. Right now, I don't want to change it from here. I want to change it from JavaScript. What I can do is use. I don't really care about my. Whatever, man. Okay, so if you want to change your data to get. If you want to change your data, what I can do is just do document.get element by ID. We can basically get that ID, right? And let's say I want to change the text content. I want to change that to 600. I can do that like that. There we go. There we go. It changed the value. So this is how you update the DOM. Get it? I'm not that, by the way. Okay, so that's pretty much it. I often get confused as how I approach CSS, and I often get confused as to what changes to make it look good. Then the one thing that I can give you as a suggestion is try to design it first. Like, don't straight up just code, right? What the best thing you can do is go to Figma and design your stuff first there. There you can basically directly change stuff. Like if you don't like the color, you can just change the color as it is, right? You don't have to go back to your code and try changing the color. Make the layout in Figma, like just make the design in Figma, and then once you're satisfied, you can translate it to code. Aryan, I hope that answers your questions. If you have any other questions, you can ask me. How do I do the diagram thing? What do you mean diagram thing? This? No. What do you mean by diagram thing then? The use something. What? Documentation, cosa rigorsa. User diagram. Oh, you're already, and that is something I cannot help you. So you need to figure that thing on your own. I'm sorry. Oh, UML diagrams. I mean, it's pretty easy, you know. I don't think that is something you like. That is something that is difficult. Just go to, I think it's Lucid Charts that we used. Just go to Lucid Charts and just make the diagram. It's not that hard. It's just a diagram, guys. I don't think the first prototype or second prototype or third, whatever it is that complex that you don't understand the UML diagram. It's not that difficult, is it? Lucid chart is good for UML diagram stuff. Yes, I think it is okay. There's also draw.io if you can also